Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. Happy Saturday. Happy weekend. Happy Metrix. Yeah, we're a little bit late on this one. I meant to get this stream out yesterday, but I'll explain what happened. We got the news. Judge Everett's ruling on Donna Adelson, defendant Donna Adelson's amended motion to re-depose witnesses. To re-depose witnesses that had already been deposed by conflicted counsel Daniel Rashbaum. Crazy old Daniel Rashbaum. Namely, Special Agent Pat Sanford, Sergeant Chris Corbett, Mr. Telecom Microphone Man. Well, not so much microphone. I'm the microphone man. Chris Corbett's more of a cell tower kind of guy. What are you doing on the weekend? Checking cell towers. With an expression on his face like that's the most obvious fucking answer in the world. Of course I am. I love it. I'm measuring range this weekend, just like I did the last weekend. And one Robert Adelson. Of course, there's wild speculation about Robert Adelson this week in the news media. That's the traditional news media and new media. What is everyone's so excited about that, aren't they? Oh, there's a plan to harm Rob Adelson. I just think it's funny, and maybe that is physical harm, but the word harm, in and of itself, doesn't necessarily mean physical harm. It's not like there's going to be a Latin king that's going to go and break his legs with a heavy chain. I mean, it could be financially harm. It could be take him out of the will. It could be harm his testimony, undermine his credibility. We don't know. I mean, maybe it is. I'm not saying it's not, but I just think it's so funny how everybody hears there was a plan to harm Rob Adelson, and they immediately go to some gangsters waiting outside his house with clubs and chains. Maybe. But, can we wait and see, please, before we get carried away? Maybe he should be in protective custody. Maybe he should be living with Judge Everett and the whole family. I think Judge would be all right with that. He's obviously got the space. He might have to move around some of his cakes. Oh, that's okay. We'll just move my cakes into the den. This was a guest bedroom. Now it's my cake museum. God, now I've got coffee all over the desk. Gotta get me some napkins. Some desk napkins. Hang on. That's just gonna fuck with my head. I gotta sort that out. There we go. Nice clean desk now. Nice clean desk and clean mind. What about my sinuses? Oh, what's that? A eucalyptus lozenge. Well, we'll have one later. So where are we? Yeah, so what I did yesterday is I came back because this ruling that was ruled upon on the 12th of May, I don't think it was released to the public until yesterday, which is when we got a copy. But it's in response to the motions hearing that was held on May 9th. Unfortunately, Court TV and reputable networks were not in the courtroom for some reason, and the only version of the video I could find was published on YouTube by another creator. I don't know who actually does the recording for that, but clearly it's some people that do not have access to professional equipment. They're limited to consumer equipment, so the audio is terrible. I mean, I couldn't understand it. That's why I didn't watch it originally. I saw it released, the video released on the 9th. I played it for about a minute and gave up because the audio was so shit. So I don't know if it's some students that do that or what, or if they perhaps the court TV have to pay for a proper sound feed, an XLR connection from the microphones or what. But it sounds like this consumer kit that these students are using doesn't have professional mics. And with courtrooms, there's an induction loop. There's an induction loop that goes around the building for hearing aids, right? It's all got to be wired up for hearing aids, so that can interfere with the sound. So it sounds like it's recorded on front mic, which obviously in a room like that is no good. So I took the time to transcribe the fucking thing, which, although it's only 6 pages of text in the end, it took hours to do, and there were still a couple of unintelligible portions. So I figured what we'd do to make it clear, to make the ruling clear, what is Judge Everett ruling on? Well, we're going to read out the transcription of what happened in the motion hearing on May 9th, and then we'll have a look at Judge Everett's ruling. But spoiler alert, the motion is denied. The amended motion is denied, but Jackie Fulford, bless her, put up one hell of a fight. Not really. I mean, you'll see, you'll get a sense. There's a lot of ums, there's a lot of it's and then Josh Zellman is going on about something like Judge Everett says at one point. Well, you'll see. Judge Everett says at one point, he's like, and was a copy of this sent to my office? And Josh is like, I don't know, a lot's been going on with my family this week. Your family? Why are they being brought into this, Josh? Leave the family at home. This is business. This is legal business, okay? Anyway, let's have a look at our transcripts. Okay. If you want to get a copy of the transcript for your own needs, that's all over our social networks, Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook and Discord. Fantastic Discord. Join Discord. Links in the description for joining Discord, where we put all of our documents for free. Fuck Patreon, but you can still become a Patreon member if you want to support the channel. But we're not going to hold documents to ransom and say, you can only get this on Patreon if you become a paid supporter of Patreon. I don't believe in it. We do it all gratis and depend on the kindness of strangers. Okay, enough chatter. Bosh. Okay, let's just have a quick look into the chat window. Fabulous chat window. Oh, Deb H. riding shotgun. Oh, that was so funny what happened in Discord just now, riding shotgun. Hey, 5 new members. Thank you, riding shotgun. Paul M., Nicole E., AJ, Maribel is hooked, and C. Malone are fantastic new members. Also new members, again by fantastic riding shotgun, Deb H., B. Rabbit, Satellite Man, Margaret, and Loretta Dean. Dennis. Welcome. Okay, so let me get a little bit set up here, guys. So, blah, 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 blah. Judge Everett Parties can make their appearances for the motion hearing. Georgia Kappelman for the state, Joshua Zellman on behalf of Mrs. Adelson, Jackie Fulford on behalf of Mrs. Adelson. Right, we're here this morning on the defendant's motion to take additional depositions. Before we get to the argument on the motion, did the parties receive all of the orders that were filed last week on Friday? Ms. Kappelman, I believe so, Your Honor. Zellman. We believe so as well, Your Honor. Everett. Right. Concerning the issue of matters that have been filed under seal, I did not see on the docket where redacted copies have been filed. What is the issue with compliance? Zellman. Your Honor, at about 12:30 on Wednesday, I did a notice of filing with redactions, copies of those documents, and filed those. My own admitted to the docket yet. Judge Everett. Ms. Kappelman. Ms. Kappelman says, I did receive the defense's redacted copy, Judge. I'm not seeking any redactions on my stuff. Everett. Very well. I love it when he says very well. The clerk then is to unseal the response by the state in total. Go ahead, Mr. Zellman. The defense now notices a confidential information report filing that was also filed on Wednesday at 12:30. Also included, after the state indicated that they were not going to be redacting anything, we included some language in state's response in our notes filing confidential information that specifically refer to items that Your Honor has ordered sealed. And I'd rather not say in front of the media what that language is. What media? There's a student at the back with a consumer kit. Fucking, you call that the media? There's no court TV in the room. Okay, it's going to be released to the wider media, but we can't call them the media. No offense. Judge Everett. Then I will contact the clerk and see what the issue is with these items making their way unintelligible, so that way this can be reviewed before it hits what is a public document. You may proceed with arguing your motion. Ms. Kappelman. Judge, can we clarify what we're here on today? The amended motion to take deposition? I love when George is like, yeah, what's all this about? What more bullshit is this about now? Bullshit. Everett. Motion to take additional depositions that was filed 4/29. Miss Fulford. We filed an amended motion, Judge. When was that? On May the 7th. Was a copy of that sent to my office? Zellman. I don't specifically remember. There have been a lot of things going on this week with my family, and I might not have sent them directly, but I have copied. Unintelligible. Judge Everett, please. Zellman, may I approach? Judge Everett, I've been in trial all week long, so if it was not sent to my assistant, I probably did not see it on the docket. Miss Fulford passes a copy of the amended motion to the judge. Kappelman, have you received the amended motion? Miss Kappelman, yes, Your Honor. Everett, are you prepared to argue this morning? Kappelman, yes, sir. Everett, please move forward. Miss Fulford. Okay, this is the body of Miss Fulford's, Jackie Fulford's argument. Thank you, Judge. There are not significant changes to the amended motion, just more argument regarding the old investigation versus the new investigation. With respect to the new investigation, the state has indicated they have no objection to our taking of the depositions of Pat Sanford and Mr. Corbett. As to the new investigation, They continue their objection to take depositions regarding the old investigation of Mr. Corbett, Mr. Sanford, and witness Robert Adelson. As to the old information, Your Honor, in light of the new investigation, specifically as to Mr. Corbett, the action that he took and the representations that he made in the new investigation certainly call into question what he did in the old investigation in a very material way. Those representations that were made to Your Honor and the other judges in this case were false. And the warrants were issued based on false information. The manner in which he conducted his investigation and came to his conclusions on the old investigation certainly needs to be revisited. Wow, gunning for Chris Corbett, aren't they? With respect to the objection that we cannot take depositions regarding the old investigation as to those three witnesses, it just frankly seems illogical. Mrs. Adelson hired and paid counsel, conflicting counsel, to represent her. They had investigations conducted, they took depositions, they conferred with our client, they have work product, none of which we have available to us, except for deposition transcripts that we took out of the public record. You know, our best example I can provide is there is a witness in this case to be called by the state named Catherine Magbanowa, who has already been tried and convicted, and the depth of the conflict between Mrs. Adelson and her prior counsel. This court is not even aware of the significance of that conflict. The court is only aware of the surface of that conflict. So if Catherine Magbanowa, who wants to testify in this case and testify against Mrs. Adelson, and claims to, or wishes to at least, receive a significant reduction in her sentence for testifying against her, what's really being asked of the current counsel for Miss Adelson is that we rely on someone like Miss Magbanowa's counsel to take the depositions of these witnesses, and we're stuck with that. They had a conflict when they were asking questions. Why did they ask certain questions? We don't know. Why didn't they ask certain questions? We don't know. But we have a right, because we're conflict-free, to now take the depositions of those witnesses and obtain the information that we believe we need to know to adequately represent her at trial. We don't intend to go in and ask the same questions of what's been asked before. It's been asked by prior counsel that is conflicted in this case, and by other lawyers for other defendants in this case. Hang on a second. We don't intend to go in and ask the same questions of what's been asked before. It's been asked by prior counsel that's conflicted in this case, and by other lawyers for other defendants in this case. Okay. That's not our purpose, but we certainly have a right to inquire into what we want to know to represent her adequately at trial. So that is our request. The state objects, but we're asking Your Honor to order us opportunity to take depositions that are not conflicting counsel. Judge Everett says, Miss Kappelman, you may respond. Miss Kappelman says, yes, Judge. Miss Fulford has accurately stated the position of the state, which is we do object to redeposing witnesses that have been deposed by previous counsel for this defendant. Of the witnesses, about what it is they'd say at trial, which I feel was adequately done previously. I'm not aware, I didn't follow the example of Catherine Magbanowa, We did do a deposition of her with these lawyers. Did not find it to be anything new that hadn't been asked of Miss McBanower many times before. But since Mrs. Adelson had not unintelligible, we did do that deposition, and we have done several others that have been exactly what those witnesses have been asked before. So I would continue my objection to redeposing witnesses on the same materials they've been previously deposed by this defendant. If it's something new, great, let's depose them on that. Then it's not a waste of everyone's time. I have no objection to that. She's such a chess player. Love it. You see, Georgia recognizes this, it annoys the shit out of me, and I'm sure it annoys the shit out of Judge Everett, that Zellman and Fulford always do this thing with their arguments, like, I can't say it in front of the media. Fulford's just about to do another one that's classic. There's always this sort of like, Fulford said something in this big argument here. She was like, this court is not even aware of the depth of that conflict. It's like, who the fuck are you talking to, lady? Judge Everett is intimately aware of the depth of the conflict. You're just trying to make this Emperor's New Clothes fucking argument by not bringing it into the room, right? I mean, they do it all the time. In fact, they do it every time. And Georgia Kappelman recognizes that and baits them, you see? She's like, yeah, we're not interviewing witnesses about stuff that's been done before. If it's something new, great. Let's depose them on that. Then it's not a waste of everyone's time. I have no objection to that. It's just brilliant. Judge Everett. The issue then you're raising with the conflict is an interesting one, but it also comes down to a matter of timing, based on what prior counsel represented to both the court and I believe to the state as well, is that any conflict that he had with Charles Adelson was resolved up until a certain point. Because the conflict presented itself when jury was to be selected. At that point, trial could not continue. But while Mr. Adelson had given his consent or waived the conflict with the representation later of his mother, as to that, how exactly, when your client chose that particular counsel, how in fact is that prejudicing her as it relates to the depositions that were taken? Miss Fulford, I would need to get my client's permission to discuss the additional conflict. Really? What? You think she's going to refuse anything? She's on trial for her life and she's about to turn 76. Well, in 7 or 8 months. I would need to get my client's permission to discuss. That's just a way of saying you don't know, right? Or you're unprepared, or you won't commit. Just fuck off with this shit argument, Fulford. Judge Everett. All right, well, based on what has been argued today, I will take this under consideration. As to the rule for discovery depositions, I believe the case is unintelligible. I think he's citing a case there. Let's say Wilson v. State. I believe the case is Wilson v. State. Leaves it to the discretion of the court, and if good cause is shown, additional depositions of witnesses who have been previously deposed may be deposed again. So court's discretion, good cause shown. It's a two-pronged test. I believe, as to the matters that are undisputed, if there are deposition topics that cover new information, certainly you are free to depose, and the parties are to coordinate those depositions. As to other matters, If you believe this requires an in-camera hearing, this needs to be set up fairly quickly. Any other matters that either party needs to address today? Fulford. No, Judge. Kappelman. No, Your Honor. Everett. Well, that brings a conclusion to the hearing for this morning. We are in recess. Zellman. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so, I mean, why... What's the big thing with this, huh? I mean, Sanford is in charge of the bump, right? And other things, but that was the huge piece of Donna evidence that they're going up against, right? So I would imagine that the defense, part of the defense, is really going to want to be focusing on Sanford's bias, assumptions made, ways that he interpreted the bump to cast as many aspersions as possible onto the evidence that produced. What else was Sanford? Sanford was also heading up the wiretaps. So major law enforcement states witnessed against Donna Adelson in this case. So clearly they want to re-depose him again for two reasons. One is simply to give the appearance of their focus. You were re-deposed in this matter, is that not true, Special Agent Sanford? You were re-deposed because you're a questionable witness. And you're not to be trusted. Isn't that right, Special Agent Sanford? I mean, Kappelman's right. I mean, what other questions? You could not have anyone more straight fucking laced, facts only, no emotion involved than fucking Pat Sanford. If they want emotion and someone who changes the tune of the events, go and re-depose Isom if we can find him. I mean, I would just check all the Waffle Houses in the Tri-County area. He's probably, in there eating and asking everyone what kind of car they drive. What kind of car does he drive? Go and re-depose Isom. Sanford's just going to say whatever the supercomputer in his head tells him to. And then Chris Corbett, another key witness, is it not? I mean, let's think. What does Chris Corbett say? Well, Chris Corbett is in charge of cell phones, right? He's got the evidence that correct me here, but what is it? It's when Donna dropped off the money at Charlie's, he's got her phone consistent with that location, and then the car with the toll pass transponder getting on to Alligator Alley, and so he's involved with that. And also probably some Cellbrite downloads of Donna Adelson's mirror drive for her cell phone, right? And then Rob Adelson, if he's not in hospital already with broken legs and a ruptured spleen after being mercilessly beaten by Harvey Adelson's henchmen. Okay, should we jump over to Judge Everett's ruling? It's not very long. It's only a couple of pages. Or should we have a look at the chat comments? Riding Shotgun says, I bet Fulford is kicking herself for taking this case for only $200,000. Yeah. Yeah. Daniel Rashbaum charged 10 times that. Hey, Mary A. and Mary, Mother Mary. Mary, quite contrary. Danielle, Savoy. I used to work at the Savoy. Long time ago, when I was a young man. Okay, so Judge Everett's order. All right. Zoom in. Okay, order on defendant's amended motion to take additional depositions. This cause comes before the court on defendant's amended motion to take additional depositions, e-filed on May 7th, 2025. Florida Rule of Criminal Procedure 3.220H1 provides that in any case, including multiple defendants or consolidated cases, no person may be deposed more than once except by consent of the parties or by order of the court issued on good cause shown. The parties consent to second depositions. The parties consent to second depositions of Special Agent Pat Sanford, Sergeant Chris Corbett, and Robert Adelson as to the new discovery related to the state's recently completed investigation. The state objected to second depositions of those witnesses as to any matters on which they were previously deposed. Defendant's amended motion asserts there is good cause shown Defendant's amended motion asserts there is good cause shown because they lack access to prior counsel's work product, research, investigation, and other materials that are in the possession of prior counsel due to their disqualification over a conflict of interest. The court finds this alone does not constitute good cause for deposing these witnesses a second time, given current counsel still have access to and can review the previous depositions as well as cross-examine these witnesses at trial. Holland v. State. What's CF? 773 SO 2D 106 blah blah blah. Holland points out that the defense attorney during the retrial was not the same attorney that handled the initial trial. Holland argues that the retrial attorney should not be bound by the strategy used by the first attorney, and that the retrial attorney needed to ask different questions of some of the witnesses. The fact that there was a retrial in this case with a different attorney does not by itself amount to good cause. However, at the hearing, defendant also alluded to prior counsel's conflict of interest as further support for good cause, but did not fully elaborate how, beyond arguing it was more substantial than this court previously knew, and therefore impeded their ability to effectively depose these witnesses. Can we read that again? However, at the hearing, that's the hearing we just read, right? Defendant also alluded to prior counsel's conflict of interest, Daniel Rashbaum's conflict of interest, as further support for good cause, but did not fully elaborate how, beyond arguing it was more substantial than this court previously knew, and therefore impeded their ability to effectively depose these witnesses. So yeah, he's saying, like what I just was talking about, they give these fucking ghost arguments, these like clues, like, yeah, we have a really good reason, but we're not telling you what it is, but it's really, really good. It's good cause, it's just invisible, okay? Let us re-depose. The court cannot make an informed decision with the limited details that were provided at the hearing. You see, this is fucking judge speak for saying, I'm pissed off at this ghost argument thing that you do. And now I'm going to show you how your fucking tactics fuck up your agenda. If you've got an argument, say it. That's what a hearing is, right? We hear your points. Don't just point to them in an invisible bag and say they're really, really good. We have cause. We have cause. This court cannot make an informed decision with the limited details that were provided in the hearing. If... I need to plug in. Plug in. If defendant wishes to expound further about this issue in camera, she shall coordinate with this court's judicial assistant for an in-camera hearing held no later than May 16th. That's today. The parties are also reminded to always submit courtesy copies of any pleadings to this court and its judicial assistant. Another little dig, judge speak dig, right? Because fucking Zellman and Fulford didn't send in the amended e-filing that they did on the 7th to the judges, the JA, right? The parties are also reminded to always submit courtesy copies of any pleadings to this court and its judicial assistant. It is therefore ordered and adjudged that defendant's amended motion to take additional depositions is hereby granted in part and denied in part. Special Agent Sanford, Sergeant Corbett, and Robert Adelson may be deposed on any matters related to the state's recently concluded investigation. They may not be re-deposed on any matters they were previously deposed on unless defendant can show good cause at an in-camera hearing held no later than May 16th, 2025. Done and ordered in Chambers, Leon County, Florida, Monday, May 12th, 2025. Stephen S. Everett, Circuit Judge. And that was sent to Jackie Lee Fulford, Joshua D. Zellman, Georgia C. Kappelman, and Sarah Catherine Dugan. Dugan's. Dugan's sounds like a fantastic Irish pub, doesn't it? What are you doing on St. Paddy's Day? We're going to Dugan's. They're going to dye the beer green. And Kapel Mang. Kapel Mang sounds like a wonderful Chinese. That's Rocky Rambo's cousin. Kapel Mang. Oh, so what do we do now? I mean, really, there is no video to show. I mean, like I said, there's a video up, but the audio is just so terrible. It's just not really watchable. Even the subtitles, even the You know, the, what do you call it? The closed captioning on YouTube. I tried reading it. It just doesn't make any sense.
Bro, I'm gonna fucking fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
Ja. Guten Morgen, Pinto. Danke schon für den 5 Kaffee. What do they call it? Cafe. I should know. I fucking lived there for 2 years. So, what do we all do now? I feel like we should all go out. We should all go out for Bloody Marys to discuss the ruling. I suppose we should move on to Charlie Adelson's trial, full rewatch trial. But then, how do we do that? I mean, do I end this stream and go and start a new stream? Then I'm gonna have to make a thumbnail and type. Oh man, you know, I've been forcing myself. Who in the chat knows how to touch type? Because all these years, I'm pretty fast at typing. I mean, you know, I'm not bad, but I've never done it properly, you know. I do look at the keyboard and I only use maybe 6 fingers, not 10. And I've been forcing myself just because you'll build muscle memory, right? But until you do, it's just one of those things. I think I might develop a stutter, or sometimes I feel like I'm going blind. There's been a lot of migraines, but you know, apparently it gets better in a couple of weeks. Does anybody touch type? Let's go to Dugan's. Yeah, green beers are on you, Danielle. Yeah. So what do we do? I'm just trying to think if there's any other little legal nuggets we could go through on this video. I mean, do we really have to stop the stream? I mean, I guess we could just do it all as one video, but is that the best? Is that what a pro would do? I don't know. Take 5, everybody. Just throw on some jailhouse calls. Why not? Hey, looking great with that star next to your name, Maribel, and looking great with that star, Deb H. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard to the membership, and thanks so much for riding shotgun, gifting 10 fantastic True Crime Metrix memberships. It's quite the community we're building. Where do we go from here? What if I just put... Should we look at the news? We can just play some news, right? I think Amy sent me a video about... I think this is in the context of what we are talking about.
Fucking A, bro.
Welcome back. This morning,
Fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
Oh, thank you so much, Mary, for the coffees on buymeacoffee.com. In case anyone didn't know, that is a fantastic way to support the channel. You know, Helps us out a great deal. Thanks so much to the people that support the channel. Buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Links in the description. And other links. Other links of interest. Been working on the website today. Yeah. That's going to be fucking great. I've got such good plans for that, guys. You know, it's just a lot to do on my own. We need to get some of you Americans and Canadians to fly over. We could have a whole office set up here, you know, I mean. Oh, by the way, great. We're making waves with immigration as well. We are making waves. It's a fucking godsend to me, personally, that Donna's trial got postponed. I could take another postponement, another continuance. I mean, that would be, you know, time-wise right now, it is achievable. Just. Maybe. But it's a little bit... I mean, 3 months today, I should be standing in fucking Tallahassee. Or at least driving up from Miami in a Prius. And 3 months goes by real quick sometimes, doesn't it? There's a lot to do. There's a lot to do. But we are making fucking waves, man. Yeah. If you want to support those waves, because they're not cheap. Fucking hell. They're not cheap. Jesus Christ. If you want to support those waves, buy me a coffee. Buy me 10 coffees. 30 coffees. You know? Oh, buy me a jumbo jet. Jesus Christ. Anyway, it's looking good. Let's go to the video.
We're shining the spotlight on Mama Donna Adelson in her upcoming homicide trial, along with some surprising new developments in the case. So on Friday, there was a hearing that Court TV was not permitted to record. And we understand that Adelson appeared remotely as her attorneys asked the judge to grant that permission to re-depose several witnesses.
Well, hang on. I'm trying to catch up on this touch type. Maribel touch types. I'm getting it. You know, it is just a really good thing to do. Yeah. All right. New question. Who is a coder, programmer that touch types? Because that's a fucking extra level, man. It's all right with the alphanumeric characters, but when we throw in all the special characters, there's a lot of shift, hold, shift, space, shift, alt, shift. So Neverly, who doesn't touch type is the question. And Danielle, of course. Anyone who works at the Savoy touch types. Learning to type the right way was a big game changer. Yeah, no, it's totally fucking... Neverly, darling, says, I'm jealous. That was never offered in the school I attended. What, in Serbia? They didn't even have computers. Just kidding. Great news, Metrix. Summer months go by at a snail pace. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the heat is just about to fucking hit in Portugal. It's still reasonably cool at night, but man, it gets hot down here. But it'll be great this summer now that we're living in a building and not in a tin can under a tree. It's a real trade-off when you're dependent on a solar panel for electricity, but you really gotta fucking park in the shade. When your solar panel's on top of your roof, there's a trade-off, right? It's like I can park in the shade all day, but then I won't have electricity. And if I have electricity, I will cook like a fucking red snapper on a grill. Oh, shush. Yeah. All right. Well, good to know that there's some fellow touch typers. I'll soon be joining the club. In the case, and this includes Donna's estranged son, Robert. That's right, there's another sibling besides Charlie and Wendy, Robert. Now, we learned that the newly discovered discovery that was disclosed by prosecutors involves wiretaps of conversations between a jailhouse informant and Donna's husband, Harvey. Now, we haven't heard much about Harvey since Donna's arrest last year.
You're making a mistake. It's another mistake. It's two mistakes.
Doesn't he sound like he's got fucking early onset dementia already? Like, you're making a mistake. There's another mistake. 2 mistakes.
Can you take it off, please, Donna? I don't want to hurt her.
Can you take it off, Donna? Can you take it off? Take it off and get me some coffee. Coffee.
Please.
Just no, it's getting listen to me.
Yeah. I'll call.
Get an Uber, go home.
I will.
Donna's defense.
Let's talk about giving the final order, huh? Listen to me. I'm about to tell you something in code. The straw is in the drink. My egg must be boiled. Harvey, listen to me. My egg must be boiled.
Listen to me.
Yeah. I'll call.
Get an Uber, go home.
I will.
Donna's defense team also alleges that the state of Florida made some false allegations in an affidavit that was
Get an Uber, go home. Yeah, well, that's a good option. It's a maybe for me. I mean, I've got my ticket and my bag is already on the plane, so how about I go ahead to Vietnam? You'll meet me there. We'll get you bail. We'll get bail. We'll phone Dan from Dubai. He'll probably be shopping for a credenza. I'm talking to some landscapers. Yes, I would like a statue of myself in the middle of the fountain, in the middle of the in-and-out driveway. Is that achievable? Let me write you a check. Daniel Rashbaum would absolutely have a statue of himself at the head of a fountain, right? What would he be doing? Where would the water be coming out of? Would it be something vulgar like him pissing, like that little boy in Belgium? Or would he be... What would he be doing? I don't know. Maybe pouring himself a cup of drip. The water comes out of the coffee pot into the cup and spills over the cup and goes into the fountain. I don't know. He could be creative as he wants.
presented to a judge alleging that there was a plot to harm Robert Adelson, Catherine McBanawa, remember her, and the mother of a jailhouse snitch. So this is all starting to sound like a Lifetime movie, isn't it? But no, this is real life. So is the case shifting in any way to these other family members? Let's talk about it. Still with me, attorney Tommy Pope, and want to welcome in Court TV digital content producer Lauren Silver, who's been tracking this case for us from the beginning. She reads all the motions and watches all the hearings. Lauren, good morning. All right, can I start with you, please? Tell us about these new developments. What were the big takeaways, you think, with what we weren't able to film on Friday?
Oh, what tangled webs we weave, this family.
Yes.
I've never seen anything quite like it. And behind the scenes, we had talked about whether or not Wendy Adelson would be dragged into this next. Now it's Harvey. We hadn't really talked about Harvey. He hadn't been forefront, and now we're hearing that there are these new wiretaps that the defense is just getting to listen to. They're talking about hundreds of calls. And more than that, the defense is alleging that the state recorded conversations between Harvey and a jailhouse informant. They're alleging that the state is making up conversations because apparently the state is alleging that Donna's new attorneys that were entered after there was a prior conflict of counsel have been helping her to communicate with Harvey using their own cell phones and watches. And it is during one of those conversations, allegedly, that there was a discussion about a potential plot to harm their eldest son, Robert, who is estranged from the family.
Oh, my. Lauren, you weren't kidding. This is quite a web here. Tommy Pope, so let me go to you next, please. So the defense, he wants to depose 2 investigators that were involved in the wiretaps, as well as Robert Adelson. Now, specific to Robert, they want to know about how some new accusations could impact his testimony against his mom. Judge Everett agreed that if the defense has some new questions not previously asked or some new information, the witnesses can be deposed on that. Otherwise, he'll take the issue under consideration. We've heard Donna before on jailhouse calls with her son Charlie as she talks about going to Vietnam. I have a clip for you here, Tommy. Let's take a listen together.
The other thing I don't understand that my daughter could help me with, but we've been looking it up over and over, because things change. It's extradition from Vietnam. Because we've looked at all the places. I mean, I could go to Korea and China, but there's no extradition. But we're looking for places where there's no extradition.
Ooh, okay. So we remember that. Tommy, going back to Robert here, the testimony.
But remember, everybody, that is, you know, we're looking for places where there's no extradition so that we can get back quicker to be arrested. Because if we go to a place with extradition, we'll be held in a third world country jail and for months. Like Midnight Express, you know? We'll just be like Midnight Express. Well, you know, why go to a third world? I mean, the third world country, you don't need to go to a third world country. You could go to Norway. And they'd be very nice. They'd probably put you in a fucking hotel. It would be the Four Seasons. Norway is widely, globally recognized to be the kindest country to criminals. See if we can pull up a video of that. I don't know if you guys know about this, but there was a guy in Norway about, when was it? It was like 2006, maybe? And there was, I'm foggy on the details. This is like 20 years ago. It's like, there was an island near Norway, and it was an island where holidaymakers go for camp or whatever, right? And this guy swam onto the island with these serious automatic weapons and opened fire. It was a mass shooting, right? And he was like a Nazi thing. I can't really remember the details, but obviously he was arrested and sent to prison. But they showed a video of his cell. It's smart. I mean, he gets to wear his own clothes. He's got TV, PlayStation, fridge, little cooker. I mean, it's like a nice little bedsit, you know? I mean, if that cell was in central London, it would probably cost someone £2,500 a month to live in, right? There's fucking professional football players that live in the exact same conditions that play for Chelsea or fucking Tottenham Hotspur.
He could give against his mom. What legal issues do you see potentially coming up there for him, if any?
I was trying to think what incentive he would have, and that he's already convicted, and I don't know, different states, different laws, but here in South Carolina, pretty much once you're there, with few exceptions, there's not any early parole for, assistance. But, in the federal system there is, and South Carolina started doing some of that, but, unless he's looking out for, taking care of himself and trying to figure if he can offer up something. But this thing, I never would have thought after the first trial it would have gone any further, because it just seemed too collateral. But, whether you want to call it the web or the rabbit hole, the more we see, the more this crowd, Mom talks about the going non-extradition. Apparently she's learned enough about the law to know where she wanted to end up. But again, this thing spreads broader and broader and broader over what I perceived initially to be, kind of a straightforward family murder case. I hate to make it that mundane, but in my career, I guess that's what it is.
Right. No, you're right, Tommy. It took a while for us to see it, right? We remember it was the gangbangers on trial first. We kept hearing about the Adelsons, and now, boy, the tables have turned, haven't they? Lauren, speaking of the tables turning, okay, we know that the attorneys for Mama Donna filed that motion to ask the judge to recuse himself, which was denied. Any more about that? We really didn't hear why. Anything you could glean from Friday?
So they didn't mention it in the hearing on Friday, but in the motion. So what's interesting about this motion is I'm getting this information from, it was pulled from the docket, so it's no longer public. I don't know why it was up for the 5 minutes that I grabbed it, but I did. In that document, it does reference that they had asked the judge to recuse himself because of 3 ex parte communications and or meetings with the prosecution. It doesn't say what happened in those meetings. It does also reference a number of affidavits given to the judge that contained lies, arguably about the alleged plot to hurt Rob Adelson, Catherine McBanoa, and the jailhouse informant's mother. So I don't know if those affidavits were part of those meetings. It's not clear, but it is saying they are alleging that there were multiple ex parte communications and meetings between the prosecution and the judge, but the judge, again, refused to recuse himself.
Lauren, thank you for that. You're so awesome grabbing that motion before it was yanked down. You are the best. So let's talk a little more, Tommy, about these depositions that may be yet to come. I'm curious, if you're Harvey Adelson, how concerned should you be about saying something that could potentially be used against you and potentially lay the groundwork for charging?
That was always the trickiest part. I thought of
do we really think that Harvey Adelson's going to be arrested? Why has he not been arrested? I know people love to say about Wendy, oh, they need her to testify. I really don't think they do need her to testify. We looked at this quite carefully with all 3 trials that have been and gone. And Wendy's testimony added nothing to any of them. Right? No one's gonna fucking tell me that without Wendy, Sigfredo wouldn't have been convicted. Katie wouldn't have been convicted. Charlie wouldn't have been convicted. The evidence against those 3 defendants you could say that she contributed to window dressing. The jury saw this weird, obviously lying beneficiary to the murder, primary beneficiary. I suppose it was important to have her for those reasons, but if you took her out, if she had not agreed to testify, refused to testify, pleaded the fifth, and so on, Sigfredo would be convicted. Katie would be convicted. And Charlie would be convicted. There was stacks of evidence against all of those defendants. And the same is true with Donna Adelson. There is stacks of evidence against Donna that Wendy is irrelevant to. So it does not make sense to me, and I don't believe that the state is not has not arrested Wendy because they need her to testify. And Georgia is confident to convict Donna without Wendy. That doesn't add up at all. That's what I thought for years, until the conflict arose last September. That was when it really came into question, because I was all set in September to have the fucking Donna Adelson trial, get her convicted, and get Wendy arrested soon after that. And the delay and the frustration that caused, I mean, do you remember? The whole fucking scene went mad. That's when this whole creator beef started in that place over there that we don't talk about. Now, I took a break. Other people took a break. It was just a mindfuck. And then Sarah Boone happened at the same time. I mean, Donna Adelson's, with Rashbaum's conflict and the continuance, that ruined the Sarah Boone trial for me. Because I was just so pissed off. I was just like... but that was when it really became a question for me. Okay, so what is holding back the state? And it was the first time that I'd really questioned the theory that seems obvious until you look a little further into it, that Wendy hasn't been arrested because they need her to testify. Well, when you really look at it, when you really break it down, what value did she add to any prosecution? Zero. And some people came the other day and they said, oh, well, she introduced the divorce filings. Well, that's fucking public record. You don't need her for that. Oh, she verified the wiretaps, the voices on the wiretaps. Again, we can hear them. He's right there. That's Charlie's voice. You know, that's no value. You don't not arrest someone for that. I mean, if she were an eyeball witness and said, I saw Sigfredo Garcia pull the trigger, and they had nothing else. I mean, you know what I mean? There's a degree where you could see special allowances and extensions of freedom being afforded to a witness that would provide, needed testimony that isn't available anywhere else. But it doesn't work when you weigh it up against of what they have against the defendants, all of the defendants so far, and Donna upcoming. On one hand of the scale, you've got all of the evidence that doesn't involve Wendy. And then on the other side of the scale, you've got Wendy coming in with this bullshit. I mean, she's not credible anyway. I mean, it's not that. So what is it? And my feeling has become strongly that Georgia... Do I believe this? I mean, I think I believe this. I think I believe that Georgia knows that Wendy, as dumb as she may seem, and we flip-flop with this, don't we? She's not dumb. She is The parts where she seems dumb is an act. And I know that she's not a fucking high achiever. But you know, we measure her, we measure whether or not she's a high achiever in business or academia or whatever, and all that bullshit about fucking scholarship this and valedictorian this and, you know, some fucking great job or whatever, $1 million a year, whatever. That's all bullshit. That's connections and, you know, being connected to powerful people. But in terms of what you or I would consider achievements, she doesn't have any. But in her terms, it's a very different world, right? We're dealing with a fucking bona fide psychopath. And I believe that the clinical definition of that is applicable. You know, where's our DSM? Amy. I mean, Amy got us a copy of the DSM and she promised to send it, but then it looked like I was coming over, so we thought we'd wait. Because it's a pretty big book to send in the mail. And I have to pay import duty, which is fine. But when people send me stuff, it's like I go to the post office and they say, yeah, that'll be 50 euros. Okay. Well, that's fine. It's fine. It's just, you know, it's fine. Georgia wants to spend all the time she can with Wendy. I mean, that makes sense to me. And we can see Georgia, each trial, you know, very, very polite in trial 1, 2019. Very polite, very cordial and very polite. Then it heated up a little bit more in KD2. But, that, you know, in KD2, we had Christopher DeCoste in to give the fucking double guns, right? And then in Charlie's trial, I mean, that was intense. It's different now, isn't it? It's different today, isn't it? No further questions. Fucking hell. She chewed her up. But that's what I'm saying, you know. Georgia. And whether this is the reason or whether Georgia is just taking the opportunity to see what she can get out of it, you know. It's a bit like the COVID argument. Was it real? Or did invisible powers just want to test the world to see how much they'd put up with? Well, if it was real, powers of the world certainly took advantage of the situation to analyze how much the public would put up with, right? And the same, you can really apply that to the Georgia Kaufman testing Wendy theory. You know, whether she is not arresting Wendy specifically so she can test her, or whether she's not arresting Wendy for another reason and using the opportunity to test her. Yeah, it's the COVID theory. So, I mean, that just seems... I'm just so past the argument that they need her to testify and can't arrest her until she's testified, because she doesn't add anything. What does she add? If you believe that in chat, tell us what Wendy has added to any prosecution. Try and keep an eye. Hey, if you could put a certain icon, put a lightning bolt. If you've got an opinion on that in comments and you want to share it with us, put a lightning bolt next to your comment. What is the question? If you believe that Wendy has not been arrested because the state need her to testify, please tell us what Wendy has added to any prosecution. And not just added, but, you know, given linchpin evidence. Something so good that possibly a defendant would not have been convicted had it not been for the testimony of Wendy Adelson, because it has to be to that level. You're not going to not arrest someone if they, for the sake of some evidence that doesn't really matter either way, you know? So what is the reason? Are there any other popular theories out there? Yeah, any comment relating to this, put a lightning bolt on your comment and we'll read it out.
Constitutional law in the courtroom of, you know, when someone could plead the fifth, when they couldn't. You know, we see it on TV all the time, and I'm just not going to talk. But you know, if you,
I mean, Jubilee McCoolbilly says Charlie thinks Wendy's testimony got him convicted, doesn't he? Charlie's opinion isn't worth shit. I mean, Charlie refuses to see or accept that he got himself convicted, including his testimony, but including Dolce Vita recordings, including wiretap recordings, including you know, text messages with Katie going, you know, that whole thing with Charlie blaming Wendy in the post-conviction jailhouse calls. You know, that very much is him wishing to maintain, you know, like, I played a perfect game, but if Wendy hadn't done this, we'd have all gotten away with it. He's just insistent. I talk about a sore loser, right? He's unable to even say that he made a mistake. So his opinion about Wendy's testimony is bullshit. And it's not so much her testimony. He was more talking about her events on the day of, on murder morning, when she drove down Trescott Drive, preceding the events with her book that badmouthed Tallahassee and foresaw the move to Miami and Donna's emails. He's also badmouthing Donna's emails, but you know, so I don't really remember him so much talking about her in-court testimony, rather than, you know, stuff that she did outside of court. But again, it's worth shit from Charlie's opinion, because he's just one of these guys that cannot accept that he fucked up too, right?
you got an immunity, there can be opportunities where you have to testify. And so, again, back to our tangled web, it's going to be interesting from a legal standpoint. You know, I was thinking about this whole pushback by the defense, and I don't know these attorneys as far as their strategies or the way they approach cases, but it was a little concerning what I heard you say on the lead-in too. If they're allowing access that maybe is supposed to be limited through their phones or their smartwatches or whatever the case may be, they may be protesting even more on those issues to try to cover the fact that they probably shouldn't have been doing what they were doing.
Okay, our dear friend Tay has got an interesting point here. Tay says, it's like building a house. Wendy is the foundation for Georgia to paint the picture of motive to the jury. Wendy lies on the stand and therefore increases credibility of Jeff Lacasse. I agree, Tay. I agree. That does paint a picture. I'm not sure that Jeff Lacasse necessarily needs his credibility boosted. Of course, you know, I mean, when you're a prosecutor, every little helps. But as much as I agree with your comment, I don't think that alone sealed the convictions or will seal Donna's conviction. And I just don't see that. I mean, let's take your example, Tay, and say that Wendy is arrested and refuses to testify and pleads the fifth. All of the things that you're listing here would still be available for the prosecution to show to the jury. Maybe even more so. Wendy is the foundation for Georgia to paint the picture. She could still be the foundation if she were arrested. Wendy lies on the stand and therefore increases credibility of Jeff Lacasse. Well, if she took the fifth, I know we're not supposed to judge people for remaining silent, but the reality is we do. And if Jeff is up there telling a very, you can feel the truth in his statement, and Wendy refuses to counter his argument, I mean, we're just left with his, right? So his credibility is less attacked if she remains silent. Yeah, no, good points, Tay, but I don't see it being strong enough to not arrest her. And I see all of the points that you're listing still being available to the prosecution if she were arrested. So, I'm with you, but I'm still pushing hard to find something that's like, yes, that's the reason. Still looking for it. Anyone else?
Again, in that state, it may be perfectly fine, but if there's some restrictions there and they're trying to circumvent them, then that.
Oh, Leslie's got one here. Wendy is the thread. It is because of her kids and her that they did this. They need her to testify. I disagree with that. I mean, that is shown very, very strongly in Donna's emails, which are on record. We don't need Wendy to produce those or to verify those. They're on record. There's digital trail. It shows the motive. It shows the motive very, very strongly, just in the emails alone from Donna. We've got not jail calls, but wiretaps between Donna and Charlie. No. It is because of her kids and her that they did this. They need her to testify. No. It's like if Wendy's not testifying, you can still show the motive for Wendy and the kids to move to South Florida and threatening the bar card and the grandma motion, and all of that's contained in written evidence and so on. I mean, there's so much more to work with. So I don't believe that they need her to testify to show this.
They could have their own problems. And
oh, hang on. Okay, I've missed a bunch. Christina says, Wendy's display of callous condescension paints a picture of the entire family culture, and jury needed to see where this entire began, and that's with Wendy. We're getting warmer, Christina. I like that. I think it's fascinating for the jury to see the callous condescension. Beautiful. I've got to write that down. I like that. Callous condescension. I think the spectacle of that for the jury to witness must be quite something. And it does lend itself to being impactful But again, it's window dressing. Is that alone worth not arresting her for murder? I mean, that's a very serious charge. If it were a petty crime, let it go, right? But they want her for murder. Don't forget, there's another element to this. It's not just her facing justice, but while she's free, the Markels, who are in their fucking 80s, still don't have any relationship with those with the children of their murdered son, which is a sad fact, and one that everybody, the prosecutors included, would like to see remedied. So it's a large pill to swallow to have Wendy not arrested. And a little bit of window dressing to show the callous condescension and paint the picture of the family culture. Is that worth not arresting someone for a capital crime, one of the most serious crime? Is it worth continuing to allow the Markels to suffer and not have influence on their son's legacy to the world and so on? And a few other things, big things that are relevant here. A little bit of window dressing, as much as I agree, and I agree with all of these comments. And thank you for sharing them, everybody. But it's do you see what I'm getting at? These things, as relevant as they may be, they were not linchpins. All of the convictions, I think it's very clear, did not hinge on Wendy's testimony. They hinged on, Magbanowa's financial records. Huge spike, best month of her life, the murder month, and checks from the Adelson Institute, new tits, fucking new car, blah, 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 phone records, wiretaps, phone location at the rental car place. There's so much that's nothing to do with Wendy's testimony for Magbanowa. There's so much that's nothing to do with Wendy's testimony for Charlie, even more so, right? Dolce Vita, wiretaps with Donna, giving Katie money, and so on and so on and so on. Sigfredo, he's fucking, we've got Luis Rivera to tell us all about that. We've got the Prius, we've got the locations, we've got the ATM fucking CCTV. It goes on and on and on and on. Wendy's testimony didn't put anyone away. It set a scene and gave a little bit of window dressing, and it was certainly helpful to the jury to see. But without Wendy's testimony, would there really have been any other way to describe away or to explain away all of the other strong evidence against the three people that have already been convicted and the one who is now awaiting trial? I mean, let's keep it going. I mean, if we keep chipping at this block, maybe we're going to carve something out of it. Who else we got? We got Danielle Savoy. There was a lot of hearsay that likely wouldn't have been able to come in. There was a lot of hearsay that likely wouldn't have been able to come in. Well, I'm trying to. That's kind of a global thing. From who? From Jeff. You're saying that other witnesses referred to statements made by another outside of court that Wendy. That by having Wendy testify that they were able to come in. I'd love to know anything specific. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Daniel Savoy's got another comment. Another fantastic comment. Where is it? Shit, we lost it. Jurors need a motive. Wendy provides that livening color. Yeah, do they? I mean, I think the motive is shown without. Linny says, I agree, they've waited too long to arrest her. That said, Wendy implicates her family hard. The apparent lies bolster cover up. Yeah. Metrix, you can't show emails. What do you mean you can't show emails? ISOM had the emails in evidence from July 18th, 2014. I mean, she gave her laptop to ISOM and the emails were on the laptop. Those are in evidence. I mean, sure you can show those. Unless I'm completely uneducated. I mean, if could you explain that, Leslie? Why do you say that you can't show emails? I mean, let's try and think of another example. I don't know. I believe you can show emails. They're in evidence. I mean, a lot of the comments that are coming in, Christina says she brings the elusive, immeasurable flavor of the family where such malice could germinate. Well, this is deep. Let's break this down. She brings the elusive, immeasurable flavor of the family where such malice could germinate. That is poetry, Christina. Yeah. But again, guys, I mean, I agree with all of this. But do you not agree that in order to not arrest someone for murder and to continue to let the Markels be removed from the boys' lives and so on, do you not agree that it would have to be for an extraordinarily strong reason? And bringing the elusive, immeasurable flavor of a family where such malice could germinate. Do you really see Georgia and the boss prosecutors looking at the case? Let's just set the scene, okay? They're in their offices. They're discussing, who to arrest and when. And someone says, "Hey, do you think we should arrest Wendy today? I mean, we have enough evidence against her." And then someone raises their hand and says, "Well, actually, hold off on that, because she brings the elusive, immeasurable flavor of the family where such malice could germinate to the table." I mean, come on. Do you see what I mean? Is that enough to not arrest someone for murder? I don't think it is. I really don't. So the name of the game here, guys, is what is a strong enough reason to not arrest someone for murder? Right? That's the name of the game. Christina again, if jurors were left to imagine Wendy without seeing her, they could never conjure up a creature that provokes such visceral, deep in your gut reaction. No other Adelson is. This is very true. This is why I believe that when it comes time that Wendy won't testify in her own defense, she will let her lawyer paint the picture of who she is. And I hope I'm wrong about that, because I would love to see her testify in her own defense. But it would certainly be the smarter thing for her not to, right? The party submitting the email must prove it is authentic. This can be done by testimony from someone who received or sent the email. Well, I see what you mean. Well, if that's 100% true, we've got a front runner. We've got a front runner there. The emails were certainly very, very probative in their value to the motive. I'm just thinking if there would be another way to verify that they were sent. I mean, you could subpoena Donna's email records as well, show it on both devices. Google. I mean, I'm sure I've seen digital record evidence come into perhaps this trial, certainly other trials, that isn't verified by one of the sending recipient parties. I'm having trouble thinking of an example off the top of my head, but I'm gonna look into it, Leslie, because I would really like to understand the rules of evidence in that regard. But that's certainly a front runner for Wendy's testimony. I still think everyone would have been convicted without the emails. I mean, think about Charlie's trial. Think about all the evidence against him. Money, video recordings, wiretap, just the whole thing, if you took the emails out of the equation. But I agree that is a substantial piece of evidence as to evidence to motive, and if Wendy was indeed needed to testify, that could be. How do I write this down so I can remember it? Let me think. The party submitting the email must prove it is authentic. Standard of evidence for authenticating Donna's emails to Wendy. Brackets, did Wendy need to testify for proof? Okay, that's written down with a big red circle around it. Thank you, Leslie. Emails have to be confirmed by the sender-sendee, otherwise they're hearsay. So they could still be introduced if they were not offered to prove the matter asserted. With that, in Florida, at least, emails have to be authenticated to be admitted into evidence to lay the foundation. All right, I mean, is that really enough? I mean, I agree. It's very, very substantial. So now the conversation would be in the prosecutor headquarters. Should we arrest Wendy today? And then someone raises their hand and says, no, let's not arrest her yet because we need her to authenticate those emails. Okay, so here's a question for you law heads out there. The fact that she verified them in the Sigfredo Cady trial in 2019, could that verification be referred to in the later trials of 2022 Cady 2 and 2023 Charlie? Could they say, these emails were verified in a previous trial, or would that not be allowed? Tay says, hand copy of exhibit to opposing counsel while asking permission to approach the bench. Show the exhibit to the witness. The witness identifies the exhibit. So they couldn't do that, Tay. Yeah. All right, but I mean, they could say Wendy's laptop was collected by the police, and on that laptop, you know, a mirror drive of the laptop did find this email. I mean, they could say that, couldn't they? Exhibits have to be reproduced to secure record in event of appeal. I think you have to have witness on stand verify unless witness was dead, then maybe previous testimony. This is hard stuff that drives us crazy in evidence class, but also plagues lawyers the entirety of their careers. It's not easy. But what did I mean, yeah, okay. Tay, could the fact that ISIM collected the laptop and the emails were found on the laptop, could they just say that? And the jury could be free to interpret whether they... What would be the alternative? That ISIM planted the email?
I never wanted to ask the judge.
Oh, hang on. But Metrix, what if you stole my laptop and got my Gmail and sent emails? I wouldn't verify those, but they're from my Gmail. Yeah, I mean, So they could still be introduced with that question. I mean, I think that a jury, I mean, how likely is that? Did they need to be verified? I mean, there's so much intimate information in those emails. Should we go to the emails? Let's seeing as we're talking about the emails so much. Where are they? Here's one's written June 25th, 2013, so about a month before divorce was final. Hi, honey. Okay, just like it says on your necklace, never, never, never give up. It's time for action. It's time to take control of your life and not let Jibbers think he's just won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee, 8 hours away from the only family you have, and lose out on what will be a job that will afford you and your children advantages that they will never otherwise be able to enjoy. What, like fucking piano lessons and tennis club? They have that in Tallahassee, you ignorant fuck. Let's show this fucker what will make him absolutely miserable. You know his weak points: money, religion, control. You have 5 weeks before your court date. I know you have a job that keeps you very busy. However, the rest of your life, and consequently Dad's, mine, and yes, even Charlie's, will be affected on how well you can perform/act before July 31st. You can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You need to put on the performance of your life. Jibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. You have a very strong family behind you. Just remember that. Dad and I have done everything we could to try and help you for the last 10 months. Now it's time to help yourself. We believe that you will be able to make this happen. If you can put these actions before everything else this month, and you know that if you can put these actions before everything else this next month, and you know that you've only got the kids a limited number of days to do this. She doesn't proofread anything. We believe that Jibbers will be saying, "Stop this," and you'll be telling him, "You wanted me in Tallahassee. My children are going to fit into the Bible Belt. They're going to church every time I have them. I'm having them privately tutored at home to get them caught up for their Sunday school classes that I've registered them in for the fall. The class time coincides with the service I'll be attending. Tell him that you've got a new outlook on life and a new hope, and you'd like to go to heaven. Perhaps he would like to join you and the boys at church. Plan of action. 1. Take photos of the boys, dress nicely, standing at the front door or by the sign of a Tallahassee church. Then change your Facebook status photo to this one so everyone will see this. Perhaps a line under the photo with "New beginnings in Tallahassee" might be nice. Within minutes, Jibbers should either see this or will be getting calls from his friends, acquaintances about this. How happy do you think he will be? 2. Make arrangements to get the boys caught up with a private tutor, teenage Catholic church member, who will come to the house to teach the young men about Jesus. If you don't have time to arrange for this to happen, I will happily do it for you. She or he will serve as a good babysitter assistant for you while you're preparing dinner, etc. 3. Let Jibbers know that your children will be baptized in the Catholic Church, and you'll certainly invite him to the event. Let him know that the Catholic Church is a big part of your life now with the boys, and you'd like him to be part of it. As long as he wants you to remain in Tallahassee, the boys will be involved with you in church-related activities and ceremonies. Let him get used to it. I've already checked this out, and a baptism can be arranged within 2 weeks. We can send out evites to Jibbers, his parents, sister, and anyone else you want to invite. 4. I'm looking into summer camp programs for the boys. Is that an American spelling? Programs. Because there's 2 ways to spell it in British English. And it would be PROGRAMMES in this. Program would be like a computer program, spelt like that. Fucking idiot, unless it's an American spelling. I'm looking into summer camp programs for the boys. We will pay for it, even if the boys end up going only for a few days that they're in Tallahassee on the day you have them prior to the hearing. 5, register them for toddler classes at church. I've looked into this, and even if they don't go, we can show Jibbers that they are enrolled for the fall semester. And you cannot tell anyone this is an act. Somehow it will get back to Jibbers. Take control from him. Get to him psychologically. He's going to want you to stop this. Wendy, you've been through a difficult year. You had to make a huge decision. You did that. It was the right decision. Now you have one final opportunity to make him angry. We want him ticked off, so he realizes that he could lose control over his kids. We plan to make him a financial offer. We plan to make a financial offer to him to allow this relocation. You need to work this plan, and we'll help you through it so that it may affect how much we will offer him. Maybe he'd be willing to let you relocate if he knew his church would attend a private Hebrew academy like Donna Klein in Boca. Or perhaps he'd like them to invite him to a Christmas party at their other Sunday school. You have a little over 3 weeks till mediation. Let's get this going now. I know you would never want to think that you didn't do absolutely everything you could to try to come down to your family. Between living down here and having a job that will give your children the lifestyle they deserve, your life now and for sure in the future will be significantly better. Gary told us that he is not going to hire anyone until after your court hearing and after we try to make a financial offer to Jibbers. We don't want Danny to continue his religious influence over these children any more than what he's already done. If he keeps this up and they don't want to eat in your non-kosher home, and if they see you don't want to attend their shul functions, you will be the outsider. As they get older and more involved under Jibbers' religious influence, they will be able to request which parent they want to live with. Don't allow Jibbers to have this power and control over them. Then, in reality, he's going to have the same control over you. Dad and I have changed our lives this year to support and assist you and the boys in every possible way. Charlie has accepted the loss in the office business income for us to do this because he loves you and wants only the best possible future for you. It's time for you to show us that you can put on the performance of your life for the next few weeks. Please call us after you read this. We're waiting to talk to you. If you have any other ideas to make a last chance for relocation happen, please let us know. We sent this letter with our love and only the best intentions, Mom and Dad. Okay, here's a question for you guys. Now, I agree that these letters, these emails are strikingly powerful to show motive. There are other things that show motive, but these do really, really hit home the obsession and the extreme lengths that Donna in particularly was willing to go to, right? But my question is, if these emails, I've got 4 of them, and one of them is about fucking 15 pages long, right? If these emails are worth not arresting someone for murder for many years and all the rest of it that we've been discussing, as far as I recall, and I'm pretty certain on this, only small excerpts of these emails were introduced into evidence. Of this one in particular, less than 20% of it came in, and all of it is relevant. And some of the other emails, even less. So my question is, if these emails are worth so much to have Wendy on the stand, verify the emails, to have her not give the fifth, to do a deal where she's got use and derivative use immunity, etc., 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 why wouldn't they read out the entire thing? I mean, you'd think if you're, it's a high price to pay, right? If you're the prosecutor, it's like giving Luis. Let's look at Luis Rivera. The prosecutor also paid a high price for that, right? As far as the pursuit of justice, which the prosecutors are sworn to do, giving him a 19-year sentence concurrent with a 12-year federal that he was already serving, and with game time he'll probably do an extra 5 on top of the federal in state, right? That is a big price to pay. But, you know, they put him on the stand and he told everything he knew. And truthfully, I believe, and said if you don't tell the truth and we find out, you're getting the life. So very good incentive for him to tell the truth, right? The price that the prosecution paid for Lewis's the fruits of Lewis's testimony, how that helped the prosecution. Obviously it did massively, okay? All of them. Luis Rivera's testimony very, very clearly aided and supported every prosecution that we have seen. You know, there's no ambiguity about that whatsoever. High price, but what they got, the value that they got is clear, and it's also high value, right? So high price, high value. But you know, they really did a deep dive with Lewis, right? So if these emails are so high value that the prosecutor was willing to pay such a high price, it's arguably an even greater price to have let Wendy be loose all these years That may be an even greater price than the price of Lewis's testimony, which was lock him up for another 5 to 7 years in state after he's done his 12 in the feds. We can argue about that. It doesn't really matter. They're both high prices, right? But the value of Lewis's product is so clear and so used. I mean, they squeezed everything. He's on the stand for fucking hours. Right? So if these emails are so valuable, why not read the whole thing? I've got 4 of them. I don't know, there's probably more, right? And the ones that I've got, they're very long. Some of them, 2 of them in particular, are strikingly long. And you know, I've watched all trials multiple times. I've seen every bit of evidence that's come in. These emails did not come in their entirety. I mean, whether they were just not read out in court, is that the case? That they're just not read out in court, but they go back to the jury room in case they need to refer to them? Is that what it is? Again, if they're so valuable, why not read them out in court? Why not make them the centerpiece of the story? I think that's what I'm struggling with. I do agree that if Wendy's testimony was required to authenticate these, which that makes sense to me. I mean, it sounds like they could have come in as unauthenticated emails that the jury could then interpret the validity of, right? They could have been written on a report. ISOM confiscated the laptop, took it back to the tech guys. They did a download, and these emails were found on that download. I'm sure that can be technically verified. It's a standardized process by an authority that's got trust of the community. I mean, for the large part. Do police plant evidence? Yes. Is that often? That's a hard sell. That's a hard sell to any jury. It does happen. But if your argument as a defense counsel to a jury is, hey, I know it looks bad, but you know what? The cops are dirty and they planted evidence. That is a serious, hard sell. Any defense lawyer will tell you that, right? You better have them on video taking a fucking bribe if that's going to be your argument. You know what I mean? And I'm not arguing the point. I agree that the emails are really valuable. I'm just wondering why the fuck, if they're worth so much, to keep her out of jail, keep her out of cuffs, not prosecute her, get her to testify to verify, why the fuck not read them out in their entirety and make them the centerpiece of the motive? Why is that? Why is that? Should we read another one? Let's catch up with the comments. Maybe we should watch Wendy's testimony. Programs is American spelling. Thank you, Lenny. What for everything? So if you like a TV program is just programs or am, or if you go to a what is the like a college course has a program that's just, it's not double ME. Okay, well that's fine. That's fine. I don't know why we would have 2 spellings for it when in different use cases. Crackpot, jackpot, Florida. Capital will be baptized, as in it's done, decision made. I've lost track of where we are. Sandra says, without Wendy, the jury would have no foundation as to who Wendy is. That she is a lawyer, etc., so her interrogation wouldn't have enough context to understand her role in the homicide. Well, I mean, they could have played her interrogation. That's another piece of evidence that hasn't seemed to have been shown to the juries. That it's strange, isn't it? Michelle, welcome back. Neverly Darling says, I pray she has responded to these emails even with okay. I don't believe that's true. That's, I don't think there's any response as far as an email chain. Phone call through WhatsApp. Encrypted, baby. I mean, I see this as evidence of Wendy knowingly setting Donna up. She handed the laptop over knowing full well these emails were on there. And she left them on there. She could have dissuaded her mother from communicating this rhetoric through a traceable resource such as Gmail. She certainly would have been aware that the cops would be looking at it. My family would be angry. My parents would be very angry at Danny. He hurt their daughter. He hurt their daughter. God, so many comments. I don't know where we are. The emails show state of mind intent, which is an element of the crime. Motive is important for sure, but it's not an element of the crime. That is why Georgia exercises such restraint. She understands where to pull back. Absolutely. It's a very delicate game Georgia plays with Wendy. They may have gotten the emails admitted into evidence, in which case the jurors can read them, but the judge won't just let them read them all out, usually, assuming the defense objects. I don't know if that's true. I mean, if they've got probative value, the judge has to let them in. I mean, if it's something that is claimed to speak so clearly to demonstrating, all of the things that need to be demonstrated, it has to come in. If it's that strong to not arrest someone for years, surely the state could make a good fucking case that they should be read out. Yes, Danielle, there are some workaround if it's not for the truth of the matter or if to show state of mind. I have to agree with Georgia and Sarah Catherine. The way they have prosecuted convicts. A lot of times they can only even get in front of the jury by refreshing recollection, and in that case only the part that refreshes the witness is allowed to be referred to. Yeah, I see what you mean. Because when they're examining a witness, it's for the purposes of that witness's testimony. It's not a show and tell of, hey, look at these fucking 50 pages of crazy emails we're going to read out. But they would have certainly gone back to the jury in their entirety, I assume. Carol Johansson, not Johnson. What is wrong with me? I just hate that it's taken so long for the Markels, the children, Shelley, and of course everyone who loved Danny and Dan himself. Truly, justice delayed is justice denied so often. Pinto was on a flight. Wow. Taking your broom for an oil change. Sandra says the emails are vital because show hatred towards Tallahassee to show Wendy never planned to stay in Tallahassee as they argued. Wendy argued that Wendy moved to Miami because she was scared. I think you've given us a call, Sandra, to do a full email breakdown video. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. Email breakdown video. I want to list out every single factor in them, like what you've done here briefly. The different elements: hatred to Tallahassee, Donna never planned to stay, and extreme lengths, $1 million offer, so on and so on. I love the bit where Georgia says to Charlie on the stand, "Isn't it true, Doctor, that you came out better, financially at least, than if you had to have paid $350,000? And he fucking did, didn't he? It's going to cost us $100,000 to kill him, or we're going to offer him $1 million and still have this guy in our lives." Time sharing. Wouldn't it be, obviously the world can't run like this, right? The world can't run in a scenario where the Adelsons could have said to Danny, "Listen, fucker, we know that you love Tallahassee and working at FSU, but if you don't move to fucking Miami and let Wendy move to Miami and have very limited on our terms visitation rights with your children, we're going to fucking kill you, okay? We're going to put 2 bullets in your fucking head and that's it. So these are your options, all right? We've got some fucking killers ready to go. Okay? They've already been up to your place. They know where you fucking live, and they're coming. And they're Latin King gangsters, motherfucker. So here's your options, Danny. You move down to fucking Miami and stop this bullshit court stuff. Let us have our own way with everything, or we're gonna fucking kill you. It would have been nice to give him the option. That's all I'm saying. Obviously, and I thought this about the Chris Watts case, right? Chris Watts, who killed his pregnant fucking wife, Shannon, and and his 2 toddler daughters, Bella and Cece, seemingly because he was just done with that family life, wanted a divorce, just wanted to move on with the new geologist woman from his work. But if he did that, he knows full well that, you know, Shanann would do him over in fucking divorce court and he'd be on the ropes for alimony, child support for the next 20 years. Half of everything he has goes to her forever, for a huge significant portion of his life at least, right? And that, he couldn't deal with that. I mean, so he decided to kill them all. Now, if we'd have said to Chris Watts, listen, Chris, we know that you don't want to pay child support and we know you're thinking about doing something drastic, okay? But here's the deal, Chris. We're going to let you off the hook. We're going to let you go and be a fucking scumbag family abandoner and you don't have to pay 1 cent. Just don't kill them all, okay? We, as the community of Frederick, Colorado, we're going to look after it from here, Chris. Now fuck off with your geologist girlfriend and don't come back. But, you know that we all think you're a massive dick. Now that would be terrible, right? But the thing is that Shanann, Bella, Cece, and unborn baby Nico would all still be alive. With all the dreams and wonders that would have awaited them in life. It would have been a better outcome, right? Even if we all had to chip in to provide for Chris's abandoned family, it would have been better for everybody, right? And I get it. We can't run the world like that because then every fucking father who wants a divorce and fuck off with the geologist would say, yeah, I want to do that. I want the option where the town have to pay. You know. I just can't help in each case it would have been a better outcome for everybody. Oh, can we get through all these comments? Christina says, if you look at the case objectively, it's less important that they get them all than how long it takes to get them all. Georgia has objectivity. If you look at the case objectively, it's less important that they get them all than how long it takes to get them all. You mean it's more important that they get them all? Yes, you do. Okay, yeah, I got it. It's more important than they get them all than how long it takes. Well, you know, I think they could have put them all on trial at once. You know, what you're saying would make sense if they needed to get more on Wendy. I believe they've got enough to arrest her and charge her and have a jury see that quite easily, quite comfortably. My only concern is that she's going to have a fucking serious, the best of the best legal representation. And I am so looking forward to seeing that. I usually really like a good defense attorney, and the best I've had for years has been Christopher DeCoste, right? Who's like, he's got some good points, good tactics, good style sometimes, but he's, it's not, it's way below the caliber of what Wendy will have. That's going to be a show. I'm going to come back over to see that live and in person. Ooh, yeah, Wendy's testimony. Let's do it. What year should we do, Michelle? How about the second trial? Just remember this: authentication and admissibility are distinct inquiries when it comes to evidence at trial. So, are you a lawyer, Danielle? I love the comments. I love when we have learned legal minds in the chat. I learn a lot. Michelle, are you having wine, Frank? I feel like I heard a slight pour and then sips. No, that's coffee. I don't drink wine. I don't drink alcohol. Why do you think I can stay up so late? It's 5:38 a.m. You think we'd be here with wine? No. That's basically in a nutshell. We would have all been willing to chip in to save 4 lives. Fantasy theory would have been great to save them. Well articulated. Wouldn't that have been something? Yeah, there's just one thing, Chris. We're going to tattoo fuckwad on your forehead, okay? Permanently. Yeah, I know Carl's been saying that for years. For years. Good old Carl. Time for me to lay down in bed. Okay, catch you later, Michelle. I think Paul M says they tried Sig and Katie together and she got a hung jury. I think that put them off trying the Adelsons together. I'm not so sure about that. I think that was a real fluke. You know, it was either the purple hair anti-establishment activist who wanted to fuck with the system, or probably more likely is one member of the jury couldn't reconcile themselves with sending both parents of 2 kids away forever. That kind of makes more sense to me, but it's not supposed to be a factor, and it usually isn't. So I think that was a pretty much a fluke. Okay, I think we're almost done. We're up to date. Yeah, Soap drinks all the wine. Is it a Cabernet? A Cabernet Soap or Australian Shiraz? I'll transfer planes. Okay, Pinto, catch you later. Wonder where you're going. How about Nevada? Oh, we got a bunch of people in chat. Oh, good. Because I'm just rambling. The incessant ramblings of a madman obsessed with the case. Okay, so let's do some Wendy testimony. Right. I don't really want to do Charlie's trial because we're working our way through each witness. So shall we do 2019 or 2022 Wendy testimony? First opinion gets what they want. Let us know in the chat. The choice is yours. Okay, Danielle, you got it, baby. testimony. 2019.
When your brother took you out to dinner and you vomited, do you remember what the restaurant was?
I do.
Which restaurant was it?
It's called Uvia.
Somebody get in the whip. Somebody get in the whip.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. We had arranged the Collins's deposition for 4 o'clock today. I believe that Ms. Adelson will take a long time. I had asked the state what the plan was. I don't know if our plan is still to take the deposition of these witnesses, if these are witnesses that are still going to be called. But we had it set for 4, and I believe that Ms. Adelson will be a long witness.
Why would she be long?
Because I believe there'll be a lot of questions from the state, from Ms. Adelson.
Everybody be in the audience, be seated. Ms. Kaplan, you expecting this to be lengthy?
No, sir, but I think she'll probably be at least 45 minutes.
We have a court reporter that we've already paid that's waiting to begin in about 10 minutes.
I feel like we're watching the evolution of Georgia Kappelman's hair. It just gets better and better. I mean, she's natural, you know, it's naturally fantastic and fabulous. But it just gets better and better, isn't it? Just when we get to 2023 and she's questioning Wendy, we've got the face on camera of Georgia at the podium. I just look at the hair and I'm like, holy shit. Who did that for you? Because it's fantastic.
No, you see that.
Thank you, Judge.
I mean, I'm not overly concerned about the deposition being a little bit late, but is her attorney...
Look at Mr. Hand Grenade sitting in this conspicuous... He's like when you go to a restaurant with a young kid and they have to bring out the high chair. they awkwardly put it on the end, like, you know.
Attorney here.
I do not know the answer. All I know is that I made arrangements for Ms. Adelson to testify, and I'm going to have...
Yes, Judge, there.
No, I think you're asking about Mr. Rivera's attorney, right? Oh,
Adelson.
I'm sorry. Yes.
All right, so we need to have some discussion about immunity. Is she here? Let's have the witness take a stand.
Governor, should I call off my report? I would like to mitigate costs, and I don't think that we'll be able to...
Wait a little while.
I don't think we'll be able to complete the deposition today then, because we're going to lose the reporters at about 6.
Come on up, man. Place her under oath.
There he is. John Lauro. Does anybody know if John Lauro is still representing Wendy?
And could I get your name for the record, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
At the podium.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. It's John Lauro, Lauro, and I'm counsel for Ms. Adelson.
All right. And it's my understanding that the state is requesting the court to compel Ms. Adelson's testimony. Is that correct, Ms. Kaplan?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And based upon that, Ms. Adelson, testimony you provide and anything derived from this testimony cannot be used against you, but you will be required to answer all relevant questions. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else you want to make?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
Fucking hell, that was a game face, wasn't it? You know, she sends herself into match game, right? I mean, She blinks as she turns her head. It's so fucking controlled. Watch this. Watch the you know, this slow. It's almost like a fucking Tai Chi move or something. You know, it's like.
But you will be required to answer all relevant questions. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. Anything else you want to make?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
No, sir.
All right. The Secretary, please.
Eyes darting around the room, you know. Where is the predator? You know. Who's coming for me? I mean, talk about being in the fucking lion's den, right? She's the biggest lion in the room. Well, she thinks. There's just one problem with being a lion in the room, and that's when Georgia Kappelman is the fucking polar bear.
Your Honor, could I just get an estimate on the time so I can tell the reporter?
She said about 45 minutes.
Would we then break after theirs and reserve cross for Tuesday?
No. We're going to finish today with this witness.
I understand. I don't believe they were going to be able to do the deposition today.
That's up to you.
You guys can secure a reporter for us. We'll lose our reporter at 6.
Oh, tonight you mean? I'll have to work on that. Don't know.
I do not think she's hot at all.
Wait. Yours in the courtroom?
Oh, that fucking dress. Have you still got the dress, Leslie? Was it you that bought that? for ironic purposes, I'm sure.
Everybody be seated, please. Proceed, Ms. Captain.
That's a good observation, Acapella. The scary doll in the motel in the middle of nowhere, and the owner, or a bed and breakfast, and the owner has a collection of dolls that come to life at the stroke of midnight.
All right, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Wendy Adelson, Wendiadelson.
How are you employed, Ms. Adelson?
I'm an attorney.
All right, and do you know...
That answer evolves over time, isn't it? You know, and by 2023, it's, are you an attorney? By training, yes. Kind of distancing herself away from the profession, you know. It's like, yeah.
Just a little bit, if you would, please, ma'am. All right?
Like, if you're a member of the Florida Bar, which she is, you are an attorney, no matter if that's your current occupation or not, right? I mean, that's the definition.
Attorney.
All right, how were you employed back in 2014?
I was employed at FSU Law School.
Okay, and were you a member of the Florida Bar at that time?
I was.
All right. And did you know Dan Markel?
Yes, I did.
How did you know Mr. Markel?
He was my husband.
When did you meet him?
This is my memory face. Whenever I have to go into my brain and find a memory, my memory face does this and looks up and to the right. Up and to the right.
Did you know Dan Markel?
Yes, I did.
How did you know Mr. Markel?
He was my husband.
When did you meet him?
We met in 2004.
Okay. And when did you marry?
We married in 2006.
Did you you ever live in Tallahassee?
I did live in Tallahassee.
When did you first move to Tallahassee?
We moved to Tallahassee in the fall, August of 2005, and we lived in Tallahassee that academic year, so from 2005 until the summer of 2006. And then we spent a year living in Miami from 2006 to 2007. And then I lived back in Tallahassee from 2007 to 2014.
Why did you move to Tallahassee the first time?
Well, that all fucking came out pretty quickly, isn't it? I don't know when I met my husband, or when he died, or how old he was when he died, but I'm going to give you my full fucking Tallahassee breakdown itinerary of my location movements over fucking 15 years. We lived here from 2014 to 2017, and it was just, what was it? All these deep access memories, and then we get the full fucking multi-year breakdown of address moves.
Moved to Tallahassee in the fall, August of 2005, and we lived in Tallahassee that.
August is a summer month. You know, what the fuck? July, August, September. Right? I mean, I guess it's fucking solstice to equinox, right? I mean, that's the deal, isn't it? Spring is March 21st until June 21st. And then summer takes us up until September 21st.
Academic year, so from 2005 until the summer of 2006. And then we spent a year living in Miami from 2006 to 2007. And then I lived back in Tallahassee from 2007 to 2014.
Why did you move to Tallahassee the first time?
The first time we moved to Tallahassee for Danny's job. He got a job at FSU Law School.
All right, and what about the second time?
And the second time we moved back to Tallahassee because he had tried to get a job at University of Miami Law School and it didn't work out.
All right, so both times it was for his employment?
Yes.
Okay, did you like living in Tallahassee?
I did.
All right, and did you live on Trescott Drive?
Loved it. It was so good. It was so good. It was like Tallahassee food trucks where there was so much choice. There was either chili or donuts. Or sometimes we could put them together and have chili donuts for the adventure seeker in me.
We did. That was our home.
And where are you from, Ms. Adelson?
I'm from Broward County originally.
Okay, and do you have family members?
I was with Taco up in Broward. My brother Taco's incarcerated. He's going through some tough times, and he helped your family out with this problem you had up north, your family problem up north. You've been helping Tudo and Katie, so you gotta help Taco.
Members in Broward currently?
I have one family member in Broward.
Where do you live currently? Or you can just tell us.
I live in Miami-Dade County.
And what about your parents? Where do they live?
They currently live in Miami-Dade County.
All right. And what about your brother, Charles Adelson?
He lives in Broward County.
All right.
So this is 6 years ago. 6 years ago. And at this point, as Wendy sits here today, the bump, big old pimple head gang member coming up to Donna on the street there, was 3 years ago. Where were you 3 years ago? I have no idea where I was. It's quite a while, isn't it? It's like, just think about all of the speculation and then the arrests that followed. Lewis is talking, Sigfredo is arrested, Katie's arrested. They're on to us. They've got the FBI agents coming to the fucking dental office asking for employment records for Catherine Magbanawar. Shit! Oh, it's like roaches. The roaches have been scattering for 3 fucking years about this, right? And Wendy comes in cool like a cucumber.
And do you have any children?
I do.
And how many children do you have?
I have 2 children.
What are their ages?
They are 10 and 8, turning 9 soon.
Okay, both boys?
Both boys.
And both the biological children of Dan Markel?
Yes.
How are your family members employed, specifically your parents and your brother?
My mom is not currently working very much. She helps out with my dad's office. My dad is a dentist, and my brother Charlie is a periodontist.
And does your family have a dental practice in South Florida?
They do.
That they own and operate?
They do.
Okay. Is your family in South Florida wealthy? I know it's a relative term.
Are you asking me to speculate?
No, I'm asking if they're wealthy. You may.
She thinks she's so fucking cool with this thing, doesn't she? You see, Wendy's certainly unusual, if not unique, as a witness in the first 2 trials, at least, because nobody, the state, who is direct examining, and then the 2 defense counsels cross, not one of them is on her side or for her story, right? Usually, when the state calls a witness that they believe, like if they call a cop, right? They're kind to them and polite because they're you know what I mean? It's like they're supporting their story, and then the defense will try and pick apart their story and be more aggressive. That's usually the format. Or if it's a defense witness, the same thing. The defense will work with the witness's story, and the prosecutor will come and pick it apart. But in this witness testimony, everyone's against it. It's unusual. And then everyone is for Jeff Lacasse, usually. Apart from, obviously, Daniel Rashbaum, who was kind to Wendy and mean to Jeff. Can you imagine being mean to Jeff Lacasse? After all he's been through.
If you don't know, you say you don't know.
It depends how you define wealthy.
Okay. Are they millionaires?
No.
Yeah, not on the books anyway. I mean, they've got multiple safes stacked with fucking millions of dollars and properties listed all over their place in holding companies, out of state holding companies. Yeah, but that's not on the books. So, as far as what the IRS believes, they are not millionaires.
When did you separate from Mr. Markel?
We separated in the fall of 2012.
And
we separated. That's a kind way to describe your Visigoth-like sacking of the marital home. How are the dining chairs? How is that half set of dining room chairs doing, Wendy? Have you still got them?
Part of the reason for your disagreement or separation having to do with how to raise the children in terms of your faith?
Yes, we had different ways of practicing our faith.
Okay. Do you know when you filed for divorce?
I believe it was the fall of 2012.
Okay, 9, 10.
Oh shit! That's what I was saying a minute ago. I got sidetracked by my own whatever. Wendy loves to do this thing. You know, no lawyer is on her side. So she, as an attorney who knows, you know, she does these like self-objections, right? Are you asking me to speculate? That's exactly the same as if a opposing counsel stood up and said, "Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation," right? And she does it with multiple, you know, there was a big one in Christopher DeCoste's cross-examination where he asked, "Who on this planet would have wanted to kill Professor Markel other than your family?" And she turns to the judge and says, "Your Honor, oh, Your Honor, can you believe this, Your Honor, this fucking Christopher DeCoste? I'd love to answer your question, except it calls for a massive amount of speculation." She loves to work those into the to her verbal output.
And 2012 sound right to you?
That sounds right.
And when you separated initially in the fall of 2012, did you move to South Florida with the kids?
No, I did not.
You didn't go to South Florida with the kids?
No, I did not.
Was it your desire during that time to move with the children to South Florida?
I would say right then, no, it wasn't.
Are you familiar with a court order ordering you to come back to Tallahassee from South Florida?
I'm not familiar with that.
When you moved out from the marital home there on Trescott Drive, you lived at another residence in Tallahassee, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall the address there?
I do. 3303 Aqua Ridge Way.
Okay.
Yeah, I do recall. Let me think. There were a lot of threes in the address. It was definitely some sort of ridge or way or.
Okay. And was there a time during the time that you were living there at Aqua Ridge that you determined that you would like to move to South Florida with the children?
There was.
All right. And were your parents very involved in trying to facilitate that relocation?
My parents were supportive of me moving to South Florida.
Would you describe your parents as being over involved in your personal business?
As compared to other people's parents?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I love Georgia for catching things like that, you know? I think a lot of people would just answer that question, you know, in the affirmative without catching the ludicrous question that was placed before them, you know. Of course, compared to other people's parents, what else would it be compared to? And Georgia gets it and she goes, yeah, you fucking idiot.
What was the child custody schedule when you were living at Aqua Ridge? And I assume Mr. Markel continued to live in the marital home on Trescott?
He did.
Okay, what was the custody situation?
Leslie asks, what does she keep looking at over to her right? Well, I would probably assume that John LaRoe is sitting to her right in the gallery, because on what would be Wendy's left side of the gallery is the, you know, Markel side, isn't it? And obviously people that are just watching, but the Markels are sat behind the prosecution, which is to Wendy's left. So I suppose it would make sense for John LaRoe to be to Wendy's right. Perhaps she's looking at him, we don't know.
With kids.
So the custody situation changed over time and depending on the part of the year. But I think in the beginning, we would do a Wednesday night overnight. It was about 50-50 shared custody, but I don't remember the exact arrangement. I do remember in the summertime it would switch to week on, week off, but during the school year it was slightly different.
So still 50-50, but not necessarily every other week. It was mixed up within the week.
It was.
Okay. And you mentioned that you did develop a desire to move to South Florida. Did you file a motion to that effect on January 14th, 2013?
That sounds, I did file a motion. I don't remember the exact date.
Okay.
But that sounds about right.
All right. And in that motion, did you make some allegations that Mr. Markel was making things difficult for you at work?
I did.
Okay. And was that motion granted or denied?
That motion was denied.
All right. Denied with prejudice?
I don't remember.
Okay.
If you have it, you can, I'm happy.
Yeah, different ways of practicing your faith. Dan went to synagogue and I eat bagels. Bacon bagels. With extra shrimp.
To take a look.
Okay. But in any event, you were not able to move at that time?
I did not move.
And were you upset about being stuck in Tallahassee?
I was relieved.
You were relieved. You wanted to stay in Tallahassee?
I was happy.
Yeah, you know, I had these 3 attorneys for $600 an hour apiece. And I went through like a full year of petitioning the court to relocate, dealing with my vicious mother and all of what that entailed. But finally, when Judge Hobbs made a decision and said, I am not allowing your relocation, it was a huge weight was lifted and I was relieved. I was so relieved to stay in Tallahassee where, you know, I have the food trucks and the book club and no access to all of the water sports that I love and exclusive sushi restaurants.
At my job.
Okay. Do you recall when your divorce to Mr. Markel became final?
The summer of 2013.
Okay. July 31st sound about right?
That sounds right.
Okay. Would you consider your divorce with Mr. Markel to be a nasty divorce?
I think most divorces aren't very pleasant.
Okay, but this one was like really unpleasant, right?
I found getting divorced to be unpleasant, yes.
And in the litigation that ensued between the two of you, you guys argued over things as small as a tennis racket, I noticed in one pleading.
I don't remember that.
Did he threaten to press kidnapping?
I think Georgia does show them to her, Sandra. She certainly shows them to Isom. I remember him saying, you know, I remember that specifically. I'm sure she shows them to Wendy as well. Yeah, she definitely does, because it's huge, and Georgia's asking her to, what is it? Georgia asks Wendy to... It's in Charlie's trial, and Wendy's got the huge filing of the divorce on the witness stand, and she's denying. Wendy's saying that there is something in there, and Georgia's saying, okay, it's not in there. Yeah, it was definitely shown to witnesses, but perhaps not admissible as evidence. But for recollection purposes, it was shown.
Charges against you?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
I don't remember that. No.
Did he threaten to go after your law license? Remember that?
I don't remember that, no.
Do you remember him saying you failed to disclose a bunch of assets in the divorce process?
I do remember that.
Okay, did you guys have any mediations as part of your divorce?
We did have mediations leading up to settlement.
2 8-hour mediations, correct?
I don't remember how long they were, but they seemed very long.
Yeah, and they both did not result in a resolution.
They did not.
Yeah. He wanted the bicycle back that my brother gave to him, and I said, no way, bitch. Plus, he stole my tennis racket. Hey, don't forget, guys, if you would like to support the channel, the best way to do that is on our very good affiliate site, buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Link in the description. We haven't put a goal on top of our chat today. Maybe I should do that now. People love the goals, right? People love the goals. But if you're hankering to support the channel and wish to do so, it's very, very easy. It's just buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Links in the description, and we so appreciate it, guys. We really do. It just couldn't be more appreciated. And yeah.
All right, but you did reach a settlement, I think, kind of just on the eve of a trial on the matter, correct?
That sounds right.
Do you remember this motion that was filed by your deceased ex-husband on March 26, 2014, involving, among other things, that had to do with your mother, an allegation that your mother was disparaging the children? I'm sorry.
Overruled.
Disparaging him to the children is what I meant to say. Are you familiar with that pleading?
I am familiar with that pleading.
All right, and in that pleading, did he allege that you were depriving him of physical access to the children?
I don't remember the specifics.
Do you recall whether he was complaining about you refusing to communicate with him about right of first refusal to the children during your time with them?
I know he was frustrated about the Skyping.
Lack of communication via Skype.
It's hard to Skype with two toddlers, yes.
All right, and in that motion, do you recall him being upset about an allegation that you let the kids eat non-kosher foods?
I remember him being upset about that in general, but I don't remember whether it was in a motion or not.
What does that mean, non-kosher foods?
So kosher rules have to do with the separation of milk and meat, or dairy and meat. So non-kosher foods would be meat that hasn't been killed in a way that conforms with Jewish law, or the mixing of the two.
And is observing those types of eating habits something that's important to you?
It is not important to me.
And was it something that was important to Dan Markel?
It was important to Danny.
And it was important to him that the children observed that way of eating, correct?
It was.
And in that motion, did he seek to restrict your mother's contact with the kids to supervised visits only?
I don't remember, but if you'd like to show me the motion, I can take a look.
Okay, but you don't remember that portion?
No.
All right. Do you remember the allegation that your mother made statements to the children that Grandma hates you?
Overruled.
Grandma says you're stupid. Your father is trying to take my sunshines away. Anything like that?
Hey, we did create a goal at the top of the chat, guys. Do you think we should get a good FaceTime camera and do FaceTime streams? Do you think that would build trust for the channel? Because you know some of those other channels, you can see them. You can see them, but all you can see is my logo. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's time. Maybe it's time that we do FaceTime streams. I don't know. Or maybe I think some people prefer the fact that it's more mysterious. I've heard that opinion. Mysterious what? It's a fucking true crime YouTube channel. There's nothing mysterious about it. There's a case. We're talking about it. That's it. All right, well, if you want to support FaceTime streams, help us out, because you know what we want? We want a decent, because even with the beast, even with the fantastic Metrix beast supercomputer here, oh my God, it's so good, guys, so good. We haven't even touched the sides of the power, but the webcam's still not that great, and it's a bad angle. You know, it's like down here, but yeah, we should get a decent camera. If you want to support the Metrix vision, the Metrix dream, the FaceTime dream, help us out with a super chat on the goal at the top of the chat, or buy us a coffee, or 10 coffees on buymeacoffee.com/TrueCrimeMetrix.
Recall?
No, but again, I'm happy to look at it if you'd like to show me.
I understand. Do you recall that Mr. Markel was seeking sanctions?
I understand. I understand. She might as well have said there, cut the shit, okay? Yeah, I got it. I got it. You're maintaining this bullshit testimony. I got it. I understand.
Against you personally in that motion?
I don't remember that.
Do you know whether this would have been a motion that you would have shown to your mother? Would she have been aware of it?
I probably would have shown my mom the motion.
Is it fair to say that your parents are very protective of you?
I think that's fair to say.
Is it fair to say that your brother is very protective of you?
Neville Darling says she moved $350,000 out of the joint account before the settlement. I'll never get over that. No, that was money put aside for the boys, Neville, okay? Donna and Harvey had to pay for her grocery shopping during that tough time. I mean, the fucking nerve. And then she lies on her, what do you call it? Financial affidavit, or is that the right word? The declaration of her financial assets when it comes to the court divvying up the marital. Oh God, it's getting late, isn't it? The marital assets. She basically said, I don't have any money and he needs to support the boys. Well, what about the 350 grand? That's set aside. My parents are buying me fucking celery, okay? I can't afford celery. And you want me to pay for their education? Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. I need celery and eggs. Wedding ring? Oh, the priceless heirloom Holocaust diamond wedding ring. Well, he gave it to me. Disclosure. Thank you, Vegigo.
I think that's fair to say.
Okay. What about Dan Markel? Did your family like him?
Do you want to specify a point in time?
Well, I'm specifically thinking of
Specify a point in time. How about we specify the point in time where your mother is writing, let's show this fuck. We want him ticked off. We want to squeeze the blood out of his head. Did your parents like Professor Markel? This motherfucker.
statement you made in the interview after his death, where you indicated that your parents were very angry with him. Is that accurate?
At that point in time, during our divorce, I do think they were angry with him. They felt like he had treated me badly.
Yeah. He hurt their daughter. He hurt their daughter. Oh. What the fucking nerve of this fucking cunt. Excuse me. That's what she is. I mean, is that language a little strong? Maybe. But she is a fucking cunt.
And the motion to preclude your mom from having unsupervised contact with your kids, that was still pending at the time of his murder, correct?
That's possible. I mean, I don't think anyone took that motion very seriously.
Okay. Did your mom take it seriously?
I don't think so.
Did Dan Markel take it seriously?
I don't know how Danny felt about a motion. If he wrote the motion, he was probably taking it seriously.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point. Just like your motion that you were relieved at when it got denied. Maybe Danny would have been denied if the judge had said, yeah, Wendy, take the kids to Miami, and Markel, you have to pay for everything. Maybe he would have been relieved.
I want to approach with some emails. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 80?
Your Honor, could I see what the state's approaching? Your Honor, and I'm going to I don't know if you want to do it now or I'm going to request a sidebar on this.
What's that?
I'm going to request a sidebar on this one.
The letter identified first.
Hey, you know what I'd be interested in, guys, in the chat? Oh, maybe we could do this as a poll. Yeah, that'd be good. I'm interested in what time zone everyone's in, because the numbers on tonight's stream, in terms of the viewers, has been pretty good, better than average. And I don't know why that is. I was really late putting it on, and I only had 3 minutes to make a thumbnail, so that's not very attractive. It's not one of our best. And I didn't even put any thought into the metadata, the title and all of that good stuff that helps us get... and the first hour or 2 hours was just me rambling into the microphone. I just wonder why this stream has had more attention than what is average for our channel. Let's do a poll on time zones.
This is State's Exhibit 80. Just take a moment and flip through, make sure this is the exhibit you've seen previously.
I've been shown these exhibits.
Okay. And are these exhibits fair and accurate copies of emails between yourself and your mother, Donna Adelson?
They are.
Okay. And the email addresses on this exhibit, donnaharvey@gmail.com. Whose address is that?
My parents have a joint email address.
Okay, but you were communicating with one of them in particular and these emails, right?
Whoever signed the email, but it could be from either or both of them.
Okay, either could have used it, but we can deduce from who signed it who this one was from?
That sounds right.
Okay, and WendyAdelson@gmail.com, is that you?
That is me.
All right, Judge, at this time I asked to move into evidence, State's Exhibit.
We'll go sidebar. Let me give a brief legal explanation to the jury. You've heard a number of hearsay objections about things that were said by Mr. Markel, things that are in these emails by another person who may not be testifying. Normally, we refer to those things as hearsay.
Hey, Paul M is in GMT, like me, same time zone. But I can only do 4 on the poll, poll. So yeah, I'm just gonna do the North America. Well, I mean not the Western Hemisphere. That's what it should be. How many Brazilians do we have? How many Colombians do we have?
Hearsay, and they're not allowed without the person actually testifying, but there are a whole bunch of exceptions to that. And one of the exceptions to that is when it's not being offered to prove that what's said is true, but simply to show that it has been said because there's some relevance to the fact that these statements were made. So I am not offering these statements to show they're true. These persons, I mean, obviously Mr. Markel can't be here for us to have cross-examination of him. We don't anticipate that the other Miss Adelson will be here as a witness. We can't test. The attorneys will not be able to test that to see whether that's true or not, but I am allowing it for limited purposes to show state of mind of these persons. So you may proceed, Ms. Kappelman.
Yes, Your Honor. I noticed in the emails that...
Oh, can you hear that, Danielle? I got a Zippo here. We'll get fancy. Isn't that better?
Your mother referring to who I think is Dan Markel, as Jibbers. What does that mean?
Jibbers was a nickname that I gave Danny when he was being really difficult and causing me a lot of pain. Was sort of a nickname I gave him to...
Where the fuck did this excuse come from, you know? I mean, let's try and assume that this is real, okay? So Wendy would have us believe that she was the victim of emotional abuse, at the very least. I think she thinks it's way too much of a reach to claim physical abuse, but emotional abuse. He didn't read my book. Of course he didn't like fiction, so why would he read my book? You know. So she's under intense stress from this tyrannical, emotionally abusive dictator of a husband who won't allow the divorce and insists on entrapping her and tying her up in litigation just to twist the blade into her broken heart, right? So in order to cope with that, she invented a soft, cuddly name. Like it was a choice between Jibbers or Mr. Fuzzy Wugglepuff. That would have been genius, right? Imagine if Donna's emails were like, let's show this fuck Mr. Fuzzy Wugglepuff what it's like to mess with the fucking Adelson family. We're gonna get Mr. Fuzzy Wugglepuff so pissed off that when he's in front of Judge Hobbs, the judge will say, Mr. Fuzzy Wugglepuff, all your motions are denied with prejudice. Get out of my courtroom, Mr. Fuzzy Wugglepuff.
Make him feel less threatening.
So it was a derogatory thing?
I wouldn't say it was derogatory.
Did you call him that to his face?
No, I called him Danny to his face.
Okay.
And Jibbers would be what? How would you spell that?
Oh, here we go. I think it starts with a silent M.
I don't know that I ever spelled it out. In the emails, I think it's spelled with a J, but I guess you could spell it with a G.
Jibbers.
That would be one way to...
Ms. Adelson, you had Mr. Markel's phone number programmed into your phone as Jibbers, didn't you?
That's right.
Do you know much about your brother Charles Adelson's business practices?
I know that he does implant surgery.
Mm-hmm. Do you know anything about whether he offers discounts for cash or does a lot of business in cash?
I have no idea.
Do you know if there's a safe in your parents' house that has stacks of cash inside?
I don't know about a safe with stacks of cash.
So you don't have a stack of cash in your parents' safe that's Wendy's stack?
No.
Okay. Did Charlie Adelson like Dan Markel? And again, I'm referring to the time frame before his death.
I mean, I think he was also... He would listen to me when I would tell him about things I was upset about at the time with the divorce. So whether he liked him or didn't like him, he certainly was supportive of me.
Okay, but he never expressed any dislike?
No.
Did he mention hiring a hitman to kill your husband?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
No.
Did he ever joke about he looked into hiring a hitman, but buying you a TV as a divorce present would be cheaper?
He did make that joke. He tended to repeat himself, and sometimes he would make jokes that weren't very funny about all kinds of things.
All right, and was that TV, did he buy you a TV as a divorce present?
He did.
And was that TV the same TV that was being repaired at your residence at the time that your husband was murdered?
It was.
Who made the arrangements for that TV repair?
I did.
Your mom didn't make those arrangements?
I don't believe so.
And the repairman was at your house that morning that your husband died between 8:30 and 9:15. Do you agree with that?
I remember he was supposed to come between 8 and noon, and then he ended up coming on the early side.
That's when he arrived, between 8:30 and 9:15?
It's my best recollection.
Did Charlie ever say that he considered all possible options to take care of the problem being Dan Markel?
Objection, hearsay, and,
Oh.
Your Honor, I just have a standing objection, so I don't keep
You
interrupting
bet.
Mr. Beckman. Thank you.
Did he ever say that?
No.
After the murder of Mr. Markel, did Charlie Adelson take you out for a celebration dinner?
No.
Do you recall any dinner shortly after Mr. Markel's death where you were with Mr. Charlie Adelson and vomited?
I do remember that dinner. I'm sorry?
Go ahead, I interrupted you.
After Danny died, I was terrified that someone was going to come after me or my children and harm us as well. And so I didn't leave my house for about a month. And when I finally felt ready to leave the house and have dinner, I told my brother that I wanted to have dinner, that I was ready to finally go to a restaurant and eat a meal again. And I'd barely eaten for a full month, just out of grief and shock. And so that night, when I finally ate for the first time, they ended up taking a while before they sat us, and they sat us at the bar, and I had a drink. And I wasn't used to eating anything or drinking alcohol, and I threw up at the table. The only time in my life I've done something like that, but it was certainly not a celebration.
And you never heard your brother refer to it in that way?
No.
Okay. Were you involved in any way in a plot to kill Dan Markel?
No.
Do you have any knowledge other than the statements you said your brother made or the jokes your brother made? Do you have any knowledge of anyone being involved in a plot to kill your husband?
No.
Do you know Catherine Magbanois?
I have met her before.
How do you know her?
We met one time at dinner when I came home, and my brother introduced me to her. And I think we might have gone to the beach once with her and a friend for a few hours.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 36. Is that a photograph of you and Catherine Magbanois at the beach?
With her friend, yes.
Okay, and do you remember the friend's name?
I don't.
All right, is this a fair and accurate photograph from that event?
That looks like the three of us.
Okay, we got news of a new motion hearing set for June 13th, 9 a.m., courtroom 3B, for 2.5 hours. Nice. I hope we're going to have a professional network with good audio equipment recording that. To discuss the defendant's motion for a change of venue. Well, I don't think that will likely be granted. You know, historically, that hasn't gone well. Thank you, Neverly, for sending that hot off the press. All interested parties are hereby notified of said motion hearing. A capias for where's our legal mind? Danielle Savoy, what the fuck is a capias? A capias for the defendant's arrest will be issued if they fail to appear. Well, she's in custody, so so she'll be in court then for that. Good. We like seeing Donna in court. How's the balloon diet going? It's all carbs, spaghetti and potatoes.
Yes. Do you recall when this was taken?
I don't.
Okay. Does Father's Day weekend 2014 sound correct?
So June 2014, that's
Yes, ma'am.
possible.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck is fucking with me.
All right. Would it refresh your memory to look at the data?
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck is fucking with me. It never gets old. I was gonna change it. Well, we should change it for the Charlie trial. I'm still looking for the perfect coffee alert. And thank you, Buika, for the 5 coffees on buymeacoffee.com. That's much appreciated, Buika. Thank you so much for supporting the channel.
Associated with that photograph?
Sure.
Okay. Take a look at this top block there that references this photo. Tell me if you can advise when the photo was taken.
It looks like it was taken on June 15th, 2014.
All right, and do you know where the photo was taken?
I think that's South Beach.
All right, I got the legal definition. Capias is a Latin word that translates in English to for the taking of. A capias warrant is the formal phrase, but can be shortened to just capias. Capias warrants are issued by judges that authorize law enforcement officials to arrest an individual and hold them until they can appear for a court case. So yeah, it's a warrant, essentially.
Close to where your parents were living in a condo?
Yes.
And did you say how you know Ms. Magbanwa?
She was
Sorry, Neville, I didn't see you you jump the shark there, but yeah, there you go.
dating my brother.
Judge, at this time I ask to introduce stakes 36.
Sir, objection.
None for Mr. Garcia, Judge.
None for Ms. McDonald, Your Honor.
It'll be admitted.
Oh, Leslie, thank you so much. That's a good one. I love that. I was at Skyline Chili eating a bowl of chili. Oh, that's still got to be merch. That's still got to be merch. Got to take some time to set up our new merch store with a decent, reputable company. Cynthia!
Alright, so which one is you?
I'm the one in the middle.
And which one's Ms. Magbanwa?
The one on the left-hand side to the right of me in the photo.
Alright, and this one is her friend?
Yes.
Ms. Magbanwa.
Yes.
Approach and show you one more photo. States exhibit 37. Recognize this photo?
I don't recognize that photo, but I recognize the people in it.
Okay, who's in it?
That's my brother, and I think that's Katie.
Alright, is Katie Catherine Magbanwa?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate photo of the two of them when, I guess, around the time that they were dating?
That looks right.
Judge, at this time I'd ask to move to the states 37.
Sir, objection.
Yes, Your Honor, this witness is not able to properly authenticate that picture in terms of when it was taken and where it was taken, so I would object.
Sustained.
Your brother dated Catherine Magbanwa?
Yes.
Okay. And was that the context in which you became acquainted with her? Was through your brother?
Yes.
Do you know when they began seeing each other, your brother and Miss Magbanwa?
I have no idea.
Do you know when they stopped seeing each other?
I have no idea.
Do you know whether the relationship between your brother and Miss Magbanwa was a serious relationship?
I met many, many girlfriends of my brother's over the years. I didn't get any indication that it was a serious relationship.
Okay. He's a guy that has a lot of girlfriends.
He has had a lot of girlfriends.
How many girlfriends has he had since Catherine Magbanwa?
I have no idea.
Several?
Probably.
And does he have a child with someone now?
He does have a child.
How old is your brother?
43?
Has he ever been married?
No.
Do you know whether your brother makes a practice of giving gifts to his former girlfriends?
I have no idea.
Are you aware of any specific gift he's ever given to a former girlfriend?
No.
Do you know Sigfredo Garcia?
No.
Have you ever met him?
No.
I want to ask you about the week prior to Mr. Markel's murder, like June 30th through July 10th, 2014. Were you in South Florida that week?
I know I was in South Florida for my father's 70th birthday. My dad's birthday is July 5th. I don't remember if his party was on his actual birthday or a little before or a little after, but I remember I went down for his birthday.
Can you tell the jury whether or not you were in South Florida on July 1st, 2014?
I couldn't say for sure.
Okay, but
I may have traveled that day. I don't remember exactly when I went down. I only remember I was there for probably about a week and that I went down for my dad's birthday. But I couldn't tell you more exactly than that.
Your dad's birthday's on the 5th?
It is.
What month?
Of July?
Was Mr. Markel planning to leave town the day after he was murdered?
I believe he was.
Do you know where he was going?
I believe he was going to New York to visit his girlfriend.
And how?
To visit his girlfriend.
How old was Mr. Markel when he was killed?
He was born in 1972, and he died in July of 2014, before his birthday's in October. He was 41.
41 years old?
Yes.
Did law enforcement in this case analyze your cell phone?
I gave them my cell phone.
Okay. And in your cell phone, you have some contacts for Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson, and Charlie Adelson, as well as Gibbers, who we've established as Dan Markel. Are all the phone numbers in your phone for them accurate phone numbers for those folks?
I would imagine so.
Okay. And I want to ask you about some recorded phone calls that were taken in association with this case. Did you have an opportunity to review a disc of some of those phone calls?
I did. The phone calls weren't played.
I'm sorry, hold on just a minute.
Yeah.
All right, so I provided you with a disc, correct?
Yes.
And a list of the specific phone calls and the voices on the specific phone calls that I was asking you whether you could identify.
Yes.
All right. And did you initial next to the letters of those calls that you were able to identify?
I did.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you State's Exhibit 175.
Okay, gummy dolphins on acid. What's happening, gummy dolphin? This Mr. Metrix is doing the best work in true crime on the worldwide internet. let us commend him and provide him with a key to the city so he may ride the elephant in the old rusty cage. That's exactly what I was thinking.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Well, thank you, Gummy Dolphin, for the... are you referring to me? Okay. Well, I appreciate it.
We didn't listen to the phone calls from beginning to end for each one, but that we were able to listen to parts of the phone calls so that we could authenticate who was speaking on the phone call.
Okay, and when you say we, who are you referring to?
Myself and my attorney.
Okay, so you listened to, you felt enough of the phone call in order to be able to tell me whose voice was on the call?
That's right.
Okay, and when you initial next to the highlighted portions, okay, I guess I should say, the calls are listed by letter and number, each call, and then I have highlighted the names that I am asking you to authenticate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and if you've initialed next to that call, does that signify that you were able to authenticate that the highlighted names on that call were the voices of those people?
Correct.
Okay, so namely Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence states 175.
There's an objection from Ms. McElroy, Judge. I
Your
can't.
legal objection.
Your Honor, I think it would require a speaking objection, so I'm not sure how you'd like to handle
State
it.
your legal objection.
The legal objection is going to be relevance at this point and improper foundation.
All right, I'll overrule that objection. No.
Do you think Judge Hankinson ever got, like, you know, gave anyone a break? Like, oh, he's so funny. It's just like, yeah, no. Or when Christopher DeCosta's like, well, that's not going to give us enough time to depose the witness. He's like, yeah, well, that's your problem. Like, usually judges obviously have their authority and administer it, but Judge Hankinson seems to make an extra point of being completely uninterested in listening to horse shit. Yeah, it's overruled. No.
Say exhibit 175.
I want to talk about your location on the day of Mr. Markel's murder. You know that law enforcement looked at your phone and sort of looked at your movements that day?
Yes.
Okay. And that information indicates you were home at the Aqua Ridge residence at approximately 12:27 in the afternoon that day. Is that correct?
I don't remember exactly what time, but that sounds right. I know I had left to meet some friends for lunch, so I guess I had left. I was home until that time. That sounds right.
All right. So it seems like kind of around lunchtime, about half afternoon.
Sure.
All right. And then shortly after that at
Or noon 30, as Chandler Halderson would say. How are we doing on this poll, guys? So the majority are still in Eastern Time, which it's like, almost 2 a.m., huh? 41% Eastern, 31% Central, 3% Mountain, and 26% Pacific. Yeah, keep voting on the poll. How many people we got in chat now? Oh, we still got good numbers. But a lot of people haven't voted. Let's vote in the poll. Can you guys see the results as it's happening or not? Let's show the results. Click on the poll and tell us where you are. I could only put 4 options, and I'm guessing most people are in North America. Apart from our substantial following and ever-growing following in Bangladesh. Dhaka! Good morning, Dhaka. Okay. Close.
1229, it appears you were traveling on Centerville Road. Is that a normal way that you would ingress and egress from your Aqua Ridge residence?
That sounds right.
All right, and when you left your residence, you said you were going to lunch. Did you go directly to lunch?
No, I stopped and made a purchase for a party that I was supposed to attend first.
And what was that purchase?
It was my first time purchasing bourbon. It was for not a bride.
Yeah, and you couldn't even fucking do that right. It was rye that you bought. It was my first time purchasing bourbon and I got it wrong.
Shower. It was for a bachelor, no, it was for a wedding party, but it was the bride and groom together, and they had asked for people to buy certain alcohol to help them.
Like a stock the bar party.
A stock the bar party. I forgot what it's called.
Okay. And do you remember what type of bourbon you purchased?
I don't.
Does Bullet bourbon sound familiar?
Maybe. It was.
All right.
They had a list of what they wanted, and so I asked the person at the store if they had.
Hey, look, we've got our first AI viewer. AI Wilson. Fascinating. Hey, say something clever in Mandarin.
Whatever kind it was.
Okay. And do you recall where you went to purchase the alcohol?
I think I went on Thomasville Road at ABC Liquor.
Okay. Is there a reason you went to that particular store?
No, I don't know many liquor stores. That was the first one that popped up.
All right. And you made that purchase according to the receipt that was in your vehicle at 12:49. Does that sound about right to you?
Fucking
That
A,
sounds
bro.
right.
I'm gonna fucking fuck
And
up
did you
whoever
make
the fuck
any
is fucking with
stop?
me.
Thanks so much, Kyle, aka Pariah. Thank you, Kyle, for the coffee on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Yeah. But if you don't like coffees, anyone else, you can always support the channel via our goal at the top of the chat with a super chat, super stickers, Patreon memberships, whatever.
Stops between leaving your residence and going to the liquor store?
Maybe I purchased gas?
I don't know if you did or not, but I'm referring to your visit to the crime scene.
I did not visit the crime scene.
Okay. You did not pull up to the crime scene tape on Truscott Drive?
No. I was driving on Centerville Road, and sometimes I would take the shortcut through Truscott.
Yes, ma'am.
But when I was driving on Centerville Road, I saw some sort of tape or obstruction, and so I didn't turn.
Okay. And then you went from liquor store straight to the restaurant?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right. And what restaurant was that?
What was the name of that restaurant?
Mosaic?
Mosaic.
Have you seen the photographs that were taken of your vehicle?
I have not. That looks like my car. That looks like bourbon, yeah.
Who had your kids the morning that Mr. Markel was killed?
The kids were at preschool.
But I mean, at what home did they wake up that day?
That morning, I think they were at Danny's house.
Did you stand to gain anything from your husband's death, like financially?
No.
Do you know how much the lawyers that assisted you with the divorce process and litigation that followed the divorce, do you know how much they cost?
How much my lawyers
How
or
much you
Danny's
spent on
lawyers?
lawyers, yeah.
I honestly don't remember.
Fair to say it was a lot of money?
It felt like a lot of money to me.
How many different lawyers did you have during the pendency of your divorce and the litigation that followed?
I had 3.
Do you know how many Mr. Markel had?
I don't remember.
Do you remember your mom suggesting a plan to offer Danny $1 million to allow the relocation of you and the children to South Florida?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
I'm sure I knew about it at the time that it happened, and then I had my memory refreshed about it recently.
Did you ever make the offer to Mr. Markel?
No.
Did you move to South Florida after their father was killed?
It was a very quiet denial, wasn't it? I always whisper my denials very... No. Very... Did you ever make the offer to Markel? No. No.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
I'm sure I knew about it at the time that it happened, and then I had my memory refreshed about it recently.
Did you ever make...
Yes, I went to my lawyer and I said, I don't remember anything. And he said, step into the memory machine. I love how she talks about having her memory refreshed like it's a cosmetic service. Like, yeah, I got my nails done and I pedicure, and then I had my memory refreshed with a tea tree and eucalyptus balm.
Make the offer to Mr. Markel?
No.
Did you move to South Florida after their father was killed with the children?
So after he was killed, I packed a weekend bag and went to South Florida for what I thought would be a couple of days, maybe a week. My son's birthday was July 29th, and I thought we'd be back in town.
I packed a weekend bag. I fucking hate the way she says that. You know, it's very childlike, isn't it? This is Wendy's big thing. We saw a lot of it in the interview. This childlike sort of charming disposition. I packed a weekend bag. You know, it might work on Uncle Isom, but you're in Georgia's house now, okay? Child time is over, okay? Fucking listen to this bitch again.
The children?
So after he was killed, I packed a weekend bag and went to South Florida for what I thought would be a couple of days, maybe a week. My son's birthday was July 29th, and I thought we'd be back in Tallahassee by then.
Did you ever come back?
I did come back a few times, but not permanently.
Okay, so you ended up moving there.
And why not? You know, so you left, you packed a weekend bag, left for what you thought would be a couple of days, maybe a week. So, I mean, you know, it's going to take you a whole day to drive there. That's not even believable even without the murder. I mean, you know, yeah, I drove a whole day and then I stayed for a day, and then the next day we packed and then came back. Yeah, okay, so I drove down for a couple of days, maybe a week. My son's birthday is July 29th, and I thought we'd be back for then. Okay, why? Why did you think you'd be back for then? Was there What's the relevance of your son's birthday? Was there a party? Did he have friends? I mean, he was, this is the older son, so Ben, he's turning, he was turning, he's born in 2009, so 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. He was turning 5, right? So, I mean, I guess he could have friends. But, you know, would they be good enough if they're from Tallahassee? Probably not.
Permanently.
I wouldn't say it's permanent, but I'm living there right now.
Okay. Well, it's been 5 years.
It has been a while. I've been exploring options for employment in many different places.
Okay. And when you initially left to go to South Florida, was that the same day as the funeral service for your husband?
It's Al Wilson.
Was it the day after?
It might have been the day after or the day after that. I don't remember.
Did you change your children's last name from Markel to Adelson?
I did.
When was that done?
So, after Danny died, there was a lot of press coverage.
Hey, Acapella, let me ask you a question. Do you have a mechanical keyboard?
And CNN put pictures of my children's faces unblurred on national television. Newspapers put their names without any consideration to the fact that they're children. And
I appreciate that, but the question is when did you change their names?
When they started school, I registered them under my name, hoping it would keep them safe.
Mm-hmm. Keep them safe from what? I mean, why is this never unpacked? What were you fearful of? You know, I mean, you know, in the interview stage, after she has Jane come into the interrogation room and prompts her to mention Jeff Lacasse. Oh, I didn't even think about Jeff. I hope to God not. Then she starts really pushing for it. Like, Isom asks her to verify a photograph of Jeff, and she's like, oh, this is really weird. It looks like a strange mugshot. Oh, God. And then later when she's talking to Sarah, it's like, Jeff sounds crazy when I talk about him like this. Or, does he have a gun? I would guess no, but he is former military. You know, it's like, it's this very not so unobvious, indirect probing of the Jeff thing. She's clearly leaning in that direction. And when she says, there's a crazy person on the loose, and I have keys all over Tallahassee, and I would like you to find whoever it is. But, you know, we know that she was speaking with Jeff after the interview. She told him about the celebration dinner. She said, oh, I was trying to protect you. I was trying to protect you. And then she fucking threw her toys out of her pram when she, what was it? He'd started seeing another woman, or sort of maybe seeing another woman who was what was it? It was like she was a lawyer or something. Or some kind of legal counsel. And Wendy, it was then that she cut contact as far as I remember. So she doesn't think it's Jeff, is my point, when she's supposedly scared for the children's safety in Miami. Oh, I better register them under a different name. You know, my name. How about a brand new name? How about Broomfield. You know, Lincoln Broomfield and Ben Broomfield. Ben Broomfield. I love it. If I ever write a novel, the protagonist will definitely be named Ben Broomfield. I'm writing it down. Ben Broomfield. Yeah, that would have been loads better, right? Who was she afraid of? Amy Adler's husband? Fuck off. Ooh, she's recently divorced, so if you're looking for someone that's not too happy with Danny, I don't know how things ended. Fuck off, you fucking sick bitch.
And was that approximately a year after their dad was killed?
It was whenever I registered Ben for school, so it was soon after. But I didn't legally change their name until after that.
Okay. And where did they start school? When you say you changed their name when they started school, was that here in Tallahassee or somewhere else?
No, it was in South Florida.
So that fall, they started regular enrollment like you would in the normal beginning of the school year?
That's right.
Okay. And did you also eliminate your older son's middle name?
When I legally changed their names, I did.
And you just dropped that from the name?
I did.
Okay. And that was a name that came from Dan Markel's deceased maternal grandmother, is that correct?
The name started with an A, which was to honor my grandfather, Aaron Adelson, and the second half of his name was to honor Danny's grandmother.
Which is apparently a thing in the Jewish faith. When I first heard that, not knowing certain practices or traditions within the Jewish faith, I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? The name starts with an A, and that honors your ancestor Aaron Adelson, but the name isn't Aaron. I was just like, what the fuck? That's a real reach. But apparently that's a thing that happens where they if I'm called Metrix and I give the middle name to my son of Manuel, that would honor me.
Okay. So we lost an honor to both families.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Proceed.
Ms. Adelson, I represent Mr. Garcia, and I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Okay.
Hey, acapella, write this down. Check out the Keychron K3 Pro. That's a front runner that I've been looking at. It's low profile, but clicky. And I don't know, I recently got sucked into the fucking wormhole of all of that stuff, and I can't believe how much fucking variety. I mean, and then I thought, yeah, I do want a computer keyboard that sounds like raindrops when I type. I don't know. Keychron K3 Pro.
Charlie.
Oh shit.
Hi, last.
Where were we?
I don't know anything about that. I don't think they're living together anymore, but they lived together for a while.
Would you agree with me that your brother Charlie was...
Recall where you went to purchase the alcohol?
I think I went on Thomasville Road at...
Did you stand to gain anything from your husband's death, like financially?
No.
Man, do we need to go forward more? I wasn't looking, and have we played this bit?
Do you know how much the lawyers that assisted you with the divorce process and litigation that followed the divorce, do you know how much they cost?
How much my lawyers
How
or
much you
Danny's
spent on
lawyers?
lawyers, yeah.
I honestly don't remember.
Fair to say it was a lot of money?
It felt like a lot of money to me.
How many different lawyers did you have during the pendency of your divorce and the litigation that followed?
I had 3.
Do you know how many Mr. Markel had?
I don't remember.
Do you remember your mom suggesting a plan to offer?
Hey, we're neck and neck with Central Pacific. I suppose as we move later in the day, what time is it in LA right now? It's like, it's not even midnight.
Danny $1 million to allow the relocation of you and the children to South Florida?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Start of Mr. Hand Grenade.
And was
then-
that a problem?
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Adelson, I represent Mr. Garcia, and I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Okay.
Oh, she toys with this guy. It's just like a mean cat playing with a mouse with a broken leg.
Charlie's your older brother or younger brother?
I'm the youngest in the family, so both my brothers are my older brothers.
And how many years older is Charlie than you?
He's approximately 3 years older.
Would you describe your relationship with your brother as a close relationship?
I would.
And the brother I'm referring to is Charlie. And just for the record, all the questions that I have with regards to brothers is going to be focused just on your brother Charlie, okay?
Okay.
Charlie graduated high school,
He did.
college,
He did.
dental school,
He did.
so he has substantial educational background.
Yes.
Would you consider him to be book smart?
He did very well in his classes.
So that would potentially be a yes.
yes.
What about street smart? Do you think he was kind of street smart?
I think he's good with people.
And would it be fair to say that he has a wide range of friends, different types of friends?
He has a lot of friends.
Would you say, well, are there certain friends that he goes out nightclubbing with?
I don't know. He doesn't talk to me about nightclubbing.
Okay. Well, when you have...
Oh, he doesn't talk to me about those lewd activities, night clubbing, disco. Oh, is that clubbing? Is that what clubbing is? I don't know what clubbing is. I'm a simple woman. I drive a minivan. I drive a minivan to my job, and I look after the boys.
When he has social events, do you ever go out with him socially?
I haven't in a long time. I'm pretty busy with my kids. But I have once or twice gone out with him.
And is it the same types of friends that he goes out to these?
Look, Amy's going to have a go at me now for not acknowledging her arrival, but we're talking on WhatsApp anyway. Hello, Amy. Welcome to the live chat.
These social events with?
He would usually go with his roommate, who's... I don't think they're living together anymore, but they lived together for a while.
Would you agree with me that your brother Charlie was, I don't want to call him like a socialite, but he would frequent the nightclub scene?
I honestly don't know that.
So your single brother is a pretty handsome guy, right?
I think he's handsome.
Right. We've seen his pictures. Good-looking guy.
Oh, there.
Never been married, right?
Oh, did I miss it? I think he's handsome. I think he's so handsome.
No.
And what kind of car does he have?
For a while, what does he have? What is he driving right now?
Well,
He likes cars. Like
He has a lot of cars, right? And these aren't like...
This is another big thing, right? Oral fixation. If you move your mouth a lot when you talk, it makes people think of oral sex. Right? Check out her mouth here.
Pretty handsome guy, right?
I think he's handsome.
Right. We've seen his pictures. Good
What is it she says? She says...
looking guy. Never been married, right?
No.
And what kind of car does he have?
For a while, what does he have? What is he driving right now?
Well,
He likes cars. Like
He has a lot.
He likes cars. That's the bit. Can we do a freeze frame on her 15,000 mouth muscles moving there?
And what kind of car does he have?
For a while, what does he have? What is he driving right now? He likes cars.
Yep, in all your glory hole. Nice glory hole. Okay, we're screenshotting this. Oh, Wendy, you are a picture.
Cars. Like he
has a lot of cars, right? And these aren't like Hondas or Toyotas. They're Mercedeses and Ferraris, right?
He drove an unmarked police car for a while.
But that wasn't my question. My question was, did he ever have a Mercedes?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, and it wasn't like a C300. It was like a 5 Series, right?
I honestly don't know anything about cars.
Well, it was the bigger Mercedes, right?
It was big.
It was the bigger one. And he also had a Ferrari, right?
I know he had one really fancy car, but I don't remember what brand it was.
Okay. So you're telling this jury that you don't remember if your brother had a Ferrari?
Cars are really not important to me. You saw mine. I drove a minivan.
Well, but you're not your brother, right?
I am not my brother.
And
No,
you-
I knew he had a fancy car. I just don't remember if it was a Porsche or if it was a Ferrari. It was something fancy.
Something kind of fancy,
Yeah.
right? Okay. So you have a pretty successful brother, right?
He's successful, yeah.
And he likes to show off his success with his extravagant cars, correct?
He likes fancy cars.
Okay. Handsome guy, in good shape, right?
He's handsome.
And you indicated that he had a lot of girlfriends, right?
Yes.
Now, I know you didn't go clubbing with him, but were you aware that he would go to like Miami Beach a lot?
I mean,
Or South Beach?
Sure. I mean,
Let's get the constipated owl.
I know you didn't go clubbing with him, but were you aware that he would go to like Miami Beach a lot?
Are we ready? Push! Squeeze! Squeeze! Oh! Oh! Oh!
Or South Beach?
Sure. I mean, I couldn't say how often he went out or where he was going. It's just not something I would really talk to him about.
When your brother took you out to dinner and you vomited, do you remember what the restaurant was?
I do.
Which restaurant was it?
It's called Uvia.
Okay, where's that located?
It's on Lincoln Road.
Okay, and Lincoln Road's in South Beach, right?
Lincoln Road is in South Beach.
Hey, Wendy, the J is silent. You speak Spanish. El muchos paella. Muy bueno, senor. Más paella, senor.
Are you aware if your brother took steroids?
No, I'm not aware if he took steroids.
What about if your brother used illicit drugs?
I'm not aware of my brother using illicit drugs.
And the fact that you're not...
Yeah, she uses Botox. Look, her forehead only has wrinkles at the top 25% or less. 15%. I mean, I think you need a couple more injections, Wendy. This smooth skin is completely false. She's just got a face full of chemicals. And that, what she looks like there, is exactly how she looks when she comes out of the what do you call it? Cosmetic surgery, is it? I don't know.
Not aware if he used it doesn't mean he didn't use it, correct?
No, I'm just saying I don't know.
Trying to work out what to have for something to eat. Needs to be something quick. We could have a can of tuna. Maybe a boiled egg. How about a slice of toast? Maybe we should do a poll. Okay, let's do a poll. Okay, we're going to end this poll, and surprisingly, Eastern Standard still takes the mustard with 39% of viewers still in Eastern Standard Time, even though it's 2:30. Right. Next poll. What should Metrix eat for... Are we calling it breakfast? I don't know. I mean, what time does my body think it is? I have no idea. Let's just call it breakfast. And the options are... Oh, no, that's wrong. Start a poll. The options are can of tuna, but with soy sauce. Boiled egg. Toast. Toast and butter. What else could we have? Cereal just that takes too long, and it's going to be too crunchy with the mic. Well, it's just 3 options, really. I don't think I have much of anything else. Is there anything in the fridge? Nope, I don't think so. Okay, 3 options. Let us know on the poll. Please do vote in the poll.
Do you know when Luis Rivera started serving your brother drugs?
I don't know anything about that.
Assumes facts, not in evidence, Mr. Hand Grenade. I'm surprised fucking Judge Hankinson didn't hang him out to dry for that.
Your brother would frequent South Beach and Miami Beach sometimes, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know? The restaurant that he took you to was in South Beach, correct?
I was living close to that restaurant at the time.
And your parents had a home in South Beach also, correct?
My parents did not have a home in South Beach. They were renting an apartment.
I'll rephrase it. They had a place to stay in South Beach, correct?
Correct.
have no further questions.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Adelson.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today? You doing okay?
I'm fine.
You nervous?
Am I nervous?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm nervous.
Okay. Now, you stated on direct examination that you are a lawyer.
I am a lawyer.
Right. So you understand that the oath that you took before you took the stand, correct?
Yes,
You know the consequences of not being truthful here,
of course.
and you also have a separate obligation as an attorney to tell the truth, right?
Of course.
Okay. Now, do you know who killed Dan Markel?
No,
Did your brother have anything to do with killing Dan Markel?
I don't believe so.
Your mother is Donna Adelson?
She is.
Where is she right now?
Leaving that one open, aren't you, Wendy? Did your brother have anything to do with killing Dan Markel? I don't believe so. But maybe. I can't speak to that.
Right now, she's with my children
Not in Tallahassee?
in Miami.
Okay, she's not in jail?
No,
She's not.
Not in Tallahassee. Not in Tallahassee.
Ever been arrested before?
no.
Okay. She's not testifying in this case, is she? To your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
What about your brother Charlie? Is he in Miami right now?
He's probably in Fort Lauderdale right now.
Okay, but he hasn't been arrested?
No,
Hasn't been charged?
no,
And he's not testifying in this case, is he?
no.
Okay. Are you aware if the state has attempted to subpoena them to come to court?
I believe they have received a subpoena to come to court.
Okay, and it was for them to come and testify in this trial, or you don't know?
I don't know for certain.
Okay. But you know they've received some form of subpoena?
I heard about that.
Okay. When is the last time you spoke to your family? Your mom, in particular?
This morning, I called to check in on.
Hey, look, our dear friend from York. Welcome back, Evelina.
On the boys.
Okay. How is your relationship with your parents now? Is it estranged in any way, or you still have a good relationship with your parents?
I still have a good relationship.
What about your brother Charlie?
I still have a good relationship.
When is the last time you spoke to Charlie?
Probably last week.
This little, like, lip thing she does, you know, the Wendy recollection grab a memory face is look up and to the right and do this thing with your lip like, I guess a tree fell down. I didn't think anything of it. I didn't think anything of it. I thought it was a tree. I thought it was a tree. Oh my God. And I tried to drive down Trescott.
At some point, I still have a good relationship.
What about your brother Charlie?
I still have a good relationship.
When is the last time you spoke to Charlie?
Ah, missed it.
Way, or you still have a good relationship with your parents?
I still have a good relationship.
What about your brother Charlie?
I still have a good relationship.
When is the last time you spoke to Charlie?
I want to rip those lips off and feed them to the catfish.
Probably last week at some point.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned that Charlie is a father.
He is.
When did he have his child? Is it a boy or a girl?
It's a boy.
Okay.
He was born in December 2017.
Okay. So about, I would say that's over a year after Miss McBanwell's arrest.
I couldn't say.
Okay. Do you know who the mother of that child is?
I do.
Who is she?
You want her name?
Yes.
Her name is Bree Price.
Okay. And is he married to her now?
He's not married.
Are they still together?
Depends on the day.
And do you know if he has any other girlfriends at this point?
I have no idea.
All right. Have you been keeping up with the media coverage in this case?
I don't watch any media related to this case.
Okay. So, but you are aware of the attention that has been brought on this case?
I'm aware only because of the constant death threats that I receive, yes.
Okay.
Constant death threats. Yeah, okay. Do you want some more? Have they increased? I hope they've increased. I mean, personally, you know, I would not be shedding a tear if some deranged maniac just said, you know what, I'm going to do life in prison. I'm taking her out.
So just to specify, you haven't watched any of the specials that have been on air about this case?
I have not watched any of them.
Do you know if your parents have watched any of the specials on this case?
I advise them not to. They may have seen bits of them, but I don't know for certain.
What about your brother Charlie?
I don't know.
Did you watch the state's opening statement in this case?
I did not.
You did not?
I did not.
Okay. So you're not aware of what the state's theory is in this case?
I'm not.
Now, you mentioned on direct examination something.
Okay, so your former husband and father of your children is murdered, quite brutally, suddenly. It's impacted your life a great deal, you know, for the better. But as you would tell it, in horrible ways. You've been all over the media. You've been forced into live in hiding and change the names of your boys. Blah 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 blah. But you're so disinterested in finding out who the mystery killer is that you are completely unaware of the state's theory in the case and didn't watch the opening statement in the trial of two people who are said to have been involved in the murder. One of them being your brother's former girlfriend and the other her baby daddy. I mean, does that scan in any fucking possible way ever? It's the most ridiculous thing. The fact that she's even claiming that is just incredible, isn't it?
About listening to some recordings that the state provided to you.
Yes.
Okay. Is that the first time you ever listened to those recordings?
Yes.
Do you know what those recordings are about?
There are many, many recordings.
Okay. Did they give you...
Yeah, there are many, many recordings. We've got all of them. We love them. Hey guys, don't forget to leave a like on the video, please. That would be great. Click that thumb button and support the channel if you can, if you want to, on buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics or with a super chat to help our goal at the top of the chat. Thank you so much, guys.
All of the recordings?
I don't know. I listened to what I was given, but I don't know if there's more.
How much time did it take you to listen to the recordings that you were given?
Again, I didn't listen to the entire thing, so probably about an hour to go through all of the recordings and listen to excerpts of each of them.
Of each of them. So you're not aware if the state gave you all of the recordings that they provide, that they have in their possession?
I have no idea.
Okay. Did they have you listen to any recordings that occurred before April 19th of 2016? 2016.
So I'd have to see the document to remember the exact date on it. I do remember my birthday's in April, so I remember the dates being close to that, but I don't remember exactly.
Did they ask you to listen to the phone call where Charlie Adelson is talking to Miss Magbanwa about work?
I listened to something.
I'm gonna object, Judge.
Sustained.
So it's fair to say that they only let you listen to portions of the phone calls that they think are important.
I was given conversations and I listened to some of them to authenticate voices, but I don't know. I imagine they thought it was important for me to listen. That's why I did.
Did you listen to a phone call?
Ask your question, don't answer until I rule, please, ma'am.
Judge, the bell will be rung if the question contains.
Let's go that far. Needed to wake y'all up. Go ahead, Ms. Blunt.
So the question was, Ms. Adelson, did they have you listen to any phone calls where it was a conversation between your brother and your mother, if you were able to identify any conversations like this?
I think I did yes.
Now I want to talk about the circumstances surrounding your actual divorce.
Okay.
Which I believe you said was finalized in 2013, right?
Yes.
You just left your divorce papers on a mattress of Dan Markel in the house and left town. Is that correct?
No.
How is it that you...
Yeah. What are you kidding, lady? You think I'd do that? You think I'd just leave divorce papers on the bed and take all the shit out of the house, empty half of the fucking Schwab accounts into my own personal account, and take off with the children, not letting him know where I am? You think I'm like that? And the whole thing about leaving the divorce papers on the bed, not the fucking kitchen counter, not the fucking coffee table, not the fucking dining table, the bed, right? So it's one of the last things that he finds. And it's obviously, you know, the bed. So a place of intimacy. Yeah, it's just, you see how, like, just extra of a fucking twisted blade that is. You know, you couldn't leave the fucking divorce papers on the kitchen counter, you know. No, I'm gonna leave them on the bed. And it's such an obvious, specific decision, right? If it were the kitchen counter or the coffee table, it's like, well, I mean, it's just where you put it. It's like, you know, just there, the kitchen counter. He'll find them on the kitchen counter. But no, I'm going to go upstairs, down the hall, into the bedroom, and place them on the bed.
You delivered the divorce papers to him?
I called him to let him know that I wanted a divorce. It wasn't the first time I asked for a divorce, but it was the last time. And told him that I would see him when he got home. Not home, but back to Tallahassee. And then I did leave the papers for him, but I didn't leave town. I was still in Tallahassee.
Okay. So he was actually aware of that you were going to be seeking a divorce before you actually delivered the papers to him?
I had asked for a divorce several months earlier.
Okay.
That's when we started.
Good night, Leslie. Nice to see you, babe.
Going to counseling, and he told me that if I tried to get divorced from him, that I could leave with the clothes on my back, and that he would take the kids, and that I would be penniless. And so when I actually asked for a divorce, I thought it best not to be there.
So is it fair to say that this was not a mutual thing between the two of you, that Danny did not want a divorce?
And from what we've seen of Dan Markel, this has got Donna written all over it, right? You know how Donna always, whenever she comes up with a lie about something someone else said, we saw it with Katie, we saw it with Big Judy, the prison extortionist. the phantom prison extortionist, Big Judy. Donna always incorporates this kind of 1950s, like Dick Tracy talk. What's the quote from Markel supposedly here? It's you can leave with the clothes on your back and you will be penniless. You'll be penniless with the clothes on your back. There's no way in hell that scans as something Professor Markel would say. It just doesn't fit. It never does. Came from Donna. It's so obvious. I'm surprised he didn't say, you'll be sitting very pretty with the clothes on your back and no pennies. Penniless.
I don't think he wanted to get divorced.
How close is your brother's relationship, Charlie Adelson, with your mother, Donna Adelson?
I think they're close.
Would you characterize their relationship as closer than you are with your mother?
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I do think they talk more frequently than I do, but I don't think closeness always has to do with the frequency of communication.
Really? Well, thank you so much for the insight. I don't think closeness always has to do with the frequency of communication. I mean, that is just what a fucking cyborg Blackheart would say, isn't it? Maybe that's actually is how she processes the world. Obviously not. If that were true, then everyone would be closest with the fucking work colleague, right? Or their boss. I mean, not me specifically, but, a lot of people that have real jobs, they spend time with their work colleagues the most.
And you had said on direct that your parents were not happy with Dan Markel's behavior during the divorce.
No, they didn't think he was treating me well.
And is this just Donna Adelson, your mom, or was it both Donna and Harvey Adelson?
I'm sure both of my parents felt that way.
Did they ever express those feelings to you?
Yes.
Did they call him names?
Yes.
Okay. Did one parent do that more than the other, or it was consistent between the two?
I think it was consistent between the two.
Okay. What kind of names did they call him?
I mean, I've had my memory recently refreshed, so I saw things, but...
You had your memory recently refreshed, so you remember fucker, bastard, religious zealot. What else is it? Dickhead.
My memory is... I don't remember name calling, but I did recently see emails where they called him names.
Now, after the divorce, you started dating other people, right? When is it that...
Yeah, but not until after. Not until long after. Definitely no overlap whatsoever. Daniel Sack, are you kidding? Are you kidding? You think I was with Daniel Sack when I was still with Danny in the marriage? No.
You had your first, I wouldn't say serious boyfriend, but your first boyfriend after Dan Markel?
Probably within a month.
Okay. When did he...
What, the bisexual, polyamorous, orgy-going Daniel Sack? What, that serious relationship? Yeah, okay.
He, if you know, did he start seeing anybody else after the divorce?
He did, but I...
Who was the first person that you were seeing that took you to a glory hole?
I don't know when it started.
Okay. And is that Amy, or was it some other person?
I know about Amy, but I don't know if there were other people before Amy.
Did you...
Hey, Amy, as in our Amy. Is that weird, Amy? I know about Amy, but I don't know about other people about other than Amy. I can't even remember who. Amy Adler, of course.
Know what at the time of the murder? Do you know what, if any, future plans Dan Markel had?
I couldn't really say about his future plans, but I felt like by then he and Amy were pretty serious, and he was trying to spend as much time in New York as possible.
Do you know?
Yeah, I bet, because she was a fucking catch, right? House in the Hamptons, famous designer brother, 10-year professorship at NYU, whew. Living in the city, Manhattan, yeah. Real catch. And 50, but good looking.
Know if his intention was to, and it's only if you know, it was his intention to remain in Tallahassee, or do you know if he was planning to leave the state?
I think he always planned on leaving Tallahassee. It was
Fucking
just a
A,
question
bro.
of
I'm
when.
gonna fucking
Do
fuck
you
up
know?
where the fuck you fucking with me.
Hey, thanks so much, Amanda Chapman, catching the end of the live. Then back to the beginning, love TCM. Thank you so much, Amanda, for the generous support of 25 coffees. I wonder if you're up. Does that just put you over the line of our championship coffee table? Let's check it out. Check it out on our coffee page. That's very kind of you, Amanda Chapman. Oh, not quite, but getting there, getting there. Should we show our leaderboard? I'm sure you're coming up strong, Amanda Chapman. Oh. I love the leaderboard. Wait till you see our website, folks. It's going to be so sick. It's going to be so good. Still in first place, the fantastic Pinto. And second place, the fantastic Matthew K. And third place, Amy. How are you liking that third place, Amy? God, Pinto's going to take some beating. One of our most staunch supporters on buymeacoffee.com, Mr. Pinto Peabody, otherwise known as Sally, who's on a jet plane right now. Wonder where she's going. She said it was a connecting flight, so it must be, what, Portland to, or maybe it's Salem. Where is she? She's near Mount Hood. So what's that close to? I don't know. She could be flying to, what's the hub? Maybe she went to Phoenix and is getting a plane now to Oklahoma City. Good luck in Oklahoma, Pinto. Watch out for the dust.
Why? Did he have an aversion to Tallahassee, or
No, it wasn't an aversion to Tallahassee. He was a very ambitious person, and so from the moment we arrived in Tallahassee, he was always looking for a stepping stone toward a better university where he could teach.
And he took a very special interest in what he did, which is, he's a law professor.
Right.
He graduated from Harvard, and he studied criminal law.
Right, that was his specialty.
Okay. And did there come a time where you were dating someone by the name of Jeffrey Lacasse?
Yes.
You know who that is?
I do.
Do you remember when you started dating Jeffrey Lacasse?
Check this out. Jata says, I fell asleep while listening and dreamt you and I were in prison, and then I gave you a pack of Fox's Glacier mints. You were very glad. Well, I love mints. Okay. What prison was it?
I don't remember exactly, but 2013.
Okay. Do you remember how long you dated him for?
I remember it was less than a year, but probably more than 6 months.
Were you dating him at the time leading up to the homicide, which would be July 18th, 2014?
We broke up a few weeks before Danny was killed, or a week or so. We broke up before Danny was killed.
How would you describe your relationship with Jeffrey Lacoste?
I mean, I think it took different turns. I think it was more casual in the beginning, and then it was getting more serious. And then I was feeling more committed to the relationship. And then in late June, we had this big fight. And after
He flew into a rage. He took my phone and was rifling through my text messages, and if he saw one piece of correspondence from Professor Markel, then he was a dead man. She'd have us believe that fucking Jeff Lacasse was fucking throwing coffee tables against the wall in the hotel in Gainesville. You know, when really what happened is he sat her down and said, "Can we just cut the shit? I know that you're seeing the other guy. Just say so. You know, just let me know where I stand. Yeah, I'm pissed off because you've been lying to me and coming home after just fucking someone else without protection. And then fucking me without letting me know." I mean, okay. I mean, that is a lot to take, isn't it?
After that point, I didn't really want to be with him anymore.
Do you know what the fight was about? Do you remember?
I remember what the fight was about.
What was it about?
He didn't trust me.
In terms of
he thought
other people?
He didn't trust my slut ass, you know? Because when I would go away to a conference and I would come back and I would undress in front of him and specifically make sure that he would notice a giant handprint slap mark on my ass. He didn't trust me.
He thought I was cheating on him.
Okay. And you said you broke up. When was that?
We broke up. It would have been one of the last weekends in June.
So fairly close to when the homicide occurred.
Right.
Yeah, just before. That's just when I happened to be emotionally sending him on a roller coaster, you know, waving it in his face, baiting him to have a difficult conversation with me, you know, bringing him one way, the other way, throwing him the world, saying you should have the kids start calling you daddy, telling him not to get a Jeep, we need a car with 4 seats for the boys, you should move in with us, and blah, 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 blah. And then, oh no, there's a difficult conversation in Gainesville. We're going to go to an awkward yoga session, and then I'm going to send you an email that says, my head and my heart are having 2 different reactions to us being together, and I can't reconcile them in the way that you want me, and I need a week. I need a week with no contact. Just after I've had 14 days in South Florida where we spoke twice on the phone. But I was in full mommy mode, and I would want to spend time in Tallahassee and think, am I missing Jeff, or am I missing having a boyfriend in general? And I wanted to try my life in Tallahassee with no Jeff. No Jeff Tallahassee life. That was me. That was my test. Fuck you. It's so easy to see what you did. And I just can't wait. I just can't wait to see you sitting in that fucking... Well, maybe you won't be sitting in that chair. The defendant's chair. Next to your big league lawyer. Sentencing. Can you imagine? I'm salivating at the idea of the judge passing sentencing. Do you think it'll be Judge Everett? I mean, when the fuck is her trial going to happen? I mean, say that she is, we can only hope, arrested after Donna's trial, right? Donna's trial's on the 19th of August. It's going to be 2 weeks, give or take. So that puts us into September, the beginning of September. So, I mean, in 4 months' time from now, it will be September 17th. I mean, surely that is enough. And what about Harvey? I mean, are they really going to bother? I mean, after Donna gets life no parole, I mean, even you know, the time it will take to process her appeals and so on, it's quite likely that she won't even last that long. You know, Charlie's appeals just come out that we read out on our channel page. Everybody check that out. That was quite good, wasn't it? So how long was that? That was, say, a year and 18 months it was to produce that. And it wasn't even good. It was very, very standard sort of stuff that you would expect in any appeal. I mean, it wasn't a deep thinking process or anything. So Donna gets sentenced.
Hey, bro, I'm gonna fucking fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
Thank you so much, Amy, for the 6 coffees on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. What was I saying? 18 months. So say Donna is sentenced. So the trial will conclude at the beginning of September, and then there'll be a pre-sentence investigation. That'll take a month. So say that she's sentenced second week of October, give or take. 18 months after that would be April 2027, when she'll be 77 years old. That's when she might be able to expect having an appeal to even be considered. So my point is, when Donna gets sentenced to life no parole, what's Harvey's position then? I mean, I could certainly see him sacrificing himself for Wendy's sake. She didn't know anything. It was all me. Let's just hope he fucking dies of a heart attack before then. I think that'd probably be the best thing. If Donna gets the life sentence, she has zero credibility for anything that she'll say. And if Harvey can just die of natural causes so that there is no one left to protect Wendy at all. I mean, not that he could do much. I mean, would he be believed? Probably not. And there's enough against her anyway. Is there? I think so. I think so. I think the totality of the circumstances, all the stuff that Georgia hasn't said to her that we don't know about yet, but I say there's a lot. I say there's a lot. No, I think that would be the best outcome. Life sentence for Donna. Harvey just die, sweep him under the rug, you know, whatever. I mean, even if he were arrested tomorrow, Donna's been waiting for trial now. It will almost have been 2 years since her arrest. You know, she was arrested November 13th, 2023, and her trial is set for August 19th, 2025. It's close to 2 years that she'll have been waiting. So say Harvey's arrested tomorrow at What is he now? He'll be 80, it's like 82. So if he's waiting another 2 years for trial, I mean, surely he would die before trial, unless he got speedy trial. I mean, I just don't think if you're in your mid-80s, living in jail conditions, I think you die quicker. It's not as comfortable. Your food and diet is not, it's the minimum base level nutrition that the human would require, and probably a bit below that, to be honest, right? Healthcare, I'm sure he has lots of nice things of healthcare on the outside. So the best result: life sentence for Donna, quick arrest for Wendy, Harvey die out of prison. I just don't think there's, I mean, it'd be great if he were a bit younger and we could send him to jail for the last portion of his life, but I don't think he'll last anyway, so he might as well just die anyway. Fuck him. And it'll be less of a layer of protection for this twat here.
Now, that spring break, which would have been the month of March, didn't you and Jeffrey Lacoste come down to Miami?
We did.
Okay. And you stayed with your brother, Charlie?
We did.
Okay. And do you know at that time who he was dating?
I don't.
Okay. Does it sound, if I say that was when he was dating Catherine Magbanua, is that a correct statement or you don't remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember having dinner with Jeffrey Lacoste at a restaurant and with your brother, and that Catherine Magbanua was there?
I have a vague recollection of it.
Okay. And do you remember if this restaurant had outside seating?
We always used to go to the same restaurant, and so I know the restaurant, it has outside seating.
Okay. And when you met Catherine Magbanua, Charlie introduced you to her as his girlfriend?
Probably.
Okay.
Definitely as someone he was seeing, right? I don't remember if he used the term girlfriend, but in a romantic kind of way.
Okay.
Not as just a friend.
And am I characterizing Mr. Charlie Adelson correctly when I say, you had said he has lots of girlfriends?
I've met lots of girls over the years, which is why it's hard to remember whether I had dinner with one person versus another.
Do you know what his thoughts and beliefs are in marriage? Does he not believe in marriage?
I don't think he's so pro-marriage, no.
Okay. Do you know how many times you met Katie? We talked about the time on the beach, and then we've already now talked about a dinner.
I remember vaguely those two. I don't remember any other time.
Do you remember the name of the person that was in that picture with you?
No.
Okay. Does Yindra Velasquez Mascaro sound familiar?
No.
Okay. Now, you didn't have a really close relationship with Katie, right?
No.
Okay. Did you know that Katie has two?
By the way, how do we do on the breakfast poll, guys? I'm fucking starving! Okay. No one wants a can of tuna. It's a good tuna. Filet, not the mashed up kind. Okay, 39% boiled egg, 58% toast and butter. Why don't we just combine those and have eggs on toast?
2 kids?
I did.
Remember, Miss Kawas, we're not going to get all first names.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge, I apologize. Did you know that Miss Magbanua had children?
I did know that.
Okay. Did you ever discuss with Miss Magbanua the details of the divorce that you had before she even knew who your brother was?
That wouldn't be possible because I only met her with my brother.
Okay, so you didn't talk, your relationship wasn't a close relationship where you would talk to her about Dan Markel?
No.
Do you ever remember having a conversation with Miss Magbanua about Dan Markel and your divorce?
It's very possible that I brought it up, but
nothing stands out?
No, not at all.
Now I want to talk to you about the time of the murder, okay? The day before the homicide, all right?
Okay.
You had talked about your custody situation with Dan Markel, that it was a week on, week off. Is that correct?
That's right.
And an overnight stay switch on a Wednesday.
That's my best memory.
So a better way to describe it would be, if it's your week, you have the boys, but on Wednesday night they will sleep at Dan Markel, do an overnight sleepover at Dan Markel.
Right.
And then return them to you the next day.
Or return them to school, and
then you pick them up in the evening.
Right.
So the day of the homicide, do you remember what day of the week that was?
I believe it was Friday.
Okay. So the day before would have been a Thursday.
Right.
Okay. Do you remember what you were doing that day?
I don't.
Is there any way that you would have been walking down Trescott Drive with your two sons the day before his murder?
No. I don't live in walking distance, so there's no reason why I would have been walking down the street. No.
You and Mr. Markel weren't on that kind of talking or speaking terms where you would be at the Trescott home and he wasn't there?
No.
Okay. You wouldn't go and take the boys for a walk on Trescott Drive?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. And as far as you knew at that time, the kids, what school were they attending?
They went to Creative Preschool.
Okay, and when you would drop the kids off at Creative Preschool, do you have to sign them in?
You do have to sign them in.
Okay, and then, so there should be a record of the days that the boys would have been at the preschool.
That's right.
What time would you drop the boys off? Do you remember? Is it an early morning thing, or?
I would drop them off in the morning. I don't remember, maybe it was 8, maybe it was 9.
But nothing late, like 11?
I don't think so.
And then what would be the usual time you pick them up in the afternoon?
I think it would depend on whether I was teaching or if I had court, what I was up to, but my guess is sometime between 3 and 6 I would pick them up.
So would it be fair to say that, around 11 o'clock in the morning, the boys would probably be in school on a weekday?
That would be right.
Okay. Do you know someone by the name of Whitney?
I do know Whitney.
Who is Whitney?
Whitney was a girlfriend of my brother's.
Okay. Do you know who introduced Charlie to Mr. Adelson?
How do we get more information about Whitney? We wanted to do a deep dive on Whitney, but, where does she exist?
To Whitney?
I don't.
Do you know how long they were dating?
I don't.
Do you remember when they started dating?
I don't remember when they started dating.
Okay. When did your brother buy you that TV?
I remember having the TV in the house on Aqua Ridge. So sometime after the fall of 2012. Sometime between 2012, 2013, something like that.
Do you remember making a phone call to Charlie that morning and having a conversation with him without going into the details of that conversation?
Which morning?
The morning of Danny's murder.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Judge. Mr. Markel's murder. Do you remember how long you spoke for?
I don't remember how long I spoke for.
Now
The funny thing is, Tay, I bet that Wendy Adelson does actually suffer quite dramatically from constipation. There's just something about being such a fucking tight ass. It's not, and she's probably one of these people that can only shit when there's no one else in the entire house. You know what I'm saying?
You described your brother as a talker. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think I described him as more of a joker than a talker, but...
I want to send Wendy Adelson some fiber gel for her to aid her constitution.
He does talk.
Do you remember the circumstances under which he made that statement that the state talked about hiring a hitman but instead I got you this TV? Who else was around when this statement was made?
Well, he tends to repeat himself, so he kept repeating that joke because he thought it was funny.
Okay, but do you remember the time frame of when that happened? Like, was this way before, during the course of your divorce, or was this after?
It would have been when he bought the TV.
When he bought the TV. And that would be after the divorce.
Well, not after I filed for divorce, right? But not after the divorce was finalized. So sometime after, I really don't remember when I got the TV, but maybe sometime starting with the fall of 2012, sometime around then, but it could have been 2013.
Do you know, now your parents' apartment on South Beach, are they still living there?
No.
Okay, so they moved.
They did.
At the time, do you know how much their rent was in that apartment?
I have no idea.
You said they did not own that property?
No.
Okay. And now you said that you stayed in Tallahassee after the homicide.
I stayed for a few days.
Okay. And do you recall if Detective Isom tried to call you?
After I had left?
Before you left Tallahassee, but after the memorial service for Mr. Markel?
He did not call me before I left Tallahassee, no.
Okay. Did he try to call you?
He called me when I was already on the road, about 4 hours away from Tallahassee.
All right. Did he ever try to talk to you again?
Yeah, you see, it's fucking lazy General Isom. His fault. He called me when I was already on the road about 4 hours away. Now, if he'd have been quicker on the mark, I would have come in for an interview. And my mom and dad. So, really, he should be on trial.
No.
As a prosecution? When is the first time the prosecution reached out to you to speak to you about what happened?
I don't remember ever talking with the prosecution.
Object. Proper question.
Let's go sidebar.
Proceed, Your Honor? Okay. Do you know if Detective Isom ever tried to reach out to your parents?
I don't think he did.
Do you know if Detective Isom ever tried to speak to your brother Charlie?
I don't think he did.
Now, you are testifying today under a state subpoena, correct?
Correct.
And that state subpoena gives you immunity for your testimony, right?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury, since you're an attorney, what immunity is?
Immunity is freedom from prosecution.
So that means that anything you say today can't be used against you if the state decides to arrest you later on.
The state isn't going to decide to arrest me.
Oh, there's our favourite bit, isn't it? The double face mask slip.
So that means that anything you say today can't be used against you if the state decides to arrest you later on.
Hang on. It's already slipping there. Oh. Okay. Look at it. We need to cover it up. Hang on. One face. And then a completely different face. Oh. You know what we should do? Let's try and how quick can I where's my mouse? Can we do this real quick? Right in the middle of the nose. Copy and paste. Oh, this is priceless. Hang on. Oh, you motherfucker. Hang on. Okay, I gotta export this puppy. Export puppy 1. Puppy 1. Browse. Puppy 2. Okay, now documents. Okay, there's puppy 1. How scary is that? Fucking hell. And now we add puppy 2. Puppy 2. Which one looks less inhuman? It's freaky, isn't it? Oh.
The state isn't going to decide to arrest me.
Just leave them up.
Do you know if they consider you a suspect?
I don't know.
Now, the life insurance policy that the state was asking you about, have you received any money from the life insurance policy from Mr. Markel?
I don't know if maybe in the beginning, the life insurance that Danny owed me about $100,000 when he died. I do.
Yeah. The 350 grand I took from the Schwab accounts, he still owed me $100K. The fucking controlling, narcissistic ivory tower professor.
I think that his family made that disbursement. I don't know if they paid that through the life insurance policy, but
it just takes all of the criminality out of it when we refer to it as a disbursement. Why don't you just be honest and say you were shaking down the Markels?
other than that, there's been, the life insurance policy is money put away for the kids. I've never seen it.
Do you have access to that, or you have no control over that?
I have no control over that.
All right. All right, and I have, where did you say?
What are your thoughts riding shotgun? I know that I was meant to send you a screenshot. I promise I'll do that. I'll make a real nice picture for you of the Wendy mask slip double face thing. But these are the faces right now. And I think the one we're seeing on the right is what Wendy wants us to see, right? And the one that we're seeing on the far left, that's the evil spirit Wendy. Oh, which one? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so your boys are now down in Miami with your mother, correct?
At the moment, yes.
Okay. And you stopped letting Danny's parent or Mr. Markel's parents see the boys, is that correct?
2 years after Danny died, I stopped visitation.
Okay. Do you have any intention of letting them see their grandchildren again?
I do. We've actually been in discussion the last few weeks.
Yeah, what does that mean? We've been in discussion the last few weeks. This is something that you have to discuss over the course of several weeks? For what? Yeah, as soon as I heard there was a trial, I thought I'd better let the paternal grandparents see the boys, so I wouldn't look bad or like I was trying to erase their father from their lives. And by the way, did I tell the jury that each boy has a picture of their dad above their beds that we say good morning to and good night to every day?
No further questions, Judge.
Redirect.
How many times have Dan's parents been able to see your boys in the last 5 years?
In the last 2 years after they died, they've been able to see them every time they've asked to see them.
Okay, what about the last 3 years?
Since 2016, they have not been permitted to see the boys.
They have not been permitted?
That's right.
By you?
By me, yes.
Right, and that's not through lack of trying on their part?
No, that's because of what they did.
Okay, but they want to see those boys, don't they?
They very much want to see the boys.
All right.
What they did, contact the prosecutor and say, in the event, just in case, that everybody that is a potential guardian for our grandchildren, in that event that everyone is arrested, could you make sure that the boys go to a specific Jewish-run foster care agency that we've checked out and that we think would be appropriate, perhaps more of a nicer environment for them than a state facility, while we come straight down to Florida from Toronto. And by the way, we are on the next plane. We've got a chartered private jet on standby. You say the word and we're there in 3 hours. Yeah, what they did. After what they did, do you know what they did?
And Dan Markel's sister is I'm not sure if this is the right word, but the executor of that trust for the boys, is that right?
I think she has fiduciary responsibility over the trust for the boys.
All right, thank you. That sounds right.
What is that word?
Of that trust for the boys, is that right?
I think she has fiduciary responsibility over the trust for the boys.
All right, thank you. That sounds.
Can anyone identify that word? What is that word? I want to know what it is. I think she has something. One more time. All you legal minds in chat. What is that word? Fiduciary responsibility.
Word, but the executor of that trust for the boys, is that right?
I think she has fiduciary responsibility over the trust for the boys.
All right, thank you. That sounds.
Fiduciary. Ah, look, Danielle knows. 100%. Danielle tells us, so we think it's true. Because she's our fantastic legal mind. Involving trust, especially with regard to the relationship between a trustee and a beneficiary. Okay, yeah, I have heard that before. It's just not something that would generally come up too much in my life. Let's hear Wendy say it one more time.
But the. executor of that trust for the boys, is that right?
I think she has fiduciary responsibility over the trust for the
All
boys.
right, thank you. That sounds right. Did you at one time hold that position in Dan's will?
Oh, before we got divorced, I probably did.
Okay, but sometime after the divorce, he changed that over to the sister?
He must have, yes.
Okay. And did you initiate proceedings to try to fight that decision?
Yeah. What about the one where I think it was why am I forgetting her name again? Who's the really pretty one? The friend of Dan Markel, Professor Markel, who spoke to Isom. What's her fucking name? I'm usually really good with names. I've forgotten it twice now. And it's so stupid because I know it really well. The name is... Come on, somebody. Anyway, she set up a GoFundMe. I think it was her that set up a GoFundMe to, just raise money for the boys or help with Tamara Demko. God, I need to get that tattooed on my face. Or maybe I should just get a tattoo of her on my back. The full back. No, she set up the GoFundMe for whatever purpose. And Wendy was like calling up GoFundMe, the company, and saying, yes, I am the widow. So that money, it should come to me. And I think it was like 50 grand or something. It was significant. And I bet she didn't know about Professor Markel, changing the insurance life insurance policy to pay his sister. But she was pissed about that.
He made to make the sister the executor or the beneficiary, have the fiduciary
Is
duty
that what
for
was said?
that.
Yes, to see them.
Okay, what about the last 3 years?
Since 2016, they have not been permitted to see the boys.
They have not been permitted
That's right.
by you.
By me, yes.
Right, and that's not through lack of trying on their part.
No, that's because of what they did.
Okay, but they want to see those boys, don't they?
They very much want to see the boys.
All right. And Dan Markel's sister is I'm not sure if this is the right word, but the executor of that trust for the boys, is that right?
I think she has fiduciary responsibility over the trust for the
All
boys.
right, thank you. That sounds right. Did you at one time hold that position in Dan's will?
Oh, before we got divorced, I probably did.
Okay, but sometime after the divorce, he changed that over to the sister?
He must have, yes.
Okay. And did you initiate proceedings to try to fight that decision that he made to make the sister the executor or the beneficiary, have the fiduciary duty for this money over you, to the disbursement to your children?
Can you rephrase the question for me?
Did you initiate any type of proceeding at any point to try to contest or fight Dan Markel's sister being appointed as this fiduciary for the life insurance for the boys?
I don't believe that I did.
You did not?
I don't remember doing that, no.
No further questions?
I need your other question at this point. If you do, write it down. We'll go sidebar. Adelson, I don't remember what it related to exactly. I mean, I remember you saying this, and one of the jurors had a question about, you said your memory had been refreshed about something. What did you mean by that?
About something. I stepped into the memory machine. My lawyer said, step into the memory machine. And my memory was zapped and refreshed. And then I got all these chemicals injected into my face.
Over 5 years have passed since Danny died. And I'm sorry. So more than 5 years have passed since Danny died. And a lot of the things that we're talking about today, I just don't remember at all. And so to refresh my memory, to make sure that I could remember things, certain documents were shown to me, emails, legal pleadings from the case, so that I could remember what was happening at that time.
One of the jurors was a little confused with the timing. You had said you had a boyfriend and that it was not clear to them whether you said it was a month after.
Donna's lawyer was the judge for the estate issues, etc. for Dan's estate. Jackie Fulford. Holy shit. Wow. How bizarre.
After your separation and filing for divorce, or a month after it was finalized?
Sure. So I started dating someone who was a friend of mine for many years, and it didn't become romantic until after I had filed for divorce. So about a month after I filed for divorce, someone who was a friend in my life became more like a boyfriend than a friend.
Okay. What was wrong with the television that had to be repaired?
I think one of my kids might have thrown something at it, so there was a crack in the TV.
Okay. And why have Mr. Markel's parents not been allowed to see the grandchildren?
Well, they were allowed to see the grandchildren for 2 full years, and I used to cook meals for...
Oh, well, fucking give her a medal. They were allowed to see the grandchildren for 2 full years, and we just thought that was enough. We were tired of all this fucking Markel this and Markel that and family fucking history. What do we need to know? Canadian Jews. That's it.
Them and arranged play dates. We had sleepovers. And then I found out that that Ruth Markel had reached out to a foster care agency to try to place my children with that agency. And I became very worried that they were trying to take my children away from me. And so after that time, I didn't feel a level of trust that they could spend time with the kids. I was afraid they were trying to take them from me.
Oh, really? So it wasn't anything to do with you thinking that they were onto you and that, they might be one day called as a witness to testify how you treated them since the brutal murder of their son? No.
Okay. Follow up, Ms. Captain.
Your reference to the foster care agency, does that have to do with an email that was sent to me from your mother-in-law?
Yes, it does.
All right, that Dan's mother.
Yes.
And that email was in reference to, in the event that you and your parents were arrested in association with this crime, could I please contact that particular agency to assist with the children in the event they have no guardian temporarily until they could get down here from where they reside in Canada. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so they were not trying to take your children unless there was an event where you were unable to care for them.
But because there's no event in which I would be unable to care for them, that feels like trying to take away my children.
Okay. Thank you.
Garcia.
No follow-up question.
McMahon.
And this email about there being possible arrests of you and your family, that came right after Catherine McMahon was arrested, right?
I don't remember exactly the timeline of that.
Okay, thank you.
Further, Ms. Captain.
No, sir.
All right, you can step down. Do we need to keep this witness any further? Anybody need her any further? McBannon.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
God, look at
Hold
him
on
there.
a second, Miss Ada.
Hang on. Linda Fiorentino at the end of what's that movie? The Last Seduction. Anybody not seen The Last Seduction, go and watch it. The character's name is Wendy. Or at least that's her pseudonym. And there's this bit at the end where they keep going on about Miami. The movie takes place in New York State, but they keep going on about Miami. And it just reminds me of Wendy somehow. But the way she walks out here, you know, you can just tell she feels cool as fuck, right? Like, I just went in, did my thing, and now we're out of here, baby. Get me to Miami.
Do you need her any further? McBannon.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Hold on a second, Miss Ada.
Under subpoena, Your Honor.
Did she think cuffs were coming? Oh, I just want that. That's my fantasy. The minute she gets up from fucking testifying against her own mother, Pat Sanford's behind her with a fucking pair of handcuffs on the witness stand. There'll be no need for body cam footage of the arrest. We'll have it on court TV. One more time.
McBannon.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Do you see the smirk? We get the three faces of Wendy Adelson here. We get little doe-eyed nymph on the stand, then cool as fuck, badass gangster woman walking out of the lion's den, and then one moment, Miss Adelson. And she turns around, kind of. I don't think she really thought cuffs were coming, but it's not difficult to imagine the way she turns around. Like, holy shit, what?
Anybody need her any further? McBannon.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Smirky.
Hold on a second, Miss Ada.
Under subpoena, Your Honor.
You remain under their subpoena.
Your Honor, Ms. Adelson has a flight tonight at 7 p.m. May she return home and
You can communicate with her about any arrangements if you need her to come back, but she's free to go at this point.
Your Honor, we'll reach out to her attorney when we need to.
Oh, so you don't want to stay for trial, Wendy? Maybe find out what happened to the father of your children? And see if your brother's ex-girlfriend and her baby daddy were responsible? It's not a point of interest. There's a sushi restaurant waiting for you in Miami and a jet ski.
All right, last thing you're going to get this afternoon is probably not what you want to hear, but it was a little legal lesson that one of the jurors raised. They asked a question about the type of immunity that was discussed by Ms. Adelson. It's really not a fact question, it's a legal question, but this is a little legal lesson. In the state of Florida, there are three kinds of immunity.
I love him and everything, but if this guy was like, we're just gonna have a little legal lesson, it's the end of the day, man. Let us out. Three kinds of immunity. There is blanket immunity, use and derivative use immunity.
Transactional immunity, there's use immunity, there's use and derivative use immunity. Transactional immunity means that some person cannot be prosecuted for an offense. Use immunity means that what the person says cannot directly be used against them. Use and derivative use immunity means that what they say cannot be used against them, nor can it be used to develop leads to gather evidence against them. the type of immunity that Ms. Adelson has received, because I have been the one that explained it to her, is use and derivative use immunity. In other words, what she says today cannot be used directly against it, nor can it be used to develop leads against her. She does not have transactional immunity. I mean, she could be prosecuted for the crimes involved, but what she said cannot be used against her, nor used for any leads to develop information. So hopefully that answers the juror's question that asked a question. Time to call it a weekend. Remember, we won't be meeting Monday.
Oh, it was a Friday as well. No, give us another legal lesson, Judge.
Need to be back here, same place, same time, 8:45 Tuesday morning. Don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't watch any TV accounts, read any newspaper accounts. We've invested a lot of time and energy in you. Please, keep it that way for us, please. Anybody have questions about what's expected of you? Yes, ma'am. 8:45 Tuesday. 8:45 Tuesday. Anybody have other questions? We'll see you Tuesday morning.
We may be taking a step already.
Either side need anything?
Yes, sir.
No. Everybody be seated. Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. With respect to the two witnesses that were listed this morning, both Senior and Junior Collins, I believe still be at the state attorney's office. My court reporter has been there now for 80 minutes. The response that I got was, they may be there, but the response that I got from my court reporter was they will wait until 5, otherwise they're leaving, and if we want to set them again, we're going to have to subpoena them. If the state is intending to call Luis Rivera on a Tuesday morning, I don't have enough time to subpoena these two attorneys.
Look at Sigfredo, Matt. I think it's really funny that Sigfredo didn't testify, because we just see this great big potato sitting in court, like, up to his neck in shit. Right? What is he even there for? I didn't do it. That's my defense. That's my whole defense. It wasn't me. They had no evidence. Yeah. I don't know, man. I mean, what was the point? You musclehead.
To get them in. I had asked if they would walk from the 4th floor down here so that they could be present before the court, and this could all...
Oh, I forget that these are the days before Sarah Dugan. What was that girl's name? Lady? I forget.
We sorted out. The response that I got through my court reporter was they are unwilling to come down to the courtroom. We just want to be effective for our client. Again, these witnesses were listed this morning on an issue that was well known to the state, and it was not something that just came up in opening statement. Can't be in two places.
You communicated with with the Collins, Ms. Kaplan?
My last communication was at 4:51. I was advised that they were sitting outside the deposition room, which was 354A.
Your Honor, to read into the record the email that I got.
We don't need anything read into the record. Figure out a way to have them deposed, have them deposed before we start with Mr. Rivera on Tuesday.
Yes,
Other than that, anything we need.
Yes, sir. Officer Brandon is still outside. I know you wanted to see him in reference to the sequestration issue.
You can discuss that with defense. You're going to have him back Tuesday morning.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Do you remember the other day where I was really adamant that his name was Officer Bannon? And I was wrong. It's Brannon.
You can discuss with defense. He was in here briefly during Mr. Yowell's testimony. Y'all can decide whether you have an issue with that. So that, we'll see you at 8:30 Tuesday morning.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good weekend.
Well, I guess we can get another 29 minutes out of this stream. Bring it up to an even 6 hours. But what should we do? What shall we do? What do we want to do? I mean, anyone... Should we have a look at Donna on the stand? Or maybe her Arthur hearing with Rashbaum? Or... We can't flip back into covering Charlie's trial right now, not at the end of a 6-hour stream. So anything but Charlie's trial is fair game. What should we cover? Have a look at another email. We've done a lot on Jeff Judder. We've done all of Jeff. I mean, did you not see our fantastic unredacted video on Jeff? By the way, I've got to revisit that, guys, and talk about exactly who it was that was being protected in the edits from the Jeff Lacasse unredacted that we had to get all the way from Tallahassee Police Department, because whoever the original poster that put it up, it seems that they are the ones that edited parts out. And I heard another creator say that they did that in order to protect other people, Daniel Sack, but while it is true that some perhaps compromising information was contained about Daniel Sack, most of the edits are of compromising, what has been removed from that edited version that the original poster put out, that we've all seen for the last few years now, right? Most of the edits were actually compromising information about Wendy. At least from what I recall. But we're going to go through that video again. Maybe not the whole thing, because, a lot of it we've seen before, but there is a significant portion. I think about almost an extra hour of stuff that was removed. And I am of the opinion, from memory, that most of it was compromising information about Wendy, not Daniel Sack. Yeah, and I know that there's some stuff that's talked about with Daniel Sack, with his sexuality and his, shall we say, hobbies. And if it were just the information about Daniel Sack that was removed seemingly by the original poster themselves, we could safely say that those edits were made to protect the exposure, to limit the exposure of people that have not been charged or even unindicted co-conspirators, named as unindicted co-conspirators in this case. My point being is that most of the edits were information about Wendy. And what, if any, reason would the original poster or whoever edited those portions out have to protect the reputation, exposure of Wendy Adelson? It's just a little bit odd, right? And the reason that I heard from another person who covers this case that those edits were made to protect the reputations of people that have nothing to do with the case, that doesn't add up as a reason, because so much of the edits are to do with Wendy, and quite pertinent information about her mental state, about her adulterous nature and her capacity, you know, even stuff post-murder that she had said that really showed her attitude and character towards Dan in a negative light. Why were those portions removed from the original, edited, redacted version? The only other possibility is that they were removed by the police. But I suspect that that is not true, because what was also done on the video that the original poster uploaded, that we've all seen for a number of years, you know, Sherlock Holmes, like Jeffrey Lacasse, you know, the thumbnail where Jeff has the like laser vision, that one. The original poster enlarged the video, which they do with several of their interrogation videos. And the reason that they enlarged the video was, you know, the clock, the runtime clock that's on the screen of videos that are recorded in the interrogation room. Well, that, because they enlarged the video, that clock was no longer visible. So, you know, when the edits were made and cut out, the viewer would not see that the clock jumped. So it became far less obvious that it had been tampered with, which to me supports the idea that it was the original poster that made those edits. Of course, that remains unconfirmed by checked facts, but it's an indicator. Why were those edits made? So please subscribe to the channel and make sure you don't miss that video, because it should make for some interesting discussion. Oh, and hey, leave a like on the video if you don't mind. We are so close to 100% on the likes tonight, guys. We need to get another 17 people in the stream right now that have not clicked like. Be really appreciated. It helps us out a great deal. It's a great free way to help support the channel, because it helps the algorithm, right? The algorithm sees, hey, there are so many likes on this video, and favors us. Anyway, what should we have a look at? I don't want to, yeah, Jeff, I think we'll come back to Jeff for the reasons I just outlined. So there's our channel page. This is the one. The unredacted Jeff Lacasse video. I mean, if you haven't seen that already, check it out.
What is going?
You know, I should send you all the link.
To give you an example, I would just be kissing Wendy, and all of a sudden she's like, like a porn star. I've been with a lot of women. Women don't behave like it's just. And we've been together 9 months. I've never seen this before. It's like brand new behavior. Yeah, brand new behavior.
So that just happened to play at one of the portions that was removed, likely by the original poster, that is now available in the unredacted version. Wendy doing an impression of a porn star. Now, how is that compromising to Daniel Sack? I mean, there's just a lot in there about her mental state and her general personality. And that clock was removed. I'd show you the original, but I can't remember who put it up. I guess we could search, but do we really need to? So what are we doing now? Let's throw some fucking jail calls on or something. Or we could go to the wiretaps.
You just disconnected.
That's all right. Yeah, just saying, so many years I didn't have a boat because I was always like, oh, having a boat's such a waste of money, such an expense, such this, such that.
Right.
I mean, the boat I paid $8,300 for is still worth $8,300, and
That's amazing.
And I probably spend $20 in fuel every time I go out, if that. So it's not like it's simple. It's easy. I don't pay dockage. I don't pay maintenance. It costs me nothing, pretty much. So it's so nice too when you take it out at night. And then they both got to drive the boat too.
And they both got to drive. Did I send you that? There was a cute picture of Ben. He was such a serious face driving the boat. He really liked that.
They really got to drive. I mean, I wasn't steering for a lot of it.
So it was very cute. Very cute.
No, it was a great day. Wendy texted me that she had a great time.
Oh, did she? Good. Yeah, no, it was really lovely. It was just lovely.
How was it? You're not around the boys now, are you?
No, just Dad and I.
How was dinner with Dave and Wendy?
Acapella asks, didn't the edits occur anytime someone's mental state was being pondered? I don't think so. Acapella, it's not like any time that, a doctor's opinion is brought up. It's not like making private the medical information, whatever that's called. It's not like that. There's a lot of slut talk about Wendy. Actually the only mental state that I remember is that Wendy was on SRIs. Was that what they're called? And anti-psych medication that Harvey was prescribing. And that she's a fucking lunatic. I mean, that's not really, that. But there's just so much else that's removed. That's nothing, that couldn't even be considered doctor's opinion, medical information. It's not a case of respecting the privacy of someone's medical diagnoses or something like that. You know.
They were.
It was really.
I mean,
nice.
that would make sense, but
Really
it's
nice. They were
not.
like a couple, you know. They were.
Yeah.
You know, he was constantly putting his hands over her by her lap, and you know everything that this guy was saying about her, which you know, all positive, cute, you know, things about how impressive she was. He was just.
Well, the original poster, you know, seemingly isn't a Wendy fan. I mean, it's not like some whack job like that. What's his name? You know, that guy that runs around on Twitter that I had to block because he came to me every day telling me that he's writing a book about how Wendy Adelson is innocent. What's his name? Glenn Thomas. Everybody know Glenn Thomas? Oh, if ever there was someone in need of a fucking hobby.
Like staring at her and smiling, like, wow, she's really terrific. And, you know, it was really cute. And then when we went outside, they had walked out about a minute before us, and we were walking out with Bruce Blackwell. And then as we walked out, he already had his arms around her waist, and they were, you know, like, cuddling.
Oh, hey,
It was
Murder.
really cute. It just made me happy to see it. It was really
Yeah,
nice.
no, I mean, I that's why I think he was going to, he was definitely going to come. It was just a matter of, like, when he was like, you know, we spent the whole weekend together, and then he was going to have to come up to Fort Lauderdale, but then he had to pick his kids up at 4, so it was like,
Yeah.
they knew
No,
that.
of course. Yeah. No, I understand that. I understand that.
So, but no, that sounds good for her.
Yeah, I hope so. I really do. It looked nice. It looked nice. I was happy to see it.
Yeah, no, I got to tell you.
Well, Acapella says Jeff was giving his non-professional opinion on Wendy's state of mind. Well, I think, you know, it wouldn't be a reach to consider that his opinion is a professional opinion. I mean, he's a professor of social work, clinical work, human behavior. I mean, specializing in I'm not sure how to phrase it, but you know, psych meds, for want of a better term, I think is what he says at some point. So he's clearly well versed and of a learned professional academic nature to mental health. So, I mean, I know that he's not clinically interviewing her, but he's not what you would consider a layman in the area. You know what I mean? So, I don't know if non-professional opinion would be. I mean, I know what you're saying, but yeah.
Like, I think I'm a pretty good judge of character.
Oh, I know you will.
And Dave, I think what you see is what you get.
What ladder is that? Murder by Maestro. Listening while running up the ladder. At this hour, what time zone are you in?
Yeah.
Without a doubt in the world, because frankly, I'll be honest with you, and I would only say this to you, I wouldn't say it to Wendy, but if I had 3 boys of my own, and I had a company worth millions and millions of dollars, and I had a nanny, and I had my own thing going on, I would date, have fun, like the last thing in the planet I would do is look to
Listen to
settle
him.
down.
Listen to this fucking child, right? I would date and have fun. I mean, I don't know. Like, can someone explain to me what the fuck are you supposed to do at the beach? I mean, maybe it's because I have a dog and it can be tricky. like to go to the beach. I mean, not to go to the beach, but, you know, in the summer, dogs aren't really supposed to be on the beach here. And maybe, I mean, I don't, you know, I like to swim in the waves. That's fun. But to just be on the beach, I mean, unless you're digging a hole or building a sandcastle as a 6-year-old, is it really that good? Is it really that good?
I think what you see is what you get.
Yeah.
Without a doubt in the world, because frankly, I'll be honest with you, and I would only say this to you, I wouldn't say it to
10 a.m. in the Netherlands. Okay, I didn't know you were in the Netherlands. I always assumed that you were stateside.
Wendy, but if I had 3...
Where are you in the Netherlands, Murder? Let me guess. Eindhoven.
3 boys of my own, and I had a company worth millions and millions of dollars, and I had a nanny, and I had my own thing going on, I would date, have fun. Like, the last thing in the planet I would do is look to settle down again. I mean, obviously, this first one was a fucking disaster.
Yeah.
And he didn't think it was a fucking disaster when he got into it, but he's got 3 healthy boys. Like, I would look to travel, have a good time, enjoy life. Like, he's not like that. Like, he did, like Bree told me, like, he dated other girls. He doesn't want to date anybody or Wendy. I'm like the one girl who's blowing him off.
Well, hopefully she won't do that anymore. It doesn't look like she is.
Nah, doesn't. It looks like she I talked some sense into her.
Yeah.
You know, I pretty much.
You're good.
I could have said it. I pretty much told him. I said, if you screw this up, I said, just
don't talk to me anymore.
Don't talk to me. Not worse, but I mean, she realized. I mean, I made her realize, like, Wendy, this.
Hang on a second. I just got to hear that again.
I mean, obviously, this first one was a fucking disaster.
Yeah.
And he didn't think it was a fucking disaster when he got into it, but he's got 3 healthy boys. Like, I would look to travel, have a good time, enjoy life. Like, he's not like that. Like, he did, like Bree told me, like, he dated other girls. He doesn't want to date anybody or Wendy. I'm like the one girl who's blowing him off.
Well, hopefully she won't do that anymore. It doesn't look like she is.
Nah, doesn't. It looks like she I talked some sense into her.
Yeah.
You know, I pretty much.
You're good.
Yeah, I'm sure Wendy appreciated you talking some sense into her. I'm sure she's not burning with rage at the way she's treated by her mother and brother and conspired against and maneuvered against and played like a fucking puppet. Yeah, she loves it. You talked some sense into her, Charlie. Well done.
I could have said it. I pretty much told him. I said, if you screw this up, I said, just
don't talk to me anymore.
Don't talk to me. Not anything worse, but I mean, she realized. I mean, I made her realize, like, Wendy, this. I wouldn't tell you this will never happen again. I never met anybody like him to begin with, and I let her know. I'm like, Wendy, you have to be with a guy who's successful. You have to be with a guy who has kids. You have to be with a guy who's smart. You know.
Acapella says, well, in that case, I wonder if Jeff found it odd that Harvey, a dentist, was prescribing SSRIs. Yeah, that's it. I've never heard of that before. Yeah, absolutely he found it weird. And not only because, you know, his field of medicine is not mental health, but also, you know, he found it, you know, inappropriate that Harvey, who had not seen Wendy clinically, was deciding on her course of medication, you know, antipsychotic medication. which certainly you can see why. I mean, the whole thing. He goes into some detail about this in the unredacted version, but we're going to pull out all of those bits tomorrow or the next day and go through them and try and work out why. What was the motive? When we look at all of them collectively, and we can have a score chart where we say, okay, this portion is about person X. This portion is about person X. And I bet at the end of that score chart, most of the portions that were removed will be sensitive, compromising information about Wendy Adelson. What drove that decision? I mean, someone went to some time to edit that. That's not a quick job. You got to listen to the whole thing. You got to make decisions. You got to cut it out. You got to, bare minimum is half a day. It could have been a couple of days. I don't think you could do it in half a day, actually, with the consideration of what should be removed and not. He probably had to watch, he or she, whoever edited it, probably had to watch it a number of times, right?
You have to be with all these things. Like, good luck finding it, and under 50. Hey, I got to take this call. Let me call you back.
Go, honey. Love you. Bye.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
What's up, dude?
Not
So
much.
I just got off the phone, a really good phone call. Within the next 6 to 8 business days, you will be completely out of cool over $1.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, 100%.
Really?
Yep. The only thing is that it's just kind of going to happen, but it's not going to run up and crash, so you'll have plenty of opportunity. Like, you won't be anything that you'll miss, so it'll be a lot less of a urgency.
Let me ask you this. It's trading at like 80. Can I pick up a couple shares tomorrow or no?
No, you have more than enough.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think, dude, what do you have? Like, I have. So.
I think I'm in at like 90 cents.
Yeah, so it's a pretty nice profit.
It's always more, isn't it, Charlie? It's always more. The broker has just phoned you up with inside trading knowledge about how well you're going to do out of this illegal trade. And your first instinct is to get more. Which, not that I understand the stock market in any great way, but that's how things fuck up, isn't it? Like when you change the field, like if everyone did what he was going to do, that would, make the turns in the market, affect the turns in the market, which would mean that the result that he was expecting could be worse. I mean, I don't know, but I'm not a broker, so.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And then right now you should have about $18,000 worth of LCLP, and you obviously see where that's going.
Yeah, that would be sweet.
Yeah, that's going to $1.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, you see every day the fucking volume is picking up.
Yeah, and they have a really good product too,
dude.
Okay, that's fucking sweet.
Yeah.
What do you think with FBC? Why do you think it's dropping so much?
Because the K isn't out. It's not rocket science. We're delinquent.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so that's why I haven't called anybody yet, because it's going to be everyone's first fucking question. I don't have an answer right this second.
When is the K coming out?
So that's the $1 million question. It's with the accountant and the auditor right now, so I'm just waiting for them to, get it done. It's a shame because we can't announce anything like.
Well, I had no place to overnight from. I don't work from an office.
Oh shit! You couldn't get one of the secretaries to do it, or?
Well, in my office, I'll be out on Wednesday, and I can do it from my office on Wednesday.
Okay.
So that's what I was planning on doing. But tomorrow I have an office. But the problem is now, tomorrow I'm in Berkovich's office. I don't want them to see anything.
Yeah, please no. All right, man. Well, look, I'm going to run in and put my daughter to sleep, and it's first thing in the morning.
Okay.
Can you do me a favor tonight? Can you go on your computer and tell me exactly how many shares of LCLP you own and what your cost average is?
Yeah, I can do that right now.
All right, yeah, that would be excellent. I think, judging by what we've talked about, because I've been trying to keep track of it, I think it's like $18,000 worth. So I'm thinking, like, you know, I want you to start, like, just like what we said, like,
all right.
As we approach 50, let's get you out of a chunk, you know, and then fucking put some of the core money back in your pocket and then buy back in with profit.
That sounds like a plan. I'll look it up and I'll let you know.
Yeah, because that'll help me to be like, yo, okay, instead of buying this morning, like, let's put a sell offer here, you know?
Okay, and I'm going to, I'll be able to send everything in on Wednesday. I'll have my secretary in my office on Wednesday.
Yeah, I just want you to get that in.
Well, that's it. Still got a bunch of people in chat. What can we do? But maybe we should cut it off because it's a 6-hour stream. Maybe I should just let the Jeff video play. Gotta get these watch hours. How long is it? Constance Bates. Okay, well, let's play the Jeff video.
So it just felt strange. These are just my impressions, but it's like, what is going on? To give you an example.
Hello everybody, welcome to True Crime Metrix. So, we've all seen the Jeffrey Lacasse interview before, haven't we? In relation to the investigation to the murder of Dan Markel. And we all know that it's very insightful and contains a lot of information that was helpful to the investigation. But I was watching an episode of 48 Hours that was covering this case. I think it was 48 Hours. It might have been another network. But I saw on that episode a brief 2-second clip of Jeffrey Lacasse saying some words that I'd never heard before on the versions of the interview that we've seen on YouTube. So, you know, that told me that there was more recorded content somewhere in existence, right? So we looked into it. We found a copy of the original unedited version, and this is that copy of the original, and I am happy to report that it contains multiple new opinions and observations from Jeff Lacasse, specifically surrounding Wendy Adelson's relationship with him and some of her behaviors around the time of the murder as well. Some of them are quite groundbreaking. So yeah, this is the copy of the original. We did make a copy with commentary that you can see on our channel page, or you can just watch this without commentary. Hope you like it, guys.
So...
I mean, Jeff is freaked out, isn't he? I mean, this is 8 months later, right? 8 months after the murder, and he's been away, and he's been working through the receipts, going through every text message, every email, thinking back, thinking about certain things that were said at what time, and just, you know, treating this like a fucking huge research project, while Tallahassee Police Department are doing what? You know, General Isom still seems really tired. Hey, thanks so much, Laura Lee. Ain't you a sweetie pie for the super sticker? Thank you, Laura.
It was Jeffrey or Jeff?
Jeffrey.
J-E.
R-E-Y. J-F-F-R-E-Y.
And it's L-A-C.
A-S-S-E.
Let me get your date of birth, Jeff.
Sure, 10/18/71.
So about a year older than Professor Markel, both Libras, and Professor Markel was born in 72, right?
Okay. So what's up? Corey said, and we talked on the phone a little bit, that you wanted to, and you can start at the very beginning, however you want to do it.
I got some notes. Do you mind that?
No, absolutely not.
I don't want to forget stuff, so I've been writing stuff down the last few months. So that we might end up with points. Well, here's the thing, and just to give you the broad overview quickly. I felt like when I first talked to Investigator Hale, I was shattered. I mean, you can imagine, you see violent crime all the time. So I think he saw a lot of noise, and a lot of the stuff I told him, but I don't know how it came across. The last couple of meetings we had, he seemed to think I was a disgruntled ex-boyfriend that got my heart broken, and that's why I was upset. And there was some truth to that. I was upset. But over time, I've got some clarity on some things. So I guess I'll just give you my overall impression, and just want to tell you things I saw with my own two eyes that were very suspicious to me that I didn't feel really heard previously. Or maybe they were heard and not seen as credible, I don't know. But just so you get the context for it, as far as the relationship stuff, that sucked. But, you know, that last 3-4 months, I moved on with my life, you know. Actually, her moving away was the best thing that ever happened to me in terms of my personal life. It was a bad relationship. So this isn't any animosity towards her for being an unfaithful girlfriend. This is more deeply concerning stuff.
You know, what Jeff is saying as a kind of qualifier to his meeting today is very, very politely and professionally speaking to say, listen, Investigator Hale thought I was full of shit. You know, he thought I was some twisted up, fucking jealous guy who got his heart broken and wanted some, you know, kind of revenge-seeking behavior. I mean, like, bitter. Just thought I was this bitter fucking guy that was full of shit. And, you know, on the one hand, Jeff needs to introduce that notion to General Isom, who's interviewing him now. But on the other hand, I think he might be actually pretty pissed off, because that probably caused a huge amount of self-questioning and doubt for Jeff as he was going through coping with this whole situation, right? If the law enforcement, if you're telling them what you think is really sound information that you've interpreted, like, you know, Charlie was really weird in the hot tub and blah, blah, all of the things that were said in the original interview with Investigator Hale. If Hale's kind of looking at you like, yeah, okay, well, thanks for the information. If you think of anything else that might be actually valuable, please do give us a call. I mean, if a professional investigator is kind of discrediting your instinctual opinions, especially about situations such as this, I can imagine that causing a lot of kind of identity issues, questioning your own judgment, and what on top of already dealing with the fucking trauma of the actual situation, now he's having this. Am I crazy? Am I imagining things? These questions in mind, because the investigators who are trained to listen to information like that have completely fucking discredited your findings when pretty much all of them, right? Maybe not all of them, but most have since been found to be completely accurate. How's that for vindication, Jeff? I fucking hope Investigator Hale lost his job. I mean, what the fuck?
About someone getting killed. So I started dating Wendy in fall of 2013. We had mutual friends with all of them in the Jewish community at School of Social Work. We both talked to a lot of the same people in the investigation. Your name came up a couple times.
You talked to who? Who'd you talk to?
Well, the Gamoris, the Epsteins, the Cohens. There's just a lot of mutual. My dissertation chair, I got my PhD here and I came back. My dissertation chair, the Markel and Adelson would have they go to my mentor's house for Jewish holidays, things like that. So we met us through a mutual friend. It was kind of a natural thing. Only two single people in town, both academics, etc.
You and Wendy?
Yeah, me and Wendy. Yeah.
And who was the
person introduced us, a guy named Stephen Tripodi, who's a professor, but his wife used to hang out with Wendy. We just have a lot of mutual friends and stuff. So that's how we met. So we dated casually.
Stephen Tripodi, that's the guy that was sitting next to Jeff at the memorial service for Danny. Professor Markel. That Wendy was really pissed off at that Jeff attended. She's saying to all her mutual friends, "Oh, why would he go? What was he trying to do?"
In the fall, she just got divorced, so had I actually.
He hates Danny. Oh, what was he trying to do? Maybe he did it and is now looking at his work like a psycho. He's so psycho.
And at the time, I came in here before, I thought Markel was a dick. I mean, that's what I had been taught by Wendy. Over time, I realized I was kind of misled. But in the fall, it was interesting. Let me start. Danny had been heard describing Wendy as a pathological liar and a mentally ill narcissistic sociopath. And
a pathological liar and a mentally ill narcissistic sociopath. I think we can get a t-shirt out of that. Or a mug. A t-shirt and a mug. Who wants one? What was it again? I need to write it down. A pathological liar. I mean, you could give that to your spouse for a Valentine's Day present, right? A mug that says, "I am a pathological liar and a mentally ill narcissistic psychopath."
My joking manner, but
to you?
To other people. I just heard that through the grapevine. Because people said, "Be careful with Wendy. She's a little unbalanced." And I said, "Well, she seems upset about her divorce, but I don't know if she's unbalanced." I didn't take it seriously at the time. That sounds extreme, right? I thought these two people were having a nasty divorce. He's calling names. I thought it was totally out of line. It's one of the reasons I was upset with him, because it seemed, you've seen the court documents. I mean, he got sick of her and really went after her legally in a really aggressive way, and not knowing the background. I thought it was inappropriate, I thought it was taking things too far, trying to disbar your ex-wife, But one impression I'm left with is, I don't think I said this before, in December or January, I thought that was totally out of line. By May, I don't know if those are technically the correct words, but by May, I knew exactly what he was talking about. And this is a very troubled person, Wendy Adelson, deeply troubled person. And at first, she's gorgeous, she's smart, she's funny. I fell for this girl like a ton of bricks. Most men would. I mean, That was one reason I started.
Was it psychopath or sociopath that he said? Does anyone remember? I'm going to have to go back.
Or your ex-wife, you know. That's sick of my brain, right? I thought these two people were having people said, be careful with Wendy. She's a little... And a mentally ill... But in the fall, it was interesting. Let me start. Danny had been describing Wendy as a pathological liar and a mentally ill narcissistic sociopath in a semi-joking manner, but...
All right, that's fine. So next Valentine's Day, come to merch.truecrimemetrix for the Valentine's Day special mugs and t-shirts with I am a pathological liar and a mentally ill narcissistic sociopath. And we'll have our logo just above.
Not too long. But just an overall impression of her. And Danny says this in court documents, actually. Very manipulative person, pathological liar. Wendy was an alcoholic while I was with her. She drank her dinner most nights. Extremely fragile.
Well, that's funny because Charlie said she doesn't drink.
Depressed. Many nights sitting, hated Tallahassee so much that thought we're a bunch of country bumpkins, so we liked Tallahassee because she's from Miami. Didn't hide that fact. Thought it was bizarre that I moved here from Phoenix. And the 2 conversations that we had every single day for 9 months were, Danny is an evil monster, and Tallahassee is the worst place in the world to live, and I can't believe I got stuck here because of Danny Markel. And she was obsessed with those 2 concepts. So I got really tired of hearing that, but I heard that every day for 9 months. Wendy's very manipulative in that she plays the victim very easily. Whenever we got into a confrontation, she'd pour me. Very sensitive to that. I work with DV victims, women that have been raped as a social worker, all that kind of stuff. So I'm a sensitive Mr. Rogers kind of guy. So it's a very, easy way to manipulate me, or Markel for that matter. But she just wasn't stable even in the fall. And able to cover it up here or there. One of these people, the first 100 hours you spend with her, you think she's amazing. 101 on, you're like, shit, what did I get myself into here? This person's kind of crazy.
You talk a little fast for me.
I'm sorry.
100 hours?
Yeah, first 100 hours you think she's amazing. Then after...
Yeah, Jeff, you're talking a little fast for General Isom, okay? Take a break. General Isom needs to sharpen the crayon that he's writing this down with. Yeah?
Wait a second, there's some tremendous flaws here. So she puts up a very good public face as this accomplished, beautiful, smart, funny woman. I was with her 4 or 5 nights a week for 7.
Beautiful, smart, funny woman. Is that what we're calling it? I mean, it's hard to tell which one is more beautiful. Each more beautiful than the next. I don't think so. Fucking hell. She ain't my type.
7 or 8 months total, I would say. More in the spring than the fall. And she was deeply troubled. She was on psychiatric medications, and in March she decided to come off of those.
March of 14?
March of 14. Spring break, Immokalee, actually. That's when she went off them. And this will make sense to why this matters. I don't want to give you BS or all that information, but she's already a sensitive person, so much that, you couldn't say to her, like, hey, I'd appreciate it if you'd be a little more considerate to me. You're being kind of, she'd break down crying for 2 hours. She would throw a tantrum. I've never seen anything like it. Anybody I've ever dated.
That's a funny way of looking at the world, Danielle. Danielle Savoy says, my next major life goal is to find someone who loves me enough to buy me that mug. I think it'd be funny. Definitely. Yeah, I think this is the test. This is the one-pronged test. How to tell that you're with the wrong person. Right? If you buy them that mug and they call it abuse, it's like lighten up, okay?
It's pretty crazy. So, but then when she went up there, so her eyes, it went from being fragile to being I mean, she had no resilience. She would just melt down in an absolute second.
For over what?
Anything. Any kind of criticism.
Oh, if you had given her criticism.
Or anybody did. Anything negative. I mean, I've seen her lose her shit over, cake going bad in the oven, and she's devastated for 6 hours. This was in the spring. So this was like...
I mean, that's I'm not going to be highlighting the portions that were redacted, but that's one of them. I mean, if you all know the interview very well, they jump out at you. Losing her shit for 6 hours over a cake going bad in the oven. I mean, what happened to the cake would be my question. Did it sink, or did it burn? Did it not rise? You know, I mean, there's lots of things that can go wrong with a cake. Who was the cake for? Was it for Judge Everett? You know, I'm surprised that General Isom, at hearing the news of this story, didn't collapse on the floor crying himself. A cake! A cake going bad in the oven! I could have had that cake! Someone give him a chicken wing.
The state she was in as we approached the time of the crime. So I'll skip the whole thing where we date the first 6 months. It was, she played hard to get. I chased her. Eventually she agreed to be my girlfriend. We go to spring break, and she starts coming off the SSRIs. Things start getting pretty weird in terms of, we had a couple, first time we spent a week together, you know how that is. Of course you're going to have a minor thing, you're going to find out who this person really is, and she started devastating, and a couple of times I called her, she's very narcissistic, and a couple of times like, I'm here too, just basic stuff like that, but she would just lose her mind over that kind of stuff. So if I just fast forward to spring break on, so I can skip all my bullshit and just tell you what's pertinent to the crime, I think. She starts coming out those SSRIs March 12th or 13th.
March 12th?
12th or 13th is when she started. So that was spring break, like almost a year ago.
Of 2014?
2014, exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
So March...
Hang on, March 12th is when she started the SRIs? Because, I mean, they wouldn't kick in for 6 to 12 weeks. I mean, right? I mean, so, or maybe they would. I don't know what she was taking or what the dosage was, but they definitely take a while to build up effective levels in the blood, right? Whatever they are.
March 12th and 13th, y'all in Immokalee?
Yeah, that week we're in Immokalee.
And that's for this retreat to students?
Alternative spring break, yes. Yes, sir.
And you traveled with, you took her with you?
She took me with her, actually, yeah. Yeah, it was her, it's a law school thing, and I just went along to help her out.
Oh, I thought it was, because you're in social work.
Yeah, but it's actually a law thing. They just wanted to bring a social work prof, and I was one, so we went. So,
Okay, so these students that are going to this alternative spring break are law students?
They were, and some med students, yeah. So exactly. But one of the reasons I went with her is she's very childlike, very much like a 13-year-old girl. I don't know if she could have handled it on her own. I had to do an awful lot of things for her. Her parents, if you investigated, you've probably seen it. I mean, she needs to be taken care of. She's such a fragile person. When she would travel to Miami, her mom would drive or fly up here and then go down with her.
That's right, Acapella. We did do one with the whole video, but the new portions in black and white so that there was a clear distinction. But I think what we should do next is I'm going to go and cut the new portions out only, maybe a sentence either side for some context, but so we don't have to watch the entire thing again. I just want to talk about the new portions and discover who each edit is about and build up a score list. Because I suspect most of it's Wendy, man.
Every single time. And
she didn't travel on her own?
No. It was real weird. And at first I thought, what overbearing parents. And then over time, I'm like, oh, I don't want her to go on spring break by herself either. She's won't be able to handle it. She'll lose her shit, you know. So February, March. Yeah, I think she was cheating on me, all kinds of stuff like that. But that's pretty.
This is that other Daniel guy.
Daniel Sack, yeah.
Sack.
Among others. I think I'll get to that in a minute. There's I think a long list, and I don't know how many of them you guys have considered. But as far as seeing stuff
Absolutely, Danielle. I love that idea. Imagine this as a two-man play at like a small-town local theatre. I would pay to see that, if only to see the audience's reaction. There's so many micro stories in this deal, in this entire story, and I just think a brief collection of, how do we put it, almost tableau theatre, like there's so many. I need to build up a list. It could be like Franz Kafka, it's like, it's such a big project to write the movie for the whole goddamn story, but just these little chapters would be so great on stage, in short bursts, half-hour performance.
To the crime. I met her brother Charlie when I was down there in Miami for Immokalee. You may recall that I said I found him to be a very strange person, very aggressive, verbally. He takes sex tourism trips to South America to have sex with underage prostitutes.
Wait a minute, back up a second.
Yeah, he takes sex tourism trips to South America to have sex with underage prostitutes.
Sex tourism?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, South America.
I'm kind of a sheltered guy.
Well, I was shocked not only that he would tell people he did that, but that he would tell his younger sister. That was strange to me.
Just thinking about the idea of doing a coverage show on just the new portions. But there's also portions like that were not removed. That's compromising. You got an issue with talking about Daniel Sack's sexuality and his interests in polyamorous orgies and whatnot. You're going to remove that, but Charlie Adelson taking sex tourism trips to South America to have sex with underage prostitutes, we'll leave that in? I want to find the rhyme or reason to the decision-making process that led to the portions being cut out, that were cut out, but also maybe we should do a review of certain examples that were in the original, the version posted by the original poster, that were left in. Compromising details that are similar to what was removed, but not removed. I mean, there's got to be a reason for this. Why would someone take the time to go through and make decisions about cutting bits out?
Very odd. And there's this odd dynamic between them. The whole family is real weird. Most people that spend time with them say this is, the social workers might consider incest in this family. Is there violence in this family? Something's up with this family. But I mentioned to you that he talked in the hot tub about punishing a girl by anally violating her in front of Wendy and I, like bragging about the fact.
That was also left in. And you could say, hey, Metrix, that was left in, but Charlie was an unindicted co-conspirator. Well, and Wendy wasn't? Wendy was, yes. And lots of details about her nature were removed.
He'd hurt this girl because she had got him in an uncomfortable situation. So he came off like an offender to me. He came off like kind of sociopathic. Like, this is strange. He just met me. He was telling me this. It was really, really weird.
Okay, go ahead. I know. I'm just trying to rein you in a little bit so I can make sure I get it right.
Yeah, please.
I do recall something about a hot tub.
Yeah.
But I think it may have been something I read from Corey Hale's report.
It might have been. Yeah, I talked to him.
But are you saying you're in the hot tub after the Immokalee retreat?
Exactly. We went from Immokalee to Miami and hung out with her brother.
Okay.
The first time.
So you're in Miami at his place, I guess?
Exactly. It's very welcome. It's got a really nice house in Miami Beach area.
Miami Beach.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're there and you're in the hot tub.
Yeah.
She's in the hot tub.
Yeah.
And the brother Charlie's in the hot tub.
Yeah.
Okay.
Charlie's talking about punishing girls through anally violating them in front of his sisters. Just.
Is it braggadocious?
Yeah. Like she got him punched out at a wedding. He had a Korean girlfriend that brought him as the only white guy to 400 Korean people, and just him. Some of the men took offense, and he got punched out.
Charlie did.
Yeah. So the way he handled that was to anally violate her and then brag about it the next day. I mean, it was really, really weird.
That had happened the day before y'all got in the hot tub?
No, I misspoke there. It was pretty recent. It wasn't that day, but It was last month, the last couple of weeks, something like that.
So he goes to a Korean wedding as the only Anglo.
Yeah, exactly.
And some men took offense because he was a date for one of the Korean girls that was at the wedding?
Exactly. And he got punched.
And he probably opened his mouth or something.
He says he got sucker punched, but I don't know.
Okay, so he gets... And so his way of getting retribution is the girl that brought him to the wedding is to rape her? Or
It did not rape. It wasn't rape. It was consensual sex. But he was bragging about the fact that he made it hurt a lot and that kind of stuff.
Oh, okay.
And that was just...
And that was anal penetration he's bragging about.
And it was 20 minutes after I met him.
I got you.
So I'm just like, this is not normal. This is strange. Guys will talk to their guy friends. Although I've never said anything like that. I would never want to hurt a woman. It's, so it's... so it just struck me as very, very odd. So fast forward to April, she's coming off the SSRIs, her behavior is...
Coming what?
Coming off the antidepressants.
Okay.
So I study that. That's my area. I study psychiatric medications.
Right.
So
I just got to be able to explain it. If this ever goes anywhere else, I got to be explained so I understand it and the lay person can understand.
I understand. So she's coming off psych meds, but she's doing that against my advice. Not with the help of a clinician. You're supposed to go to a doctor, have him help you get off. She did not do that. And she was dropping her dosage very, very rapidly, which is usually recommended to take some time and go slow. She was on a very high dose of Lexapro, like double the normal dose. And so in this time period, one of the reasons I stuck around, even though it was so crazy, was I thought it might be a passing thing because I thought she was having withdrawal effects. Some of the physical ones like dizziness and stuff like that. But sometimes people's behavior gets really weird and that, so you give them a break while they're coming off. So I was giving her a break.
What is the Lexapro for?
It's for depression. She was diagnosed as depressed. And her dad, the dentist, was writing her scripts to what she shouldn't be doing to help her come down the dosage. Because you want to switch to the liquid so you can slowly go down. But she ignored all my advice. I was constantly, you may have seen this in the emails if you looked at it, I was constantly cautioning her, texting her saying you need to go slow, slow, slow. I made her get a therapist. I said, I'm not going to even talk to you about this unless you at least have somebody you're talking to that can monitor your mental health, because I saw she was just spinning out of control.
Someone who can monitor your mental health. Hey, I'd love to know the wording of Charlie Adelson's braggadocious conversation about anally violating the Korean girlfriend. What was he saying in the hot tub? Yeah, I fucked her in the ass and and she was begging me to stop and I just kept pounding it. Meanwhile, Wendy's sitting there, laughing supposedly, and oh, he's such a joker. Oh, Charlie, you are a picture, man.
And she wasn't that controlled to begin with, but it was getting worse. Her drinking was really increasing in April, and she had times where she's just losing her mind. I mean, with the kids in the house, drinking a bottle and a half of wine by herself, falling down in the bathroom, bruises. I had a photo trip to Chicago. When I came back, I had to go right from the airport to the house because she was just doing so poorly. So she was just not well. Fast forward to May, we have that incident in the coffee shop that we discussed, that Officer Hale and you were, I assume that's one of the reasons you guys were interested in talking to me in the first place. But just to remind you, I just walked into All Saints Coffee and there's my girlfriend with another guy. There's no stalking, and she knew that. But
there's been no complaint.
That's interesting. I assume that's why you were interested in talking to me in the first place. Referring to Jeff going to Red Eye Coffee and seeing Wendy there with Daniel Sack for what she claimed to be a goodbye coffee. But there's evidence that I've heard that she specifically chose to meet Daniel Sack at that coffee shop at that time because that was Jeff's coffee shop, and the time that he would go there in accordance with his routine, which isn't hard to predict, is it? He usually comes in for a coffee at 9:30 or whatever. So that would seem, if that's his assumption of as to why they wanted to talk with him, it seems, even at this stage, 8 months down the line, Jeff is not aware that when Jane McPherson came into the interrogation room and said Jeff's name, and then all of that, what happened, right? Wendy starting to gently, not so gently push Jeff into the spotlight of the investigation. He doesn't seem to be aware of that fact if he is still assuming in March 2015 that the reason that the police wanted to speak with him is because of the coffee shop incident.
Stalking against you.
There has been informally. She tells people this.
Yeah, but I'm saying there's
no formal legal.
You shouldn't have been contacted from anybody from this department
never,
for a
never.
complaint about it.
No, never. I'm not worried about that. I didn't bring an attorney because I didn't do anything. I'm not worried about that. But that was a big deal in our relationship. And
right, because you see her there and she's with this guy, and you don't know who the guy is. Maybe I got that wrong. You knew that she was seeing a guy?
That's one of the things that concerned me, is that she would bring him up from time to time. And there was other signs. I mean, there's, I think, 5 to 10 other men. I was in denial about it in this time period. That's not a crime, obviously, but she's very impulsive, very erratic, doesn't think things through. She will do them and then worry about the consequences later. She was remarkably sloppy about cheating on me in terms of, that's what was interesting. Up until about early June, she was covering her tracks pretty well, actually. I'd heard of Daniel Sack. I knew he was an ex-boyfriend. But after that fight, we had not a huge fight, we had a mild fight about that. And things started to get really, really strange. And this is what I think I had a hard time getting across to Investigator Hale. So we have that fight. She goes to Portland for a weekend. She comes back. It's now June. In June, I was walking around saying to all my friends, I don't know what is going on. Something is going on. We had that very frank talk about that and decided to stay together. She said, it's one guy. He's gone. He literally moved out of the area, as you probably know. So, Sack, yeah. So I said, okay. One thing about Wendy is this is where I worry about the crime. She's very easily influenced. She doesn't have much of a sense of self. And when she's with Danny, she kind of became Danny's extension of Danny, attached herself to him. She didn't attach herself to Sack. He was into polyamory and having multiple partners. He's bisexual. So she started doing all this crazy stuff. Sack was encouraging her, from what she said, to have sex with lots of people, not just him. I worry about her. So I'm just seeing her, and doesn't want to be controlled, but she does want to be controlled. She into a lot of sex stuff and things where she wants to be told what to do. And one of the things I worry about is that somebody came up with this idea and she went along with it because she doesn't know how to say no. She hates confrontation. things like that. So in June, I was walking around saying to my friends, I don't know what's going on. It's just uncanny to think back on it now. I said, I don't know what's going on, but something's gonna happen. Like, it feels like there's drum beats. It feels like we're moving towards something. It's really, really strange. I don't know what's going on. And one of the strange things that happened was we had a trip to California scheduled to see my parents the week that Danny was killed. And in early June, she rescheduled that trip. And I said, what's the problem with the trip? And she says, well, I'm worried we'll get stuck in the airport and we won't be back on Friday. I have to pick up the kids from school. And I said, but we're coming back Thursday night. It's not winter. We're not going. Winter in the winter, I'd understand. There's no way we're going to get stuck. We can rent a car. We have friends that could babysit. This is strange. I said, fine, cancel the trip.
And that was going to be in early June?
The trip was going to be the week that Danny was killed.
Oh, okay. That was the trip?
11th to 19th was supposed to be the trip. So we had a trip planned, and she was real strange about the fact that we had to reschedule this trip. It just didn't make sense. And I even said, if you just don't want to go because you don't feel comfortable right now, just tell me, that's cool. She goes, no, I have to pick up the kids from school that day. I just have to. I don't want to do anything that would stop that, you know. And she said, I'll miss the kids at that point. I said, okay. A couple of days later, I say, well, she said, but I want to spend that time with you. I was leaving for Tennessee on Friday. And she said, I want to spend that Monday through Thursday with you. I said, great. You want to go to St. Augustine? She loves the beach. She hates Tallahassee. This, again, is just very strange and suspicious to me. Wendy Adelson tells me, what I want to do is a staycation. I want to stay home in Tallahassee. I said, you want to stay in Tallahassee the hottest week of the year? She goes, yeah, we'll go to Tom Brown Park, we'll do this. I said, you hate it here. I'm offering to take you away. Why wouldn't you? It's just really strange at the time. I remember saying to my friends, like, Wendy wants... People laugh. I said, Wendy says she wants to stay in Tallahassee. Like, she leaves town. Sure, you know, every chance she gets, she leaves town. Why would she want to stay? I said, I don't know. I have no idea. I finally managed to convince her to do a trip to St. Augustine, but we had to schedule it so that we were back basically by the time of the shooting. So that was just strange. It was peculiar at the time. And she was, when we scheduled that trip to St. Augustine, I was sitting her, she has her calendar open. You have to schedule everything with her. That's just how she was. There was just, at the time, I can remember sitting in her office trying to schedule this, and there was this weirdness about that weekend. We're scheduling other things, no problem, but that weekend, she just was intent on. That day meant something to me before Danny was shot. Like, there's something weird about that week. I don't know what it is, but there's something weird about that week. If we keep going through June, other things I noticed in June that were really crazy.
Let me back up a second so I get this right.
Yeah.
July 11th through 19th, you're supposed to go to California.
Yeah.
Leave on the 11th, come back on the 19th.
I can look it up for you. It might be 12th to 19th, but it was the week that Danny was shot. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when is she saying, I can't do it? What date? What date are we talking about when she's telling you I can't do it?
Early June. I can pull up the exact
Early
date.
June.
Early June, yeah.
So you're supposed to go to California with her, just you two.
We have plane tickets purchased. And she sat me down, I think it was June 5th or 7th. I will find out for you if you would like.
Yeah.
And she just said, I can't do that, and it just didn't make sense. It just didn't make any sense.
So she'd already said that date was that window of...
She said, this is the one week I have to go see your parents. And I
11th
said,
through the 19th.
But that was in May we booked them. Then we have the flight. I find out about Danielle's sack. And afterwards she says, you know, I feel comfortable with that. She just had an appointment with her therapist, and she said, my main concern is I want to be able to see the kids on that day, the day that Danny was shot. We had people volunteering to babysit if they needed to, if we were delayed. We weren't going to be delayed. And she insisted it was not because she didn't want to go with me. She wanted to spend that week with me. She just wanted to spend that week with me in Tallahassee. She did not want to leave Tallahassee that week.
Okay.
And I mean, there's 3 different times. There's that time, then there's the staycation thing where I'm like, what are you talking about? That's bizarre. And then there was which we scheduled the trip to St. Augustine. If I fast forward a little bit, we have the trip in St. Augustine planned until July 15th or 16th, and she canceled that the last second. So 3 different times she canceled plans with me in the 2 or 3 day period with Dan.
What you're leading to is this is highly suspicious that she needs to be here on the 18th of July.
Yeah, just anecdotally, subjectively, whatever it's worth, it was really weird. It was really strange. I know this woman, I know her really well. And there was something at the time with me saying to my friends, what's going on? It's just really, really strange. It's just really...
She'd never done anything like this before?
No, she had canceled and recanceled. She did that all the time. Completely disorganized person. But it usually made sense. It usually had a reason. And usually the reason was something about court with Danny, or her parents wanted to come down to South Florida. Every other time but this, I understood. This time I was completely puzzled. It didn't make sense. And it was very, very strange.
Okay, so she cancels this trip to California. Did you go anyway?
I did
No,
not.
of course you didn't. You were okay.
Wish I had.
Yeah. And so what happens to these plane tickets?
Her ticket, I have no idea.
So she bought her own?
Yeah, we bought separate plane tickets. As a matter of fact, I don't know that she did buy a plane ticket.
Oh.
But she told me she did.
Same airline? Same flight?
I can find out for you. I can send you my reservation. Because we had a discussion about getting our seats moved together, so I think she probably bought a ticket, actually. But I never saw the ticket.
It wasn't discussed any further?
I can't recall.
Okay, so that's the first thing. In early June, she says, Jeff, I got to be back on that Friday the 18th.
Exactly.
To pick up the kids. I guess that's going to be the first of her week with the kids, maybe?
Yeah, she gets the kids back after having, because they went to 7-day schedule in the summer.
Right.
And she's going, I'll miss the kids. I said, we'll be back. I said, if you don't want to go, just tell me I don't want to go. No, I want to go. I just got to be back for the kids. There was a special...
Okay, why not adjust the flight or adjust the...
Well, she had the kids the previous week. This was her one free week. She's also booked all summer.
Well, the 18th is a Friday.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so, going backwards.
This is another big argument against the idea that Donna set this up with Wendy thinking that they wouldn't actually go through with it. I'm not sure why that came about the other day, but we have to collect the points that dispute that. This is one of them. Wendy needing to be back on July 18 to pick up kids. Cancel trip to California.
The 11th should have been a Thursday, I'm thinking.
I can look it up, but it just wasn't. She was booked week by week throughout the summer.
She doesn't even have any school stuff, right? I mean, I don't know if you're off during that time.
No, I'm completely off. She has a lot of obligations to her parents. Her parents want her down in Miami every chance she gets. All through this county, there's parents.
Okay.
All right, so three different occasions. This at the time, it's like, oh, what's going on with the 18th of July or the week of the 18th? What is this? I don't understand what this is.
Okay, so the first thing is the California trip, and it's next.
Yes.
Then you want to take her to St. Augustine, because
Yeah, she wants to stay, and that's just bizarre.
But did you ever make plans to go to St. Augustine?
Yeah, so a week later, again, we sat in front of the calendar, and it was really strange. There was this hesitancy about that weekend. She says, I'll go to St. Augustine, but we have to be back early on Friday.
Early on Friday?
Early on Friday.
What does early on Friday mean?
We were going to wake up and come straight back from St. Augustine, so we would have got up at 7, been here by 9 or 10.
Okay.
She had to pick up the kids from school till 4. It didn't make sense.
Okay.
So I said fine, and my thing was I was going to drop her off and then drive up to Atlanta. I was going to drop her off and go.
Who's been to St. Augustine in the chat? I want to go to St. Augustine and find the hotel, the bed and breakfast, the fairly expensive bed and breakfast, as it is described, that Michael Dunn was planning to stay in after he shot that teenager. After he unloaded his weapon into a car of 4 children, late teen children, and then drove off to his hotel in Jacksonville, ordered pizza, had a stiff rum and coke, with plans to go away to St. Augustine with his fiancée the next day for a fairly expensive bed and breakfast. But apparently it's a nice place, St. Augustine.
So that was just strange. It just stuck in my head. Like, what?
Because your trip to your friend up in Tennessee, what was the date you were supposed to go?
I was supposed to leave at about 10 or 11 a.m. on Friday the 18th.
Okay.
Because I was supposed to the original trip was to go straight to Atlanta, stay the night in Atlanta, then go to Tennessee.
I wonder if Wendy and Jeff were going to stay in Michael Dunn's hotel as well.
See the next day. So I was supposed to leave here at 10 or 11 and get there at 4 or 5.
On Friday afternoon?
Friday afternoon, yeah.
Okay.
That changed, but that was the original.
No, because you left on Thursday.
Yeah, I did.
All right, well, let's jump to that so I can fill in this blank.
Yeah.
Why did you leave on Thursday?
We'd had a huge fight in late June. I discovered some other cheating. I was very upset with her. And she had sent me had sort of broken up, basically. But she put me on a 7-day hold.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I remember that.
Yeah.
She sent you an email or something?
Exactly. So the night before, I was so upset. I was just like, fuck this, I'm going. I said, get out of town. I was upset. But that's something my friends have said to me that I've never said this, but my friends have said, Jeff, because sometimes it's hard for me to see this clearly, they can see it more clearly. Jeff, you do realize that if you left Friday at 11 a.m. for Atlanta, what this would have looked like, you would have been in custody.
Yeah, I just heard that, Maria Gabriel. St. Augustine is the oldest city in America. How about that?
You're right. Now, I'm not saying that, but some of my friends, it was like a clumsy attempt to take attention off her and put it on me. I'm not saying that's true. It sounds a little far-flung to me. It sounds a little clumsy to me. But she knew exactly when I was going to leave. I'm a late riser, and she didn't know I changed my plans, obviously. So I'm glad I changed my plans. I wouldn't blame you guys for being a little more suspicious if you didn't. I mean, if I leave at 11, I don't get a flat tire. You just see me driving north 10 minutes after Danny showed up. So that looks suspicious to a lot of people. I know it makes it sound like a criminal mastermind. It may sound crazy to you, but that's what my friends say. So can I go back to the stuff in June?
Absolutely, I'm sorry.
Any questions you want to ask? I know I talk fast, and I...
Just a little faster than I'm used to.
My dad's from Boston, so I'm an adopted Southerner, but I haven't slowed down yet. So, in June, these are just my impressions, but there was 5 or 6 times in June I'm playing with the kids. We had a good family life, terrible romantic relationship because she was cheating me all the time. But I'm home with the kids with her, nice family life.
You at her house out on...
Every time, yeah.
With Cameron.
Exactly, off Aqua Ridgewood Lane, yeah, nice house. So 4 or 5 times in late June.
Yeah. No, it was a really nice family life. As long as I was, babysitting the kids and cooking their meals and mopping her kitchen floor, it was a nice family life. As long as I did my job and didn't ask too many questions or expect to be considered in any activities that we were doing or planning. Good family life, yeah. I even had a little uniform that I would wear, a little maid's apron, pink, yeah, with these frills on the side. But it was great because it had all different pockets for my duster and my furniture polish and wet rags for cleaning up any spills, and it was great. Good family life.
I'm playing with the kids, reading them stories. I was very close to Ben in particular. I spent a lot of time with those children. And I look out of the corner of my eye, and Wendy would be in the kitchen crying for no reason whatsoever. And at the time, what it looked like to me is she was like taking it all in, and she looked like she was grieving something. And I would say, "What's wrong?" And she'd say, "Nothing's wrong." Or make up some bullshit story. And I never, she lied so much, it was hard to know. But in retrospect, it makes me worry a lot, because it looked like she was wrestling with something. It was it wasn't suspicious, it was just weird. But in retrospect, it's like, wow, let's assume she knew something was going to.
So that is St. Augustine. Well, la-dee-da. I mean, they should really, that building's too old. They should knock that down and build a bowling alley. Or a Starbucks, a really, really big Starbucks. The kind, you know, could be an 18-screen movie theater. Just knock it down, start afresh.
Happen. That's how a person might react, you know. She made a choice, but
That's late June.
That's late June. That's late June. So that happened enough times that I talked to my friends about it. Also in June, Wendy's a pretty good liar if you get in front of her for an hour or two at a time. And I mean, Danny's put that in court documents. It's not a secret that she lies a lot. It's how she navigates the world. But she has a problem with her lying in that I found out she cheated on me with Dan Ossack because she kind of accidentally told me by talking about him all the time, and she's just sloppy. So longitudinally, she couldn't keep her story straight. You know, in the short term, 4 hours, 8 hours at a time, okay. Over a month, saying, well, what about that thing? The stories start, you know, not coming. But she talks constantly. She's very extroverted, very narcissistic, very focused on herself, very self-involved. Well, what she was talking about in June, relocation to Miami. How terrible it was to be stuck in Tallahassee. Crying like, I got stuck here, I didn't choose this, I can't stay.
And here's an actual picture of St. Augustine. And doesn't he look a little bit like Jeff? How weird is that? That could be Jeff's dad, or maybe older brother. The same kind of straight nose, right? The beard. They both look good in hats. Yeah. How weird. I know we can't really see Jeff's face too well in this video, but anyone that's seen him on the stand knows what I'm talking about.
And she talked about the fact that the only way she could ever relocate is if something happened to Danny.
Now, did she actually say that?
Yeah, she did. Yeah.
This is the first time you've mentioned that.
I don't think so. I think I did mention that to invest.
The only way I could ever move to South Florida is if something happened to Danny. I mean, what the fuck? How do I personally feel about Miami? Not great. Not great. Not at all. It's nothing I aspire to. Have I ever been there? Well, technically, yes. There's a photo of me as a 3-year-old driving a Cadillac in South Beach on my dad's knees. I don't remember too much about it. But you know, you already live in Florida. I know it's like an 8-hour drive, but it's only an 8-hour drive. I mean, it would take me 8 hours to get to Madrid. Is Madrid fun? Sure. Do I need to be there every day? No. You know, I can handle it. Fucking Lisbon's 5 hours, for fuck's sake. You know, I mean, maybe if she were in some, like, I don't know, stuck in Fargo, North Dakota. Or some remote part of Alaska. And needed to get back to what we had previously known as civilization.
Investigator Hale.
Okay.
Well, no, it wasn't. I had 3 interviews with Investigator Hale.
Okay.
The next 2 was me trying to...
Fucking Kandahar. You know what? You could make a life in Kandahar. Damn good one, too. Good food.
Tell him things like this, and I don't think he was hearing me.
Okay.
So, no, she didn't say I killed Danny. She didn't say that word for word. But it was, because I was saying, hey, we're about to, like, get serious here. Are you going to be here? Because she hated it so much. I need to know what's going to happen. And she's like, well, the only way that, let me give you the context. The only way I could leave is if something happened to Danny. But if that did happen, that would be a tough decision. I would probably need to go back to Miami to be with my parents. So that scenario came from her. But it was a response to a question from me, so I mean, I guess I need to be fair about that one.
Sure.
But it was, and it's true, right? I mean, it was. I asked if Danny might move with her. She said she would not be willing to do that. But she was talking about that.
She would not be willing to do that?
No, she did. Well, Danny had job offers from all over the country constantly, and she didn't want to live in Houston or St. Louis or things like that. I mean, she was miserable here. She was here just because she came with Danny.
Didn't want to live in Houston, but she ended up in Austin, so... Texas got her eventually. Anyone else feel sorry for Texas as a state?
She didn't like her job, she didn't like the area, she didn't like split custody. I don't know that people knew how upset she was. I mentioned to you before you came into the room when I said this, but this is the time period, I don't know the exact day. I'm so distracted by relationship stuff, I can't quite remember it. But she told me that Charlie had looked into having Danny killed in the summer of 2013. She meant it dead serious. I wish to God I'd follow up on that at the time, trying to figure out us, and I thought, well, Charlie's crazy, I can imagine that, but certainly he's not crazy enough to do that, so I didn't worry about it.
That's your interpretation.
It's not my...
No, let's back up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's get into the context of your conversation with her where that comes up about Charlie.
Please.
So
she just, she's talking about Danny. She's completely...
Where are we at?
We're at her house in the living room in late June.
In late June of 2013?
Yeah, 2014, yeah.
I'm sorry, 2014.
Yeah, late June. And you know what this might have...
General Isom never misses opportunity to misconstrue a date. Dates, numbers, all things that you'd think would be high up on the list of an investigation, right? He consistently fudges them.
Even been, this is sometime between June 20th and the Monday before Danny was shot.
Okay.
And I want to say it was right before, but I don't trust my memory on that, the date. And she's talking about Danny because it's all she ever talked about. Danny wasn't a human being, he was Satan.
He was what?
He was Satan.
Satan,
yeah.
okay.
And what was real strange about this was that in January, February, March, they had a lot of court stuff, and I could see why she'd be so pissed off at Danny. Danny had calmed down. He liked his new girlfriend. The judge had read him the riot act in court when they went to court that one time and told the other attorney, you need to calm your client down and stop having your client write his own legal.
Yeah, he did like his new girlfriend. I wonder why. I bet he was starting to think, holy shit, what the fuck did I see in Wendy? My new girlfriend is great. Thank God my marriage is over. You know, I think that was a real big thing for Wendy. The notion that Danny might consider and their mutual friends might consider that Wendy was second best, or maybe not even that, right? But not as good as who Professor Markel ended up with. If Professor Markel had started dating a 55-year-old overweight Burger King employee, that came home every day covered in grease with some free onion rings that they got comped, that they took off someone's tray, half eaten. If that was the situation for Professor Markel, or if he'd have just, never gotten over it, become an alcoholic, developed a pain pill addiction and a fetish for large Asian prostitutes, pathetically crying into a bottle of bullet bourbon, lost his job and just eventually hung himself. That would have been the perfect end to the marriage as far as Wendy Adelson was concerned. So she could tell everybody. I just don't think he ever recovered. He wasn't a well man. He could never forgive himself for how he treated me. And eventually took his own life. That would have been... Wendy was praying for that. That's like her sick-ass fantasy end to the movie, end to the marriage. What did we say? Alcoholic, lost his job, pain pill addiction, fetish for large Asian prostitutes. Eventually hung himself. But instead, he found a real nice Amy Adler, tenured professorship at NYU, living in the city, nice loft in the city. Weekends up at the Hamptons at the family home, where her famous designer brother will also visit. The kind of place that has a wine cellar. You got a wine cellar in the icon there, Donna? No? Oh, okay. Too bad. Oh, what's that? You have a shared pool? Yeah, it's really exclusive when you have to share it with a bunch of stranger screaming kids. I don't give a fuck if it's on the top of a luxury high-rise in South Beach. It's a shared pool with a bunch of screaming kids that you don't know. Putting all their skin in the water, Nice. Oh, I think that was a pubic hair. Delicious. Yeah. You think Amy Adler's house in the Hamptons didn't have their own private pool? I know that the Adelsons had a pool in their home in Coral Springs, but we saw the pictures of that. It looked horrible.
Briefs. I'm sick of reading this crap. Danny was going to get his butt handed to him by the court, and Wendy was going to have to concede a couple things, but she was going to win, everybody thought. And he had calmed down. He really had. So I was trying to say, maybe we could talk about Danny a little less. Danny's chill. Danny's happy with Amy. This is good. This is good for us, And I was starting to see Danny a little more realistically at that point. So she's in the middle of these conversations where she's just ranting and raving about Danny. Very angry with Danny. She's very sensitive, and the worst thing you could do for Wendy is point out that she's not perfect. And that's what Danny represented to her is, he said, you're a liar. Things like that. Anyway, she just comes out of the blue, and I said, well, I just wish something, I can't remember exactly what I said, but I was like, this isn't going to ever be fixed in the way you want it. You're linked to this man for your life. There's no fix for this, but you have to fix what you think and feel. And she said, well,
That's a very good and insightful comment from Jeff, and everyone should remember that for their own lives. You can't fix things that are other people's things, and don't try, because you'll waste your time, and it's not going to work, and you're just going to get frustrated, and it doesn't lead to anything good, right? You can only change how you feel about the things that are outside of yourself. Just remember that. Try and remember that. We all should.
Charlie did look into having him killed last summer. He said it would cost about $15,000.
$15,000?
That's right. It seems cheap to me, but you would know better than And
it's, I want to make sure I understand this completely.
Please.
So, June, what was the date?
Between June 20th and March 14th, let's say. I think it's probably... I think it's closer to July, between June 20th and July 14th. I think it's closer to July 14th.
Okay. She says, you know, Charlie
did actually look into having him killed last summer.
Last summer.
And he was told it would cost $15,000. And one of Charlie's...
This is just paraphrased, but I want to make sure I understand. Yeah. Charlie did look into having
Danny killed last summer. It would cost about $15,000. And that's not exactly word for word, but that's pretty close to what she said. I wish to God I had followed up. But how do you respond to that? What do you say?
What did you say?
I changed the subject to us. I was interested in working our relationship out.
Did she ever bring that up again?
No. Never again. But what worries me is that the speech pattern, I'm not trying to play FBI profiler here, but it's kind of similar to when she would say, Daniel Sack and I had coffee yesterday. Well, that means her and Daniel Sack had sex all day. That's what that means. That's how she lies. So the fact that she would leak a little bit of it out scares me.
Which is kind of like, I told you half a truth instead of half a lie.
That's how she lies. That's exactly. I'm sure you've done that a lot in your life.
I told you half a truth instead of half a lie. I don't know if it was the first time I ever heard that, but at some point I heard that and I was like, oh yeah, that is exactly what people do. And Isom says it like he's experienced it. Tell you half a truth instead of half a lie. It's amazing. It just wakes you up. It's like, now I get why that was such a fucking mindfuck.
So it doesn't have the impulse control just to say nothing in high-stress situations, but...
Boom! Neverly Darling's back. Did you get some sleep, Neverly? We're gonna pull an all-nighter.
Gives you this half-assed version, so I thought about that a lot.
But you do remember the amount is $15,000?
I do remember that.
No further than that, nothing else?
There's nothing else. I wish I followed up. I beat myself up about this.
Oh, you didn't.
What am I going to do, call you guys and say my girlfriend said something crazy? I don't know,
No.
The thing that worried me about Charlie is he has a very close friend and goes on these trips with him who's ex-special forces and is known for being kind of deranged, and it looked like it was done by somebody who knew what they were doing. So I told you guys that already.
What's his name, though? I never got a name.
I don't know. I assumed you guys investigated it. I don't know. He's a tatted up, known affectionately as a deranged guy. Guy just didn't come back the same like some of these guys do, unfortunately.
But he's a close friend of Charlie's?
He's on his Facebook page. That's what I told investigator Hale.
Okay.
Has anybody got the name of this guy, the ex-special forces guy that apparently didn't come back the same, and he was doing like door-to-door raids in Fallujah or something, and affectionately known as a deranged guy. It's like, oh, he's so deranged. It's so great. So great. Anyone know anything more about that guy?
When I heard the crime occurred, about 12 hours I was shocked, and then as I'm driving up I-75, in my head I was like, holy shit, Charlie did it, and he got that guy, I can't remember his name, to do it.
You're saying this?
Yeah, what did we say about that a while ago, Neverly? Neverly says, you said it a long time ago, Metrix, Wendy lies to establish her baseline. Wendy lies to establish her baseline. You get used to it and think that's normal. Well, it's more like she purposefully lies about shit that don't matter. so that you don't notice a difference in her behavior. It doesn't stand out when she's lying about something that does matter. So yeah, the baseline changes. It's like camouflage, carpet bomb lies. It's just lie. Because if I tell you everything, it's like Rocky Rambo Waynam Cam, right? Tell us about your mother. My mother lives in Hong Kong. Okay. What did you have for breakfast today? Soup. You know, I like to play video games, but ask him anything about the murder. I have nothing to say. You know, that's the extreme example about someone who only clams up when, you know, you're asking him something that's pertinent. And equally, you know, when someone's talking openly and honestly, but then you ask them something that they need to lie about, you know, if you know how to look at a liar, and most of us do, most of us that follow this shit do, right? I mean, that's why. It jumps out at you. It's like, oh, well, look, you're lying because you just did about 15 fucking tells on your face, and I know you're lying. But if you lie about shit that doesn't matter, there's nothing to compare it to. It's crazy. That's, I believe that's what she does.
This guy is on Charlie's Facebook page, or was?
Was. I don't know if he is.
Okay.
These are really smart people. I wouldn't be Facebook friends with them anymore if any of this is true. Other thing that happened in June, our relationship isn't doing well. All of a sudden, from nowhere, you know, like a 5-year-old kid will try to manipulate you in a very transparent way, and it's like obvious what they're doing. She started doing.
There you go. 5-year-old kid will try and manipulate you in a very transparent way, and it's like obvious what they're doing. She started doing that. Wendy started doing that.
That kind of stuff. I got the sense we weren't going to make it. It was obvious to me, and I never going to trust her again. All of a sudden, she throws me the world. And I thought at the time, I said to my friends, I've been very careful not to develop like a hindsight bias. I've checked back in with my friends. What did I say? They said, you said in June it felt like Wendy was stringing you along for some reason, and you couldn't figure out why I should just break up with you. She's like, this ain't gonna work, you know. So all of a sudden, she's telling me I should move in.
Move in with her?
Yeah, she's talking about moving in. And I wanted a family so bad. She knew that. She manipulated me with the kids constantly. She said the kids should start calling you daddy. I'm going to talk to my mom and dad, and I'm not Jewish. I'm going to get approved by the parents. I'm going to give you the passwords. I'm going to give you all my computer accounts. She started acting like this was going to...
I'm going to give you my passwords. I mean, the fuck? Is that common? Is that part of a entering into a relationship these days? Like, here's a key to my apartment, here's a key to my home, and the passwords to all my email addresses and social media. Fuck that. Oh, you know. I just wouldn't want to be in a relationship where that was necessary, you know?
Be a permanent thing.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I can give you a second.
I'm just going to have to respond to this.
I understand.
Right now.
I understand.
That was so that was so funny when he came in the white jumpsuit, and he was so, you could tell he was so pissed off about it. He'd obviously just been strip searched, which is uncomfortable, but you know, On top of that, he was like, and then what did he say? He was like, so you gonna give me something to eat? Yeah, okay, we'll give you something to eat. What would you like? Dinner. just dinner. Whatever is for dinner. A steak dinner. I'll have I'll have a petite filet, very lean.
Okay, that'll suffice for a while.
No problem. So just at the time, I felt like I was being manipulated. I couldn't figure out why she'd want to keep me around. It was really strange. Just all of a sudden, here's the world. Just all of a sudden being over the top sweet.
I hate, Jeff, I'm confused about this timeline here.
Yeah,
Maybe we should try to get that.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, timelines especially. We need to pad them out as far as explaining them. Isom has to draw a picture of what it means.
Okay, where's this week off?
That's in July. I've been going.
Okay.
I've been going in order.
Okay.
So we're still in June right now.
Okay, well, so we're in, but this comment from late June of the 20th.
You can hear it in Jeff's voice. He's like, okay, so what are you struggling with? I've been going in chronological order from beginning to present day. So it's all in order. It's just one long line of time, and we're in July right now.
The July 14th is before or after what you're telling me now?
I can't remember exactly.
It's my fault.
No, it's okay. No, it's not a fault. I can't remember. I want to be as honest and accurate as I can.
Sure.
I think that's the Monday before he was shot, but I can't be certain. So this would be preceding that.
Preceding, okay.
Preceding that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it just felt strange. These are just my impressions, but it's like, what is going on? To give you an example, I would just be kissing Wendy, and all of a sudden she's like, like a porn star. I've been with a lot of women. Women don't behave like it's just. And we've been together 9 months. I've never seen this before. It's like
brand new.
Some of them do.
Behavior.
Yeah, brand new behavior. I'm going. What's going on? All of a sudden she wants me to. It just didn't make any sense. It was just really strange, erratic behavior.
She wants you to what, though?
Well, I was threatening to leave at this point. Too.
Okay.
So, and I guess if I'm putting on my cop show hat, I'm wondering if it would have looked.
I think there's something so tragically funny about Jeff Lacasse threatening to leave. I mean, Wendy doesn't give a fuck, never gave a fuck, never wanted the relationship. I think she just, from the beginning, do you understand the kind of credentials that are essential to be considered a long-term mate of a Wendy Adelson? What's his name? Dave, who paid his own ex-wife $3 million to fuck off and give up the parental rights. No time sharing, no split custody. Here's $3 million. Good luck with your new life. See you later. I believe it was a situation like that. I mean, $3 million to burn. What's he got left in the bank? I mean, he sold a big company, right? That's important as to be considered. Jeff Lacasse, with a fucking shitty basement apartment because he's saving to buy a house. If you even have to need to save to buy a house, you ain't no Adelson material, okay? She was never, I think she selected him because, and you could say, oh yeah, well, someone else set them up. Jane set them up. Yeah, okay. Well, Wendy still identified that he was an ideal patsy that could be emotionally manipulated pretty easily and would probably be awful helpful with the children during the time where the rest of the murder plot was being set up. You know? And if you could just mop the kitchen floors, that would be really helpful, and thank you so much. You know, she maintained a relationship with Daniel Sack, and Jeff says, oh, she was covering her tracks better earlier in the relationship. Well, that was so that you would allow yourself to become more emotionally invested in the relationship, Jeff. As soon as it was a benefit to her to start being sloppy with the cheating, leaving the day planner out on the coffee table with Daniel Sack written all over it, text messages, you know. Well, I'll not go there. that might be too far. All sorts of other things, right? You know, that was a benefit to her, so that you would be encouraged to go into what she would later be able to over-embellish and claim to be a jealous rage. Who to? To Jane McPherson, who somehow Wendy was able to orchestrate to come in to the interrogation room. Now, I remember at some point when Wendy was kind of, you know, that it was going to be Lynn Grossman that would go and pick up the boys because Lynn was more familiar with the boys, right? And then Wendy said something, oh, I don't know if Jane is out of town on business this week. Of course, Wendy knew Jane was not out of town on business this week. 100%. My point is that there was a moment in the interrogation where it could have been either or. We've got Jane on hand, we've got Lynn Grossman on hand. One of them's going to pick up the kids, one of them's going to come here for some reason. It was like to pick up the car seats or whatever that was, I don't know. And Wendy managed to get Jane in the room, who had been prepped. But who's to say that Lynn Grossman hadn't been prepped? Now, I don't think she would have been quite so playable to Wendy's, Jane, who could have done this? And are they going to come after my kids? Or me? Who's next? Is Jeff this much of a lunatic? Jane is clearly very susceptible to Wendy's, you know, indirection, right? It's not really direction, it's indirect direction. But just in case, if the chips had fallen and it was Lynn Grossman who came into the room and Jane would have picked them up, which could have happened for reasons beyond Wendy's control. I would be very interested to know if Wendy had already had a similar conversation with Lynn Grossman. You know, we know that Wendy had gone on this long kind of walk with a heart-to-heart, confiding in Jane. Jeff flew into a rage, you know, and all the rest of it. And you can imagine how much she twisted the true nature of the events for the express purpose of having her come in to give Jeff's name first in the interrogation, because obviously Wendy thought it would be way too on the nose for her to say, well, I have been dating a guy called Jeff and he's been very jealous and it could have been him. Now, if there were any chance that it was him, Wendy would have mentioned it. It would have come to her. Her brother came to her. Her family came to her. Interesting. So, I can't remember where I started with talking. I don't suppose it matters. I have no idea what I was saying. That's okay. Next.
weird if you break up with your boyfriend and then a week later someone gets shot. You know what I mean? I don't know. So get to mid to late June. She went down to South Florida. She came back. I could tell she had cheated on me. I was very upset. It's very obvious. And we went to Gainesville, June 27th. She accompanied me down there for a work trip.
Okay. 27th?
Yeah, that weekend together. Had to use the GPS on the way down there, and in it I discover that, you know, last 50 destinations get recorded. I didn't even mean to look at this one, but I see she's been in the Hilton in Orlando like 2 weeks ago when she wasn't supposed to be anywhere near Orlando. She had put the Hilton in. Assume that's like a sex trip with one of these other boyfriends. So I got really upset with her, and we finally had it out.
In Gainesville?
Yeah. Saturday I tried to, thing was she was going back to Miami for 2 weeks. As soon as we got back, we drive back to Tallahassee, then she drives down to Miami.
Yeah. You said that you were in Miami, but your GPS says the Orlando Hilton. Which we checked out recently on this channel, and it didn't look very good as far as Hilton goes. Actually, the Hilton where we're staying in Tallahassee does look real nice. Real nice. I want to get the room that looks on to the courthouse so I can see Judge Everett in the morning. It's ironic, isn't it?
Miami with her mom. So that was because her mom has to come up to take with her because she's not allowed to go herself. I knew it was the worst.
Yeah, great shout. In fact, I think I'm going to make some real world coffee right now. How long is this fucking stream? 7.5 hours. Well, we didn't do one yesterday, but if anyone would like to support the channel, there's a fantastic link from our one and only Neverly Darling on the page or in the description. Or it's real easy. You just go to buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. And that's just so appreciated. Thank you guys. And like the video, share, leave a comment. Subscribe to the channel, social networks. There's a bunch of links in the description, as you know. But the most important one, the best one, the only one that matters, is buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix.
Time I wanted to have a fight, I just finally lost my mind on her. Right? So the only reason this is relevant to the investigation is it precedes this crime by a couple weeks. I did not touch her, I did not call her names, but I lost my shit on her. I told her exactly how upset I was. I chewed her ass. She decompensated in a way that I've never seen an adult do before. She ended up...
Sheena, hello. Who the hell is Sheena? Welcome, Sheena.
In the fetal position, sobbing like a 3-year-old, and completely fell apart when I said, I looked at you, left your planner out on the table, and I looked at it, and they know Zach's name's all through it, so can we cut the bullshit and just have an honest conversation,
As in, she was still seeing Zach recently?
Yeah, she saw Zach September to May.
Okay.
And she insisted that they had broken up in the fall, and then his name's not very clever. I mean, it's the thing she's leaving out on the table, and it says Daniel Sack dinner, and
she'd been sucking on his sack for months.
She was doing very erratic things, like she would go to Daniel Sack's house, spend the afternoon with him, have sex with him, come see me, have sex with me. I get a full STI workup. I'm putting my stuff someplace another man's been 45 minutes earlier.
That's rough, man. I mean, at least a different day and shower in between, for fuck's sake.
She did this. So I was really upset, as you can imagine. I mean, and to put me with the kids on Mother's Day and the next day, I was really upset. So anyway, I was pretty angry with her, and you may have seen the email. She actually was manipulative enough that I ended up apologizing for that. Because,
was this on her Gmail account?
Yes. There's a lot of...
Other investigators have looked at those,
gotcha.
And so I'd have to figure out.
I bet she made him go down on her as well. Like, she's going out with Daniel Sack, rolling around with Daniel Sack, comes back to Jeff, makes him go down on her.
Yeah,
which one.
I'm just saying, if you see it, it's a little
I
embarrassing.
just didn't know if it was her Gmail account or her work account or a different account.
Yeah.
If I want to go back and look at it, I'm going to look at the Gmail.
Yeah, it's Gmail. It's all Gmail. Is my impression, at least. I think that's all I would use. So we had it out, and the reason that's important is she was very concerned about her social reputation. Are you going to tell anybody about this?
About what? Her having sex with Daniel?
And Miguel and Mahul and other men. Yeah, and I said...
What was the third name? We've got Miguel, Zach, and...
Are you going to tell anybody about this?
About what? Her having sex with Daniel?
And Miguel and Mahul and other men.
Mahul? What's that, like a Mexican version of Michael? Or what? Mahul. Mahul. Okay. I haven't heard that name before.
Yeah, and I said, we stay together, I won't. If we don't, I won't slander you, but let's be adults here. This is Tallahassee. You know how many people I know cheating their wives and stuff. Right. Let's be realistic here. Right. I said, I'm not going to try to destroy your reputation, but you made these choices. And by the way, I'm not...
Did she give a reason?
It's deeply important to her she be perceived a certain way.
No, did she give a reason why she was having multiple sex partners?
Not a good one, no. I mean, she said she didn't, actually. She said she was very upset by my behavior in Immokalee when we had what you or I would probably consider normal range.
It is Indian, Neverly Darling, which is surprising considering Robert's past issues. The name Mihul is an Indian male name given of Sanskrit origin, meaning rain or cloud. It's worth noting that while Mehul is a common name in India, it also appears as a surname, particularly in Canadian records. Well, that makes sense. They have a lot of clouds and rain.
Uncomfortable conversations for 30 seconds where I said, like, she said, I was afraid in Immokalee you were going to be a jerk. And I was like, I said, could you please be more considerate to me? That's literally all I said. She's a hair trigger. I think she didn't want a boyfriend, is my suspicion, but I think I was awful helpful with the kids and stuff like that.
Okay, I got you.
I think she enjoyed using me as her...
Okay, let's narrow...
I was afraid in Immokalee you were going to be a jerk. I said, could you please be more considerate of my feelings? Exactly, that's what I mean, you jerk.
This down, okay. June 27th, you're telling me is the date that you're in Gainesville and you have this blow up.
Yeah, we have a total blow up.
Okay, so is the comment about Charlie and the 15 grand after that?
It is after that.
Okay, so we can narrow it down to the 27th and after.
You know what? I just want to be as conservative as I can, but I'm almost positive that was July, the Monday before he was shot. If I had to bet money on it, that's where I'd put my money.
Okay.
So, when I was talking to her about that, I was struck by how cold and callous and basically sociopathic she was. Here I am, I was crying, I was very upset, and I said, you're not a sociopath, you must feel bad about this on a certain level. And she goes, I don't know if I'm a sociopath, I don't feel bad about any of this. And she was laughing and describing some of the experiences she'd had with other men, actually. She was making it clear they were very enjoyable and stuff like that. I've never seen that from men. I've never seen that from a woman before. It was...
What kind of...
I said, there was this one night where you said you were at book club. I know you weren't at book club. She's like, I was pretty drunk that night. I had a really good time that night.
Is she rubbing this in your face, you think, or is it...
She was, but it's just strange because I'm not the one that did any. I was completely faithful to them.
I think Isom's quite sympathetic to Jeff in this interview. I'm surprised at the end he doesn't sort of, put his hand on his shoulder and say, let's get out of here, man. Come on. The chicken wings are on me. We'll dice and we'll talk women. Lay it on me, brother.
This woman, and I was very dedicated. Well, you could ask anybody.
But had there ever been a confusion about, okay, Jeff, I'll just be simple,
Yeah.
Elementary terms. Jeff loves Wendy. Wendy loves everybody. You see what I'm getting at?
No, that's what
it was you understood her that she was supposed to be strictly with you?
Yeah, just from March on. Before that, I knew what she was doing before that. March on, I've been to 50 dinner parties where I'm introduced as her boyfriend. She took me out in public constantly. The Daniel Sack thing, they went to the movies and stuff, but in general, they're at his house. I think they went to yoga and some things too. I got some weird looks from people in public sometimes that made me, it's one of the reasons I got suspicious. I go to yoga and this one guy be looking at us. I was like,
what are you doing there?
Like, I just got the impression, like, was she here with somebody else? That kind of thing. But no, I think that was probably what she wanted.
Yeah, we saw another guy that actually looked just like you with her last week. We're just trying to work out if you are that guy or a new guy.
I don't know how relevant it is. I guess what's relevant is that I'm over the butthurt being thing. This stuff happens. But publicly, I was her boyfriend. I was. That's one of the things that, I don't know if it was an investigative technique or not reading the file, but Investigator Hale kept calling Daniel Sack her boyfriend. And that got me pretty fired up. And that's one of the reasons I might not have made a lot of sense, because that was really, it provoked me. I don't know if that's on accident or purpose, but it was one of these things where, like, he didn't seem to know that I was her boyfriend, and he thought Daniel Sack was. It was one of the
Hale did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to be quite honest. My understanding was Sack was before you and her hooked up.
Yeah, then she went back to him after spring.
But I thought he went west or north or
He's
something.
in Massachusetts, and he left in late May. So there's 2 months there. Where
I thought he'd been gone way before that.
No.
West or north? Well, it's pretty hard to go south or east from Florida, right? That would just be into the water. He's covered all options with north and west.
May of 2014?
May 20th, 2014 is when he left.
Do you know that for a fact?
Yeah.
I got something that sounds conflicting to it. May 20th of 2014?
Yeah, May 20th or 21st, it was on his Facebook page that he left Tallahassee that day.
Okay.
And, no, I know when he was having sex with him in March, April, and May.
Sack went to Massachusetts?
Mm-hmm. Amherst, University of Amherst in Massachusetts. And the coffee shop thing was May around that same time. I'd have to look up the exact date, but it was that same
Just
way.
Prior to?
Well, I walked in on him having a goodbye coffee together.
Oh, goodbye coffee.
He was leaving town the next day. And that's one of the things I was saying when I was talking to Investigator Hale is if men obsessed with Wendy are suspects, you can't trust her to tell you the truth about that. I mean, this is a woman who was separated from Danny, had that boyfriend Miguel, and in a deposition lied and said, I'm not seeing anybody. I mean, it's a licensed lawyer who will lie to the court. So, that's...
A licensed lawyer who will lie to the court. Yeah, and not give a fuck.
The narrative to the public, by the way, is that Daniel and I saw each other in the fall, and then that was it.
Say again, please.
That Daniel and I dated in the fall, and then in the spring, her and I had a conversation January 10th, and she told me, like, let's see more of each other, and then as of March 1st, I'm her boyfriend. That's not what happened. She just saw him continually.
Give me a minute here.
Yeah.
You need something?
If you had a water,
Yeah.
I want to dry up, I'd appreciate it.
I slept from 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. And I'll probably sleep in the afternoon. And then we'll be back live this evening at some point. It's what we do. Hey, I'm gonna go for a coffee, guys. It is quite a while we've been on, and I've only had one pot. Or maybe I should have a tea. I know Kazza Tea will enjoy that. I'll be back.
Thank you so much.
Try not to spill that.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, the 27th of June is when you went to Gainesville.
That's right, 27th to 29th.
Gainesville. Oh, what happened to the headphones? Ambient aware? No. Noise cancelling, that's better. What are we up to here?
27th through 29th, you're in Gainesville.
Mm-hmm.
You see the planner. You see Sack's name everywhere.
Well, I seen her earlier in the month, but I confronted her on that in Gainesville.
Okay. And you at a hotel or something?
Mm-hmm.
And so did she get upset with you? Does she claim you're snooping or something? Or
That bothered her, but mainly she just collapsed, just sobbing like an infant, just acting really, really crazy. I mean,
you're basically saying, you know, you're seeing me, but at the same time you're screwing this guy.
I said, I know about Daniel Sack. I know you never stopped seeing him.
But you already know because you've seen him at the coffee shop. Do you
Yeah,
not?
but I didn't see him screwing. I mean,
No, but I mean, did you place, is this Daniel Sack at the coffee shop?
It is.
You knew that when you saw him?
I knew who Daniel Sack was when I walked in at the coffee shop. I didn't know he'd be there, but I recognized him.
Facial recognition?
Yeah, I looked him up on the web because she talked about him constantly, so I looked him up.
All right.
In that, I guess the important thing about that meeting is it seemed to like shatter her. She's so fragile, and she wants to be seen as this moral, ethical person. She's a friggin' humanitarian on the web, right? I mean, human trafficking and social work. And all
The what now?
She's like a humanitarian if you look her up on the web. You know, she wants to be seen as this ethical, loyal person.
Okay.
And she couldn't handle it, so she like.
You could tell he'd had enough of this act, right? Oh, you look her up on the web, she's fucking humanitarian, human trafficking, and all this bullshit. Philanthropy. It's all an act.
I looked him up on the web because...
But it's a common act. It's a fucking common act. You all know Jimmy Savile? Yeah. That thing where dark people do charitable, benevolent, philanthropic deeds, right? Support the weakest members of society and all of that. It's the perfect cover.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck is fucking with me.
Oh, peace at you. Was that a Chinese accent thing? Let me see if I can see it again. I wish that thing stayed up for longer. Appreciate you. I appreciate you too. Textual. We need a word. What's a word that has oh man. I have to wait until I have this coffee. My brain is in the kitchen under the sink with all the bleach. No, thank you very much, Neville darling, for that coffee. Right in time, right on time.
Because she talked about him constantly, so I looked him up.
All right.
In that, I guess the important thing about that meeting is it seemed to like shatter her.
So, Neville darling, have you started doing the like Chinese accent thing at work at all? Like, because I think when there's a safe place for us to share, and then we get in the habit, don't we? And then we go into the real world where those other people haven't been in these conversations, these topical conversations for as long as we have. It's quite funny.
she's so fragile, and she wants to be seen as this moral, ethical person. She's a friggin' humanitarian on the web, right? I mean, human trafficking and social work. And all
Do what now?
She's like a humanitarian if you look her up on the web. She wants to be seen as this ethical, loyal person.
Okay.
Yeah. Smaller words, Jeff. We're talking to General Isom. Humanitarian. A word of advice: bring a thesaurus with you when giving an interview to General Isom.
And she couldn't handle it, so she lost her shit in a way I just want to say I've never seen. She sobbed, but the next morning she sobbed all the way from Gainesville to Tallahassee, and I was upset, but it was.
But I thought, and you're just going to have to bear with me as far as. I thought that after I can see that she's in this fetal position, she's demoralized, whatever, and then I thought she snaps right out of it and says, I had a great time.
That's what concerns me, is I used to work in a psych hospital. I've seen this kind of stuff before. It's a good question. She was vacillating between, it was crazy. 1 minute confessing, literally telling me I wanted to sexually experiment with people, I wasn't ready, this kind of stuff. The next minute, I never did that. I mean, it was like insane.
Contradicting what you just said?
Absolutely. And on the way back up, she goes, I never did any of that. I said, well, you confessed to me like 7 different times last night. I did not. It was crazy.
Okay.
Absolutely insane. So if it doesn't make sense, I understand, because it didn't make sense.
Okay. Let me go back to this special forces guy.
Yeah.
Okay. So, are you Charlie's friend on Facebook? Or?
I was.
Okay, you were.
I was. It wasn't until all this stuff happened, and then I befriended everybody that was associated with Wendy just to clean my life up.
Okay, but when you were on the Facebook, on Charlie...
That was a bad move, Jeff. And I don't really get the difference. And I don't want to start a fight over this, right? But there's a certain group, or maybe not a group, there's a number of people like to say that they believe Nicole Kessinger was involved in helping Chris Watts murder his family. I'm not of that belief. And something they always mention to support the idea that Nicole Kessinger was involved in helping Chris Watts murder his whole family is that she wiped her text messages. When she felt like something was wrong, she picked up on it, and he started saying strange things. Oh, my family are missing. Like that's just normal, right? Oh, the police are at my house and my family are missing. That from a third party perspective, that doesn't look good. That doesn't sound good. And if you know the guy on a personal terms, and we know that Chris is not very fucking good at fronting out a certain behavior style, right? He's very obvious. So it sounds like she picked up something was wrong, and I mean, I could totally see that. I've done that to people where you've just had enough of someone and delete the entire message thread. Just get it off my phone. I don't want to look at it. I don't want to nothing about it. And people always go, oh yes, well there might have been a plan in those messages and blah, 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 blah. I mean, how is it different than Jeff having enough and just saying, okay, you know what, this fucking Adelson bunch of cunts, I'm deleting everybody from the Adelsons from my Facebook. Clear the deck. I think it's the same thing. Don't get me wrong, I mean, had Nicole Kessinger perhaps thought, further along the line, if this turns into a murder investigation, maybe these messages could be helpful. But, is that something that... I mean, something would have to be very strongly wrong for people to go that far in their mind. I better preserve this as potential evidence in case it is a family annihilation. You know, I just think she was like pissed off at him and just wanted it out. She seemed like the kind of person that would do that. Like, okay, rip off the Band-Aid, motherfucker, you're gone. Close chapter. Delete the messages. But Jeff is here deleting all the Adelsons. And similarly, I mean, it would have been potentially interesting if Jeff had kept, we're in March now, so August, September, October, November, December, January, March. There's 8 months of stuff that he could have absorbed, but didn't because he deleted them all from his Facebook. And maybe they weren't posting anything anyway, but, you know, we'll never know because he deleted them. Same deal.
A friend on Charlie's Facebook page, you're saying that this guy that you knew as being a special forces, ex-military, psychopath, whatever.
Yeah, by reputation. Yeah.
Okay, by reputation. Did you ever hear a name being called?
No, there's pictures of him and Charlie together on the page, though.
Okay. Do you have any of that saved?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Can you describe the guy?
I couldn't. I mean, he's a big guy. He looked like a... Yeah,
tattoos.
Tattoos, looked like an ex-ranger or something. And Charlie doesn't have that many friends. It can't be that hard to track down because there's like this foursome of them that hangs out, and my memory is that he is part of Charlie's crew, you know.
The inner circle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And certainly Wendy talked about him a lot. She'd heard a lot of stories, you know.
What's that guy's name? Something Radius. I always thought it was funny to say Mr. Radius is part of the inner circle.
So you can't recall a name?
I can't.
Nickname?
There's all these crazy, and I can't remember the stories, but all these crazy stories when these guys were drinking and partying and stuff, but all stories like that, you know, drinking stories and things like that.
Okay, was there any other...
I like the accent Metrix mimics to Neverly Darling. It is cute. What, the Chinese one? Yeah.
So this was just what you're seeing on Charlie's page.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have
Scott
interaction
Radius.
with this guy
Never
directly.
met him.
Scott Radius, part of the inner circle.
Never met him. Wendy talked about him periodically because she found him amusing. She'd met him a few times.
And what was?
He's crazy. I mean, you know, but in a fun way. It wasn't like negative. And I mean, if Charlie arranged a killing of Dan Markel, I don't know that it would be that guy. He was just the first guy that popped into my head. Like, well, that's got to be something I was looked at. I mean, you know.
So you're basically putting this guy's face as someone who would carry out the wishes of Charlie.
Yeah, because these guys are close friends, is my impression through Wendy. Also, this show looked like somebody who had done this before. This guy's reputation is that he was doing building-to-building combat in Fallujah or whatever, so it wouldn't be a new thing. So that's why it popped into my head.
Okay, was there any, you know, and we're just talking.
Building-to-building combat in Fallujah. Do you think he can handle Trescott Drive? What if he got carried away and went next door and got Jim Geiger as well? He suddenly thought he was in a bunker in fucking Desert Storm and just went on a rampage up and down Trescott.
Was there anything that would lead you to believe that this person had committed something like this before?
No, not at all.
So it wasn't like, you know, here's G.I. Joe and got 40 kills under his belt or anything like that.
Oh, I think his reputation was of a combat-hardened veteran that had seen real stuff.
How is a periodontist or whatever, Charlie, is some type of specialized...
As a periodontist, that's right.
Okay.
He's a very interesting guy, and you may have known guys like this. I know some in Tallahassee. He's friends with people on both sides of the tracks. He's got friends that are physicians and professors and all that. He's got guys he hangs out at his gym that don't have a high school diploma, and he's able to buddy up with them too. He's very good socially. Charlie is street smart. He comes off kind of like a
Yeah, it's easy for him to buddy up with those guys. They've read the exact same books. You know, the Dr. Seuss classics, and what's that one about the elephant who loses his balloon and then has to go on a journey to find it, and along the way he gets help from a tiger and a monkey, and it's a good book. I forget the name, but obviously Charlie's read that book, and the guys at the gym without a whole high school diploma, that's how they can bond. You know, the same reading material.
con man. He is really good with women. He's one of those con man womanizer types. Different girl every night. Very socially smooth. So he enjoys flowing from one side of society. He has a Ferrari. I mean, he could just hang out in the upper crust. He doesn't. He enjoys slumming with these other guys, you know. So I think he's taken trips with that guy, though. If you're going to look into it, I believe he's part of the crew that went to South America.
What shirt is that, Neverly? Jeff's shirt? I don't know. That's a little light, little airy. Little airy.
I have somebody checking right now to see if maybe we're talking about the same person.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, by the way, Charlie is so industrious and so street smart that if it wasn't that guy, it wouldn't make me any less suspicious that Charlie was involved. He just was the natural first thing that popped into
So what do you think, Jeff? You don't, okay, so when you first started talking to me today, and don't take this the wrong way, but when you first started talking to me, I thought we were fixing to crucify Wendy right here as far as everything, and that she was directly involved. Not necessarily that she killed her ex-husband, but had solicited for someone to do it.
I still believe that. I'm 100%, I never say 100%, I'm a researcher. I was 90% sure when I talked to you guys in July, but I was waiting for you to catch somebody, because then maybe I'm crazy, right? So then when Myron May happened, I thought maybe it was Myron May, you know, I'm just wondering. At this point, I'm pretty confident. I got a couple, can I give you a couple other things first?
Yeah, but just slow for me, please.
Yeah, because there's a couple other, just two other suspicions.
Let me just, before you get into that, I don't want to throw off your train of thought, but I want to address this. This is an email that I think you're...
No, I'd definitely be darker than that shirt. You know, that's what you get for living in Portugal for 6 years.
I'll give you an opportunity to read it.
Yep, that's the one she sent. That's where I'm going right now.
Okay, so this is July 15th. Is that accurate?
That's right.
Okay, July 15th is the Tuesday before.
The thing she told me about Charlie would have been the night before this.
Okay, so we are on the 14th.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, it would have been Monday, July 14th. That's actually just where I was going for right now.
Go ahead.
So she goes to South Florida for 2 weeks. We barely talk. It's hard on both of us. You guys have emails. It's bullshit romance stuff, going back and forth. We had one long conversation and decided to patch things up. She sounded very calm in this conversation.
These are phone conversations?
Yeah. You know,
she's in Miami.
She's in Miami. And while she's in Miami, she always says, she would just disappear for 14 days. I wondered if there was another man down in Miami too. It seemed plausible because her parents take care of the kids. It doesn't make sense how busy she is. Come back Monday, we go on a date. That's the 14th. That's the night that...
okay, you're on the date here.
Yeah, we're on a date here. It was real awkward. And she was a little strange, but it was overall a pretty positive date. So I had some hope in terms of the relationship. She said that thing about Charlie. I'm so distracted by this relationship stuff. That's the reason I didn't follow up on that bizarre thing she says about Charlie having Danny killed. But at the end of the night, she wants me to drop all the Daniel Sack stuff, everything else. She goes, that never happened. And I said to her, Wendy, we can break up, but I'm not going to go on a relationship pretending like this didn't happen. It happened. So she doesn't know how to... Danny's the only relationship she ever had. I said, I know you don't know how this works, but if you want to go to a counselor, you can, or you talk it out. But you don't just say that never happened. This happened. And she seemed to find that devastating. back to the who knows about this, who's going to know about this, does your friend Steven know about this? Like, Jesus, you know.
That's on the 14th.
It's on the 14th. So
that you're having this conversation during or after your date?
After the date.
Back at her house?
Back at her house. Back at her house. Yeah, and didn't have wine that night. She was sick. She got back cold. She was really stressed out and sick. So the next day is Tuesday the 15th. Wake up in the morning, I call Wendy, and I told Investigator Hill this. I don't know if there's anything here, but it was kind of bizarre. Talk early in the morning, maybe 9 or 10, and I said, I'd like to see you today. I was a little encouraged. And she said, yeah, I'd love to see you. And she'd walked herself out of her house. I said, well, come hang out with you. She said, I'd love to spend time with you. And then I waited. 3 hours later, I get a phone call, and she's like, actually, I got into the house. Let's not do the afternoon. Let's just go to yoga together. So
where?
Yoga.
Okay.
So we went to yoga together. It was awkward as hell. She was cold. She was done. I could tell. So I'm sitting there at yoga going, okay, this is over. Walk her to her car at the end of yoga, and I say, you know, I love you. I don't know what else to say. And she goes, I know. I was like, well, that's not what you want.
So, I love you. And she goes, I know.
Oh, yeah.
Of course you do. I'm a goddess.
Talking about narcissism. Yeah. So I'm like, I literally went, okay. And I just turned to leave, and this.
This is important business, man. We're not here for your entertainment. You know, what the fuck?
I'll hail this, but I want to say it again. She goes, hey, Jeff, are you still going to Tennessee on Friday? And I say, I'm thinking, why the hell does she care? We're sorry.
You're walking away.
Okay, here's another key argument against any notion that the fact that it all actually got done was a surprise to Wendy. Like she knew that there was a plan, but never expected it to get down. I am so surprised to have heard that argument recently, and you know, do I have a need to convince? I'm just really surprised. I'm just really surprised that someone would be shaping it out that way. I mean, how much more evidence do we need that Wendy had full knowledge and all expectations? You know, this was not, oh, I can't believe they actually did it. Right? And I want to be as gentle and respectful and you know, it's about education, not about force. But we need to collect these points. Wendy checking Jeff will be leaving town. Of course, he was supposed to be out of town on the June trip as well, when they came up. It's June. That's another thing I'd like to do, guys, is fucking disprove this third trip. Oh, Sigfredo Garcia came up with Anthony Ortiz. I don't think so. I don't think so. What do you need to come up 3 fucking times for? And why bring Anthony Ortiz? I mean, seriously? You're bringing Luis Rivera because he's your brother, right? They go everywhere together. Anthony Ortiz is Luis Rivera's gopher, right? A fetch boy. What do they call him in Cuban slang? It's a word that means country boy. Do you remember what that was, Neville, darling? I think we've lost Amy again. We can't ask our resident Spanish. What was it? It was, began with a... How does it work? An H or a J? A J that sounds like an H. Let's look it up. Maybe it'll come up. Spanish for country boy, Puerto Rico. Yeah, Hibaro. Thank you, Lady of the Sun. That's it. He's the Hibaro for Luis Rivera. Why would Sigfredo Garcia bring a low-level gopher to his brother to share in 100 grand? Or are you going to tell me that Luis brought up, Sigfredo brought up Anthony on a scouting mission? I mean, why do a scouting mission? Do you need to do a scouting mission? I think if you go on a scouting mission, you should be prepared to do the hit if an opportunity arises. The more times you go up, the more exposure. I mean, you want to be limiting your time in Tallahassee. Not taking every fucking trip with every Latin king in the neighborhood. The fuck? Oh, yes, I think there was a third trip. I mean, yeah, Luis Rivera says something about that in his proffer. I know, we can go and get the exact quote. That's proof of nothing. Luis Rivera speaks to what he sees and knows. Bottom line. Anything else? It's all, what does Tarek Awas say? It's all inference and speculation. It was a 2001 black Lexus with 100,000 miles on the clock. So we're insulting everyone in Hong Kong and everyone in Jamaica. Who's next? Let's see what we can do with Quebec. That is a hard accent to do, man. French, Canadian, Quebec is tough. I don't know if I can do that one. Or any of the others. Anyway, so what have we got to do? We've got to disprove third trip. Not that it needs disproving. I mean, it's a fucking non-issue anyway. I mean, if there is or wasn't a third trip, what has that got to do with anything? We don't need to know. It's not news. It's not news. It's not news at all. But I just, the only reason I want to disprove it is because it just leaves a bad taste in my mouth when like there's so much bullshit speculation about this case. And I get it. We're drip-fed information, and part of the game, part of the puzzle pieces, is filling in the blanks. But when people get fucking carried away, yes, I think the reason that Wendy drove down Trescott that day is because she wanted to find the body and was hoping that Professor Markel was still conscious so that she would be the last thing he saw before he died. Okay. I mean, that's like a really bad idea for a film. That sucks. It's got no basis in reality.
You're separating?
Yeah, I wanted 10 paces away from her, and she says, hey, Jeff, are you still going to Tennessee?
No. The Clarissa H. Who were the two men there in the water behind Dan's house? When were they there? I don't believe that's anything to do with the whole thing. I mean, I will be going over the fucking thing. You know what I think that is? I think that is a... Don't you remember the black guy? The black guy who sold barbecue units. He reported a red truck tearing out of Trescott Drive because he was on Trescott Drive on the 18th visiting a lady friend that he had a court order against not to see or something, but they were breaking that court order. Anyway, he came with some strong conviction about this guy just did something, and you know, he was in a red truck. And of course, we know that there is no red truck in the story, and there's a fucking silver Mica Prius. This happens a lot in false reporting. Not false reporting, but reporting. When people have heard something about surrounding details, they think about something they saw that day that was out of place, and they make it fit somehow in their minds, right? And for no other reason that they want to come forward with helpful information to the investigation. But in doing so, you speak to any detective, in any case, a lot of what is reported to them is white noise. You know, it's white noise. This thing about, oh, there was a short man and a tall man. So you're telling me that Sigfredo Garcia climbed behind Dan Markel's house into a water ditch to collect, as Grish will tell us, a fucking sack of money that Wendy Adelson left there. Okay, next. What the fuck? Oh no, I don't think that's anything to do with anything. The two men in the car with that's not them. Someone saw some two men, and there were burglaries in the fucking neighborhood, right? Okay, one of them was short, one of them was tall. Well, that could be a lot of people. You know, there's no license plates reported. There's no detailed visual description of the suspects reported. There's nothing. We know that there were burglaries in the area around that time. I think it was something to do with that. There's no description of the car. I mean, Grish makes that big fucking long video, and no disrespect to Grish, you know, but no offense to him either, but you can grab any fucking element of this story. There's enough information in the discovery that you could just create a brand new story and find bits and pieces over here to support that story. You know, we know that he was wrong about the beach photo. He said that photo was taken by a what do you call it? Timed selfie that you put on the sands, leaned it up against a rucksack, and that Wendy was there on her own with Katie and Yindra. I mean, Yindra herself has told us that that's not the case. I'm gonna go with Yindra, who was there and has no fucking skin in the game to lie. Rather than Grish's interpretation, as good as it was, and it was brilliant. That fucking zoom out with the satellite thing and how he showed the location on the beach based on certain elements that you could see, the beach hut in the background of the picture. You know, he makes a very compelling argument, and I love it. It's fantastic. It's entertaining. It's entertaining. But so is a lot of fiction. So, yeah, definitely, I'm going to go and find out everything I can. Everything that's claimed about the guys in the fucking going into the water ditch or whatever. But I think that is so clearly a case of it's two other guys, man. It's two other guys, and one of them's short, one of them's tall. Aha! It sounds like a Latin king and his street thug brother. No. Despite the fact that supposedly that was on this phantom third trip. I mean, the first trip, but the first of apparently three. So, I mean, how tall was Anthony Ortiz? Because the tall and the short guy fits with Sigfredo and Luis pretty well, but I mean, Luis is unusually short, 5'4". I mean, do we have a read on Anthony Ortiz's height? I mean, he could also be 5'4", but I don't have that information. Hang on, I just need to write this down before we move on. Water ditch investigation. You know, and if I'm completely incorrect, I'm okay with that. I really don't mind. But I don't feel ambiguous about this at all. I don't believe there was a third trip. Why the fuck would there be a third trip? It's a fucking 400-mile each way drive. There's expenses. You don't want to be seen there too much. 2 trips is bad enough. I mean, they were meant to kill him on the first trip. They just lost him. Or bottled it, or the kids were there, or whatever it was. This is not a fucking mission that requires reconnaissance. Here's his address. Follow him. Find a place to kill him. Kill him. Go home. That's it. Limit your time in Tallahassee. You risk exposure. The fucking motel sees you. The ATM sees you. You might shoot a hole in the Prius and need to go to an auto repair shop. The fucking coke dealer sees you. The hookers see you. Whatever it is. I mean, Hooters waitresses. It's... Yeah. No, I don't mean to... Sorry if I get a little bit riled. Don't mean to cause any offense, and you know, I always like to talk about opinions and ideas. And yeah, but I mean, I really like Gersh's content. I really do. But I think there's a danger. I think there's a danger to how good he is at making compelling arguments. And I think there's a particular danger in this case, just with the amount of discovery available. This is extensive. The public records of this case. You can cherry pick. You can cherry pick information and connect the dots to basically form any fucking picture you want. Right? Seriously, if you've got enough to work with, you can be selective and create a story that isn't true. But it's still great entertainment.
And I say, I lie. And I say, actually, it's up in the air. Because we talked about if we broke up, I should come over and say goodbye to the kids. I was hoping she'd invite me over. And she said, well, she was deeply interested. She asked me 3 or 4 questions.
But this is after this, right?
It is after. No, that's that. I get this email at the end of the night. She goes home and she sends this email. This is after this. This is after the conversation. The conversation I'm telling you about right now happens an hour before I get this email.
An hour before. Okay, so we're still Tuesday the 15th?
Yeah, at 7 o'clock at night.
Okay. Okay.
So she asked 3 or 4 questions about under what circumstances would I go? Why am I thinking about not going? She seemed deeply interested in what I'm going to do on Friday. It just was bizarre. I was like, well, whatever. Got home, got this email. What was so strange about this? We had just spent 16 days away from each other, thinking about things. Then I get this. I told her, if you don't want to do this, send me a text and say I can't do this anymore. Why would you string me along for a week? It's real strange.
I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. I'm going to read this aloud, so if there's something, it pains me to be writing this to you now, but here we go. I need some space to clear my head and to figure out how to move forward. I am heartsick, but my head and my heart are having 2 different reactions to us being together, and I can't reconcile them to be in this like you would want me to be. So she's saying you're coming on too strong, basically, is what I'm reading. You want a full commitment,
No, that's not how I read it, but I mean, it's...
Well, I mean, that's how I'm looking at it. Is that not true? I mean, okay, do you want a full commitment from her?
I wanted to continue the relationship, yes.
Okay.
But we had discussed just breaking up. We just spent 16 days apart thinking about things.
Right. You're 16 days apart. Then you go on a date on the 14th. She makes the comment about her brother was going to looked into killing Danny the previous summer, which would have been summer of 2013. She didn't specify a month. You didn't question her any more about that.
I was too focused on this stuff. Yeah, I didn't.
No, you make when she's making this statement on the you're saying the Monday.
Yeah.
Which would be the 14th.
Yeah.
When she makes this statement that Charlie had looked into having someone do this for 15, it was going to cost. Hey, how much does it cost to kill this guy? And the answer that Charlie gets is $15,000. He shares that with his sister.
Yes.
Okay. And then she says that to you, and that was in the context preceding that conversation was basically, what do you want to do? You don't like it here. I'm talking in your...
You know, that was part of the conversation. There was a constant conversation about Danny is awful, Tallahassee sucks. That's about all she ever said.
And I can't do anything. I'm stuck here because, well, I guess she got denied relocating with the kids.
She did.
And she's saying, I'm stuck here unless something happens to Danny. That's what you're getting at.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm getting at.
And then she just spills this out.
Yeah. And then I think, by the way, she just went to the bathroom. I think there was something like that where like.
But you're saying that, I mean, there was no more conversation about this. Is huge to me. This is like, my brother's already checked into it and it costs this much.
Yeah,
is it like this is still available and open, or 15 grand is too much we're too cheap?
This family's rich. I mean, that's nothing.
No, I know, but
what's... He's got petty cash at his office.
Okay, but was this like, this option still available? Is that how it was?
It was just said in passing, and I've mulled it over in my head 100 times. I didn't know what it meant.
Okay, so my brother checked into it, and it was going to cost 15 grand.
I'm just heartbroken in this situation. I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about how do I get this woman back.
I realize, but I'm trying to glean this from what the interpretation that you got from it.
Yeah.
I know you told me you didn't ask her anything more about it. I mean, you know, a statement like this. Don't take this the wrong way, but if I was in your shoes, I'd be like. I'd be saying, what the hell are you talking about?
I got used to her craziness. That's okay, right? I mean, she's all over the place all the time. So I think I just wrote it off as another crazy thing Wendy says.
But you recall the amount.
I do, and I went back to a couple friends because I told them about this.
Right.
After Danny got shot, I said, holy shit. You know, I mean, that's what happened. So I beat myself up about that.
No, I don't want you to beat yourself up. I just want to make sure that you didn't. I'm just trying to get you to see it. Is there anything else that you can recall? I'm not saying you did anything wrong.
I know, I get that.
I'm saying, are you sure you didn't miss something else in that conversation?
No, because it was right back to her and I.
Okay. All right.
Since you're going to be here, and that's not going to happen, you know that.
So this comment is made in passing as she's traipsing off to the bathroom.
Like, yeah, or her bedroom or something.
Comes back out. It's all okay.
And I say, I had a good time last night, or something like that. You know, it was that kind of thing. So she sends me this email. And I don't know if it's coming on. I didn't know what to make of it. I sent it to some of my friends who know her pretty well. They said, she's crazy, is what they said. I mean, why wouldn't she just break up with you? It doesn't even make sense. I should have broke up with her. But we've been apart 16 days. She wants another week. But recall that when she left Danny, she just moved out while he was gone. So confrontation isn't her thing, you know. So maybe that's why. So Wednesday goes by. There's Thursday. Thursday, she...
You're still up in the air about leaving. You've told her, I don't know for sure if I'm leaving Friday or not.
That's right. She doesn't know for sure. I don't know if she would have or would have known. We have mutual friends that I told on Wednesday or Thursday that I was going, that it wouldn't shock me if she were able to find out that I was going. I mean, we have mutual friends.
But your answer to her was, I don't know yet.
That's right. But the next day I decided to go. So it was all
Wednesday.
Yeah, I decided to go for sure on Wednesday. Thursday, she changes her Facebook picture. I'm sure you've seen the picture of her in the beautiful purple dress. It's all over the media. And that was bizarre to me because that's a Victoria's Secret dress. It's not a dress you hang out at your parents. You might wear it to a club if you're an undergrad. You might wear it to bed. You don't hang out at your parents' house wearing that dress. And to me, it was...
You do if you're Harvey Adelson's daughter. Ugh, God. Does he not just give off that vibe of... You know, would you leave an infant with him? I wouldn't. No sirree, Bob. No sirree, Bob.
Was this address that you gave her?
No. But you saw the picture. It's fairly scandalous.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
But if you went to Google and type in Wendy's name, she's a pretty girl, but you'll find nothing where she looks even close to how she looks in that picture. She looks gorgeous in that picture.
On the Facebook?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was suspicious to me after the fact that picture was changed 12 hours before Danny shot, and that's the picture that was distributed to the media. She's very concerned with her appearance and how she looks. So I know that maybe sounds crazy. Investigator Hale seemed to think it was, but I thought this is so strange. She changed her Facebook picture twice in 2 years, and the night before Danny shot, and she's going to be all over the media, she looks like a Victoria's Secret model, you know?
Okay.
So, but I was bothered enough by that picture because it...
What was the prior picture?
Something that looks more like a 35-year-old woman with 2 kids would have on her Facebook page. All the other pictures, and she looks pretty enough, but that one looks, she looks amazing.
Neville Darlin says, Jeff says confrontation is not Wendy's thing. Surprised to hear that from him. Are you asking me to speculate? Comment to Georgia Kappelman in Murder Trial. Eek. Yeah, I was kind of surprised to hear that as well when he said it. I remember thinking, are you sure about that, Jeff? I don't think all of the cobwebs have been lifted for Jeff yet. He's undone a lot of the mask, right? But some of it's lingering. And I'm sure that shying away from confrontations was part of her manipulation tool, you know, to make Jeff feel like he was the white knight, the one that would help her mediate with the parenting coordinator and, you know, blah, 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 blah. You know, Jeff came into this with a bit of a hero fantasy, I'm sure. You know, I'm going to help you pick up the pieces, the fundamentals. Let's make sure the kids are looked after, and going through your divorce filings with you and suggesting things. I mean, you know, I'm sure he saw himself as the guy that would take on a lot of the hardships that he perceived Wendy to be facing during the time following her divorce. You know, it was very soon after. It was in the fall. Their divorce was finalized on, was it June or July? I can't remember if it was June or July, but 2013, they met in the fall. It's funny because Katie McBanua met Charlie on Halloween 2013. It's all, you know, there's certain elements to this story that are completely separate, but somehow, you know, move in unison with each other. Jeff meets Wendy, Katie meets Charlie at pretty much the exact same time. Both of them feature heavily in the tale. I mean, strange, isn't it?
Amazing in that picture.
Stuff like that really starts to...
That picture, I think
Stuff like... Fucking hell. Stuff like that really seems to lend itself to some fucking occult, supernatural shit, you know. Jeff saying, there's this drum, there's this rhythm, we're moving towards this date, there's something about this date. Like the Jumanji drums, right?
Photoshop. Her dad photoshops that stuff. He does that kind of thing. So it was a picture produced for her by her father.
Yeah, my father spent hours poring over me in a Victoria's Secret dress, touching it up to make my tits look even more voluptuous and sticky outy and shiny, and it's he's a hobbyist, so he loves to Photoshop that stuff and airbrush my tits and what the fuck.
So Friday I leave. Thursday night I leave. About an hour after I saw that picture, I said, fuck this, and I just drove out of town. The next day, Daddy shot at 11 a.m. No one contacts me, which we have a lot of mutual friends, and they didn't. I talked to some of them after the fact. They tell me that they were under the impression that I was very likely an actual suspect in this case. I posted on Facebook from Tennessee Friday night at a time where it would have been impossible for me to ever have been here at the time of the shooting. I found this really puzzling, and what some people have told me after the fact is that you guys searched Wendy's stuff. It says talk to Jeff about stalking in her calendar. If somebody was stalking with you, would you need to write yourself a note to remind yourself to talk to somebody about it? Mm-hmm. It's real strange.
Talk to Jeff about stalking. I've often wondered the sheer what is the word? You see, this is what happens in a 9-hour stream. You lose all your words and they go away. What was I saying? The vastness, the hugeness of the plan. So many moving parts, so many things to keep in your head, right? Of Wendy. How could you possibly map it all out without writing it down, step by step? And I think the answer is that she did. But all of it was cleverly coded. TV appointment. Talk to Jeff about stalking. I mean, that's not necessarily so cleverly coded as Jeff is pointing out. Why would you need to write that down? It's, But it's also not incriminating. It's not illegal to write something in a strange way. We compare that to Joel Guy Jr. with what was his book called? The Book of Premeditation. Get killing knives. Kill Dad. $500,000. All mine. Get acid to dissolve bodies. What the fuck? And then he just left it at the scene. Okay, in his own handwriting. Brilliant. Where is Wendy's big plan? That's her fucking day planner. It's just talk to Daniel Sack about whatever these things that she just seems to have an ability to keep a good chunk of it in her mind. But there are reminders, right? I wonder if they have that day planner in evidence. I wonder if Georgia Kappelman's seen that day planner and pieced it all together. I don't know. We don't know.
Especially since I never did anything approximate. I snooped. I conceded that I snooped. If I could have any options, I don't feel badly about it at this point. She didn't contact me for 10 days. She told me that the police had instructed her that I was a suspect and she was not to return a text message that I sent her. That she could not do that. I actually recently dated a criminal defense attorney, just coincidentally, and she thought that was bizarre because she said they want you talking, you want to incriminate yourself, they're going to get access to this stuff. But
that didn't come from me.
I don't think it came from anyone. It was very strange. Well, I know legally you can't do that probably, but
no.
I mean, it's why would you want to? So I wasn't in the room with her. I don't know how she acted or whatever, but it was implausible that I did this. And I don't know if she told me I tried to protect you from the police. They want to know where your house was. They want to know this. I said, I don't need protecting. How come none of your friends called me or texted me? Well, they told me later that she seemed to be concerned that I actually did this.
Why would you do it?
I can find out. Why would I do it?
Well, what did she say? Well,
crime of passion. We're breaking up and Jeff's upset. Why would I go kill Danny because I'm upset with Wendy? And by the way, as soon as I heard he's dead, I said, that's it for us. She's back in Miami. That's it. I knew. It's the dumbest thing ever. That's what I was doing. I work it up and see I can't move. By the way, I was in the Air Force. Last time I fired a gun was an M16 in basic training, and I missed the target mostly. I'm not a shot.
It's a good point. It's a good point. So he's really upset. So wants to be with Wendy. So goes and kills the guy that's keeping her in Tallahassee, where he is, can't move because he works at FSU. If that was actually his plan, it would massively backfire. She's like, oh, well, I'm moving now. Thanks for killing the man that was keeping me here.
She also described to me how she knew the details of the crime scene, which sounded very precise, like someone that knew what they were doing. It's implausible she could actually think I did this. I'm a clumsy, absent-minded professor with osteoarthritis and a bad...
Yeah, I don't know where you got that from, man. It was pretty much just bang and burn, right? I mean, they rolled up and he ran in and shot him through the window and didn't even kill him, and then they drove off in broad daylight at speed in front of every fucking bus camera in Tallahassee.
Sure. I mean, I'm really close friends with me, but I found out about this crime third hand, and that just struck me as incredibly strange. And suspicious, very suspicious. I just got a couple other things and then I'll answer your questions you have. I talked to Hale and I talked to you. One of the things that we might want to go over in a minute is when I talked to Officer Hale, I know you guys were under pressure. It was a crisis situation, as you were saying. But I was giving him a list of the men that I knew Wendy had been involved in to some degree. And a lot of times it was just suspicion of sexual involvement. I didn't know, but clearly she talked to them about a lot, so it'd be worth looking at. And Officer Hill, or Investigator Hill, was very polite and kind to me, even given the situation. Just simply wasn't interested in the long list of names. He says, we're looking for a degenerate. We're not looking for these kind of guys you're saying. And I should have been more assertive, but she doesn't hang out with degenerates. This is actually a contract killing. There's going to be rich, powerful, influential men. And so there's some names that you didn't even want to write down. So that's the one thing from the previous meeting that was a thing. Just to wrap up the Wendy thing, 10 days later, she texts a friend of mine and says, does Jeff ever even want to talk to me ever again? And
who was that?
To a Fran Gamori, who's a mutual friend. I was pretty certain she was involved in this too at this point. She'd been down to the house, visited with the family a couple of times since the crime, describes it as just a bizarre environment when you walk in the room, so secretive and weird. But I mean, that was just strange because she didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong, and by not contacting me, why would she say that if you guys told her not to? I don't want to get my own relationship stuff tied up with the crime stuff, but it's just strange. Called Officer Hale, said, hey, just so you know, Wendy has a key to that house on Trescott. So I know there was some mystery and discussion and speculation. How'd the guy get in, or I don't know, the crime scene details, but Wendy's constantly losing keys. So, and rediscovering them, all the time. Right. So she had keys. He didn't call me back on that, and I don't know if it was helpful or not. And then here's just a list of strange things that she said after the crime. I talked to her 3 or 4 times. She said, I love Tallahassee. I wanted to remain in Tallahassee for the rest of my life.
These are phone conversations?
Yeah, these are phone conversations. Danny has so many enemies, it will be impossible to figure out who did this. He's a pretty beloved man, and he was an abrasive guy, but that's a strange thing to say. I've never heard any sympathy from her one time about Danny. She still seems enraged, obsessed, and defiant about Danny. I told Officer Hale that her and Charlie went to dinner maybe 3 weeks after the crime. Charlie called it a celebration dinner via text. She puked on the table during the dinner after Charlie said something. She wouldn't tell me what he said. She said Charlie made a remark and I just puked everywhere.
Celebration dinner?
That's what Charlie called it. You can look up, if you have access to text, you can find out. Yeah, that's what she called it. When she was just in town, she was cracking jokes about Danny getting his head blown off. She said the kids are having problems, but not because of Danny's murder. So the kids were peeing in bed and having natural kid stuff, not because of Danny's murder. That's a really weird thing to say. Most people would say they're upset because their father just got killed. It seems to be important to her that it not be because of that. She was very upset that I attended Danny's memorial service. When the Tallahassee Democrat ran the story, they put, must have been her worst nightmare, front and center picture of Jeff Katz in the second row, sitting next to Stephen Tripodi and Frank Amori. She was telling people, like, why would he do that? He hates Danny. The man died. It doesn't matter what I thought of him. He died. He's my colleague. And then lots of strange and erratic behavior. She mailed me back every gift certificate I ever gave her. Just came in the mail with no return address. Started dating a woman that Wendy knew tangentially. And once Wendy found out about that, she called her and made sure, I don't know what she told her, but that blew up on me. So there's this aggressive component that people don't often see. And then when she was just in town last time, she asked Frank Amori, she's still painting me as a stalker. She said, do you think there's any chance I'll be giving my talk and Jeff O'Cass would come and maybe just attend the talk? Or Fran said, she was actually irritated with her. She said, why would he do that? You know, I actually left town while she was here because I didn't small time. I didn't want to run into her. I actually fear her. So that's my list of things. And when I go through,
did he just say he actually fears her?
I'll be giving my talk and Jeff O'Cass would come and maybe just attend the talk. Or Fran said, she was actually irritated with her. She said, why would he do that? You know, I actually left town while she was here because I didn't small time. I didn't want to run into her. I actually fear her.
I actually fear her. And that's not said past tense, is it? That's present tense.
So that's my list of things, and when I go through all that in my head, I come to the conclusion, as you said a minute ago, that she was at least aware this was going to happen, and I think probably involved in it. And I got a list of men here. I don't know if you want to see that or not.
I'll take your list if I can read it.
Yeah.
Also, I'll write it over again.
Can I just tell you? I mean, that might be easy. It's not that long. There's 7 entries.
These are
men that she spoke about a lot, and I don't believe she would be honest with you guys about this sort of thing.
She spoke to you about?
Yeah. And or I knew she was at conferences with, and or I suspected she had sex with. I still suspect her and Charlie did this, but I know you guys have to look at everything.
So it was a good, fun few months, huh, Jeff? like there was no part of the relationship that was good, right? Just like at the beginning, you know, it was like, okay, we're just dating. We haven't said we're exclusive, so. You know, there's no expectation. And anytime there was an expectation of, what do you call it? Exclusivity. He suspected that she was betraying that. What a fun 8 months.
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, there's Daniel Sack. There's Mehul Patel.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Sack?
Yeah.
S-A-C-K, right?
Yeah, just like it sounds.
Mehul
Patel.
Hey, did you have that from memory, Neville, darling, when you said that earlier? I'm impressed.
P-A-T-E-L. There's Miguel Edmondson.
Edmondson?
Yeah, it's like E-D-M-O-N-D-S-O-N. There's 2 guys named Trey. They're different guys. One's in Destin as a real estate lawyer. One's in Orlando as another kind of lawyer.
Trey?
There's TRE.
Trey?
There's 2 trays.
Okay,
There's 2 trays. Oh, God. Now every time Jeff Lacasse is in the cafeteria at FSU grabbing a tray, he's like, ugh!
Trey, that's all you got, just first name?
First name. They're both Facebook friends with her.
Okay, one's
a real estate lawyer in Destin. And one's actually the other one I couldn't swear is a lawyer.
And another Trey, TRE?
Yeah.
And who's a what now?
I think he's in Orlando. I don't know his profession. I think he's probably a lawyer. Most of them are.
Okay.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, it's lawyer, doctor, or, fucking high level business executive. Apart from the fucking Cleveland Browns coach, let's throw him in there. Yeah. Either a fucking a doctor, a lawyer, high-end business executive, or national football coach team guy.
There's a person I only know as a gastroenterologist, a GI doc in Miami that I believe she was seen in early July. He was at
a gastroenterologist. I mean, great. You can ask him any question you like about diarrhea and he will tell you. So, would women prefer to date a gastroenterologist or a gynecologist? I mean, do you know what they do all day?
her house an awful lot right after the crime.
Here?
No, I mean in Miami.
Okay. In Miami, gastrointestinal physician in Miami?
In Miami. And I never heard of him until July. All of a sudden, it made me a little suspicious. All of a sudden, he's around in July. This happens, and he's around after the crime, too.
Okay.
So I wondered.
Okay.
Then there's these conferences she attends, and I don't want to be too graphic, but she comes back from, if you're interested in people that were obsessed or sexually involved, she comes back from conferences with slap marks on her ass. It's very obvious what happened to her at conferences. So she went to the British American Project conference.
You see what I mean? I mean, why is that being removed by the original poster if they are the ones that truly did the edit, which we can only assume to be true? It's not. It's nothing about anyone's fucking private medical records or diagnoses or, it's not protecting anybody but Wendy. I mean, is the excuse that it's protecting Jeff, that it's less embarrassing for Jeff? I think he's an open book. I think he's like, you know what, here's everything I know, and this is what I went through.
In London in the fall of 2014.
After the death.
2013, sorry, that's before they had this. And there's a lot of rich, influential guys there. And she goes to the Coca-Cola conference in Atlanta. There's this very wealthy advertising executive and an assistant coach for the Cleveland Browns that she was hanging out with there. I know this sounds crazy. How could they be involved? But those are men that...
And she told you about the Coca-Cola guy?
Yeah.
She got a name?
Just no rich guy, advertising agency, Coca-Cola. But he's at this conference in...
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Emphasis on rich.
That conference, April of 2014, she attended that conference. There wasn't that many attendees. And pretty sure she had sex with him. I don't know if that means he killed anybody. And it's the strengths coach for the Browns, I think. You just Google Browns coach, Coca-Cola scholar, he's on there.
What did it say? Google Browns coach, Coca-Cola scholar. Let's do it. Browns coach Coca-Cola. Ugh, I'm still fucking touch typing. No matter how much I want to return to whatever I do normally, you just gotta keep doing it. The trick is to be accurate, not fast. And then the accuracy will come. No, the speed will come. Scala. Scala. I don't know. This is like 10 years ago, so could it be Courtney Lynn? Courtney Lynn. The question appears to be asking about the Browns coach who is also a Coca-Cola scholar. While there's no direct information in the search results about a specific Browns coach who was a Coca-Cola scholar, the search results highlight both aspects of the query. The search results mention Coca-Cola scholars and that some alumni like Courtney Lynn are now coaches. The search results indicate that some Coca-Cola scholars are involved in sports, with Julie Durham sharing her passion for the LA 28 Olympic and Paralympic Games, blah, 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 blah. So it could be Courtney Lynn. Where's Courtney Lynn? I don't know. I can't find his picture. But it is 10 years ago.
The guy that's the Coca-Cola executive is also the strength coach?
No, it's called Coca-Cola Scholars. It's a program, a conference. So there's two guys there. And Wendy had talked to me about having sex with multiple guys on multiple days, so I don't think you can say, well, she was at the conference, she was with Mehul, so she didn't have sex with this guy, So she was bragging about that.
Okay, so I got Daniel, Mehul Patel, Miguel Edmondson, two trays, a GI doc in Miami, and at a Coca-Cola conference there was an executive and a strength coach for the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, an advertising executive. It's actually from the biggest advertising agency in California or something like that. He's a really heavy hitter. He's a really wealthy man. The reason I mention that is you couldn't talk to Wendy for 10 minutes and not ever talk about her situation with Dan Markel. So I know one of the theories might be that someone took it upon themselves to do this and that I'm crazy and none of this is true.
Right here.
I don't.
What about this? Listen to this. Darren K. Roberts, founding director of the Center for Sports and Leadership and Innovation, University of Texas. In the fall before his third year at Harvard Law School, Roberts decided to pursue a career in football coaching and wrote, this is on the Coca-Cola Scholars website, and wrote letters to college and professional football teams. The Kansas City Chiefs offered Roberts a training camp internship. He leveraged that unpaid position into an assistant coach position from Kansas City Roberts went on to coach with the Detroit Lions, West Virginia Mountaineers, and Cleveland Browns. This is him. This is him. Look, we've got him. Share this image. Uh-oh. Alright, I just gotta resize it. I know, I've never met anybody called Trey. I remember it was one of Will's friends that Uncle Phil didn't like on The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air in 1993. And I just thought it was a joke name. Man, this image is huge. I gotta resize it. Fuck, it's bigger and bigger. Okay, we're getting there. We are getting there. Don't worry, guys. There he is. Kind of looks like Chris Rock. Don't you think he looks like Chris Rock? Nice blue wall. What else have we got here? So he went on from Kansas City. Roberts went to coach the Detroit Lions, the West Virginia Mountaineers, and the Cleveland Browns. Today, Darren serves as founding director of the Center for Sports and Leadership and Innovation at the University of Texas. Is that, what city is that in? Is that in Austin? That'd be funny, wouldn't it? University of Texas. Fuck off. Austin. Well, well, well. Hey, this is interesting. As a lecturer at the University of Texas, he focuses on issues of leadership and innovation in the sports arena. He also hosts A Tribe Called Yes, his podcast that brings you closer to the world's most notorious risk takers. Like murder fucking plotters, trailblazers, and enemies of the status quo. He developed a course, a game plan for winning at life, that is taught to incoming freshman student athletes at the University of Texas. During the course of each academic year, Roberts teaches nearly 300 students. Roberts has been recognized by the World Economic Forum as a young global leader for creating a non-profit football camp, Fourth and One Incorporated. Fourth and One, that's the name, I suppose. Fourth and One provides free SAT prep, life skills development, and football training to at-risk youth. The camp has served nearly 500 student athletes since 2010. He is a contributor to Forbes.com, and his articles have appeared in the Dallas Morning News, Fortune, Houston Chronicle, Texas CEO Magazine, and Time. Find his book, Call and Audible, Let Me Pivot from Harvard Law to NFL Coach, Inspire Your Transition, on Amazon. So, I mean, that's definitely him, right? Darren K. Roberts, Coca-Cola Scholar website that lists him as a coach for the Cleveland Browns, or multiple teams, but including the Cleveland Browns. There's not going to be two of those. And now he's working at the University of Texas in Austin, where Wendy lives. Fuck. What is that about?
I believe that's true. I just want to give you every bit of
I'm with
information
you.
I can.
No, I'm with you.
I believe very strongly that she had something to do with it. There's too many coincidences here, and this is just the stuff where I felt like 100% confident I could tell you this is true. I had a lot of impressions, and there's a lot of other stuff I could babble about all day long.
Just so I'm clear, when she went to this Coca-Cola conference in Atlanta, she met not just one but two guys. Is that what you're saying?
She talked a lot about, Mihua was at that conference.
Okay.
Mihua used to send flowers to the house. I'm sure they had an arrangement of some sort. And she spent Christmas with him in 2013 as well.
What does he do?
He's a rich guy in New York.
Just a rich guy.
He's a banker, I think.
And this Sack, he was a professor, right?
He's a professor.
Which law?
No, he's English and humanities. I mean, I know none of these people pop out like
humanities.
Well, they're a killer, but I'd be shocked if Daniel Sack was involved. Daniel Sack never wanted to meet her kids, wanted nothing to do with her divorce or her family stuff. I can't imagine.
What about Miguel?
Miguel hated, I told investigator how this, Miguel hated Danny. She showed me texts about how much Miguel hated Danny. Miguel and her dated right before me, his relationship preceding us. They only broke up because he moved to D.C. for his job and could not be...
Yes, Constance, Wendy is in Austin, living there, where, what was it? Darren K. Brooks teaches at the University of Texas. Who is Darren K. Brooks? Well, he's the Coca-Cola scholar that coached for the Cleveland Browns, strength training, I think. He's one of the men. Jeff came in with a list of men that he suspected her of having sex with during their relationship, and he was one of the men on that list that she would meet at, I think they said it was some big whoop-de-doo in Atlanta conference or whatever, a big business forum thing.
Be here, and she often talked about the fact that she could be with Miguel if she lived in Miami.
What does Miguel do?
Works for ExxonMobil. He's a CPA.
CPA?
He's a heavy hitter in Exxon.
A heavy hitter at Exxon. I mean, is that really what you call an accountant? He's a heavy hitter. You should see him fucking run an Excel spreadsheet. He hits that baby so hard. He's got all of his formulas all programmed into the spreadsheet. He's a heavy hitter at Exxon.
So Miguel Edmondson is a CPA for ExxonMobil.
Mm-hmm.
Relocated to D.C.
Mm-hmm.
Man, my handwriting is getting atrocious. Well, you do this all day long, and then you pick up one of these, and it doesn't work good.
Yeah, it's all school.
Okay. Went to D.C. and hated Danny?
Hated Danny.
What did the text say?
I can't remember what it said, but I remember Wendy going, look how much, because I did not know that she was still seeing Miguel. I believe that she was. She had one weekend she went away, and she told me to stay at her house, which was foolish given the game she was running. Because like flowers and cards would come from other guys when I was at the house.
While you're there and she's gone?
Yeah. So a box of chocolates got them from Miguel, and I looked at the envelope and you could sort of see something about last weekend, and you know what I mean? So I'm like, oh, jeez. So I think her relationship with Miguel was ongoing. I don't know to what degree. But she saw him in October of 2013. She went to D.C. and saw him. That's after we were dating, and I believe she met up with him a few other times. But she told me both Miguel and Mihil she was interested in being in a relationship with, but they could not live in Tallahassee. So that was one of the other motivations for wanting to get out of here.
But Miguel had been in Tallahassee?
He'd been in New Orleans. He'd been close enough they could kind of see each other on weekends.
How'd they meet?
They met at the 2000. If you Google his name, the first thing that comes up, if you Google their names together, they both traveled Europe together in 2009. Wendy and Miguel. Yeah, he hated Danny though.
But give me a specific, Jeff.
Yeah, Miguel went to Europe with Wendy as a group of like 10 professors. And he came to stay with Wendy. And he came through Tallahassee.
Do you remember when we had that idea to find a killer whose initials were, we take 50 initials of the states, CA, California, Charlie Adelson. We find a killer for every 2-letter abbreviation of every state in North America, in the USA. I still think that's a cool idea.
I guess. And he left early because he couldn't stand the way Danny talked to Wendy.
This is while they were married?
Yeah, this is 2010.
Okay.
I've always assumed the best of Wendy, that she was faithful to Danny, but Danny is described by her as very controlling and overbearing. It sounds like my experience, he's just trying to rein in his wife, who's not exactly the most moral person. That's my suspicion. But Miguel...
Yeah. He's so controlling and overbearing. I came home with a slap mark on my ass, and he had a problem with that.
Wendy, Miguel she came to stay for a week and left after day 2. He says, I can't handle this guy. And the text, one time she said, look, Miguel just texted me, and it's Danny did rile some stuff up, and he was trying to, that thing where Jewish women have to get it's called a get.
Yeah.
Danny asked for one like in July, and it was about that. She should say, look at this, we'll go make else. It was something like fuck Danny or just something like that. I hate that guy, something like that.
Okay. Back to, I'm curious about this episode where she vomits.
Mm-hmm, me too.
Okay. She texted you that directly?
She called me.
She called you?
She called me and described it. Yeah.
When was this episode? Do you remember?
I can find out for you, but I don't remember. It was not too long after the crime. It was the celebration dinner.
And what was the celebration for?
That Danny was gone. That's how Charlie talks about Danny.
But I mean, you don't hear that firsthand.
She tells me that. She says we went out for what Charlie called a celebration dinner.
Because Danny's gone.
Mm-hmm. Hip hip hooray.
Did he say, look what, I'm assuming he didn't say, you're welcome, sis?
Nothing like that, no.
No, but they had a celebration dinner, and what caused her?
It sounds like something out of a movie, right? Someone does something they wish they hadn't, someone makes a remark, they vomit.
Okay.
That's what it sounded like. But she puked on the table at a 5-star restaurant.
Okay.
Or at least a 4-star restaurant.
And she texted that?
She called me and told me that.
She called you?
Yeah, she did. We were still talking at that point.
Okay.
When I started dating that girl, and that was it for us. We didn't talk after that. She was very hurt.
When you started dating that girl?
It was a long story, but long story very, very short. She said, she knew this woman, and she said, I should introduce you guys, because we decided, probably not going to be able to continue this, but it was in this limbo because of the crime. And I said, hey, you should introduce us sometime. And she sent her an email to introduce us, but we'd already been dating. I didn't want to bother Wendy with that when she's dealing with her murder.
Right.
And she texted me scathing texts, like, I never want to talk to you again, and that was it. So it was super,
Are you still with this woman?
And then Wendy calls her the next week and makes sure, I don't know if Wendy called her or what she did, but they have some mutual friends. This woman says, shortly thereafter that conversation, this woman said, I'm not interested in seeing you any longer.
Okay.
So, which I thought was pretty aggressive. When I texted Wendy, I said, hey, put me through a lot of shit. Give me a break here. Just stay out of this, please. And she didn't. Very aggressive.
Let me go check on something. You good on water?
I'm good, thank you.
Jeff is going to do some more thinking, but while Jeff is thinking, let's have another look at Mr. Roberts. What did that save as? Hang on. Fucking hell. Oh, got to get through this last hour. Darren. This is so up Wendy's alley. Look at this. He's got that millionaire outfit, that fucking entrepreneur, rich, cool, smart thing. Yeah. I wear a blazer with a handkerchief, starched white shirt, and jeans. I bet he's got a fucking little leather bangle on his wrist. Can we zoom in on the wrists? Nope, just a watch. You think that's a cheap watch? It's a Philip Patek. Yep, definitely $15,000 watch. I'm a motivational speaker. I'm teaching a course. It's like fucking Uptown Funk, isn't it? It's Bruno Mars. Gotta kiss myself, I'm so pretty. Wendy likes a bit of it. I've just remembered that we need to do the clips, the various clips of Wendy and Jeff when they're just sitting in a room on their own, thinking, processing. I think it'll be interesting to watch. They both do. You know, there's enough to have a several minute long video for each of them. Wendy, Jeff, sitting in a room alone. We can do a split screen. That'll be cool. So Amy just woke up and asked if I was still streaming, and I said, yeah. We just found the coach for we just found the Coca-Cola coach for the Cleveland Browns. He's now working for the UOT in Austin. And she's like, I'm so confused. I just woke up and trying to process what you're even typing. I guess it does sound confusing, right? We just found the Coca-Cola coach for the Cleveland Browns. Out of context, yeah, I could see why that might be a thinker. Afrin's back. Good morning, Afrin. What time zone are you in? I never asked you. We did a poll earlier, but yeah, what time is? Maybe we should do another poll. Yeah. I mean, if anyone wants to reward the good behavior, if you're able, willing to support the channel, you can at buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Much love and appreciation. Coffees. Jeff pronounces it Magbanua.
Still trying to get that photograph. I don't know if it's still going to be on his Facebook page or not. I just want to see if I just want to confirm this is the individual.
I think I'd recognize it if I saw it. At least it was the same photograph I saw.
Yeah.
The photograph I recall was 4 guys like this.
Okay. All right, I got the men that you're talking about. She made. Well, first of all, does she still have the same phone number?
She switched her phone 3 or 4 days after the shooting because she thought you guys had bugged it.
Okay. All right, do you have the new number?
I don't. I think she has the same number. She has a different phone. She just wanted
a different handset?
Which is silly because you don't need to put a bug on a phone physically.
Right.
I mean, it's funny.
Why would she be concerned about people bugging her phone, or the police bugging her phone, I guess is what she's specifically concerned about?
She's real concerned about that. She told me that.
Did you ask why?
No, I knew I immediately thought she did this, and so she told me 50 times, Jeff, I had nothing to do with this. And I was just let it be silent, sorry. I just let it be silent because I didn't want to go there. I didn't want to play my hand. I'd never said anything to her. I just wanted to listen. I was hoping she might give me something interesting and I would come tell you guys. Because she's erratic enough, I thought she might say something stupid. She must have said 50 times, I had nothing to do with this. And you saw her statement in the press. She's worried for the safety of her and her children. No one's suggesting a serial killer looking for Jewish warriors, you know? I mean, this was pretty targeted, so...
Yeah, you think, she's concerned for her children's safety.
Wendy plays the victim so well. To me, it looked like classic Wendy. Everybody else felt bad for her. I thought, holy crap, she did this. She plays the victim instantly. She's great at it.
There's the guy, I think it's Andrew. I don't remember. He was locked up with Sigfredo Garcia, and he gave an interview with Isom about General Isom about some of what Garcia was saying when he was drunk. The guy that since died, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I think his wife's name is Katie. I don't really remember the last name." And Isom's like, "Well, just tell us what you think it is." And he's like, Magbawa. Magbawa.
You said something a minute ago, and I didn't want to interrupt you, but I know it was about something about Charlie getting shot.
Charlie getting shot?
Yeah, I thought she said something about. I thought you were telling me that Wendy was up here, or had said something about Charlie getting shot or Charlie getting killed or something like that. She referred to that.
Danny or Charlie?
I'm sorry, Danny. I'm sorry. I'm totally confusing you.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Danny getting shot. Oh, when she was up here, how's this for awkward? My best friend sat next to her at a bat mitzvah. He refers to her, just so you know what it's like in the community, he calls her the murderer in common conversation. He is convinced. I don't know how, I mean, a lot of people, and that's not from my take on it, that's his take on it. Right. He knows I could be crazed. He had to sit next to her at a bat mitzvah for 4 hours. She's cracking jokes about Danny getting his head blown off.
Head blown off?
Yes, cracking. And I can't remember the exact joke, but that was how he put it, at least. And he said he looked at her and said, Wendy, that's totally inappropriate.
Where was this at?
So it was the Andrew Epstein's daughter's bar mitzvah.
Okay.
Which was 3 weekends ago. She was here for 4 days. And in the morning when she was here, it was a church ceremony in the morning, the party at night. And the morning one, she sobbed through the whole thing. And whenever anybody asked her, like, what's going on, she didn't say I'm sad. She said I'm nervous, I'm anxious. I've seen a lot of grief. I'm a social worker. This is really an atypical reaction. It's real strange. And then the evening, she was pretty much herself, but she was cracking jokes. She told some of my friends that she's changing their names to Adelson. She still hates Danny.
Nicholas Adderidge.
Danny more than you would ever think. And no one has ever heard her say one sympathetic thing about Danny Markel to this day. And it's just weird. Why would she be hanging on to anger? I mean, it's so... I can only think of one reason, to make the world make sense to you. But yeah, she was cracking jokes, which sometimes people deal with pain in that way. I get that. But, I mean...
How did she say it? How did he tell you she said it?
You might have sent me a... Oh, here's what she said. There was one just general joke, but I have the other text. He said, my favorite quote from tonight... I overheard Wendy saying, at least it didn't happen to Jeff or the kids or somebody I actually cared about.
Okay.
So that was the vibe.
Yeah. Is that going to make anybody feel comfortable? I mean, what the fuck? You know, she's in some kind of bar mitzvah or some kind of holy setting. You know, She's not hanging loose at the bar. She's in some kind of setting that, you know, you'd think that respecting human life would be part of the vibe, right? Well, at least it didn't happen to the kids, or to Jeff, or to anyone I actually cared about. What the fuck?
You know, they split this town into two piles, you know. I mean, it was a nasty thing. But people that aren't me, because I'm careful, I haven't told anybody the story like I've told it to you. I've told people I'm suspicious. That's about all I've said. They find her behavior erratic, bizarre, scary, and people who are very close friends to her are coming to the point where they're like, Jeff, I'm kind of people stopping in my office saying, Jeff, is there any chance? I was just out the Adelsons in Miami. Is there any chance they had something to do with this? That's the weirdest family, the vibe. You walk in the room and it's something.
People are stopping in his office, poking their head around the corner and saying, "Hey, Jeff, do you think there's any chance the Adelsons in Miami could have had a hand in this, Jeff? What do you think, Jeff? You spent time with them, Jeff." Weird.
Strange. I know it's awesome, Jeff.
I bet it wasn't long before people were coming up to him in the fucking supermarket saying, "Excuse me, Professor Lacasse, do you think they did it?"
Yeah, but it helps me to hear that, because I feel like I'm a crazy person for the last 6 months. I've been waiting for you guys to arrest some vagrant, you know? I mean, and those names I give you, I mean, that's so you have all the data I have. Wendy with Charlie, and I don't know who pulls the trigger, but there's a very strange relationship between those two. I acknowledge this might all sound real crazy to you, Mr. Gary.
I'm not, no. So I'm very interested in this.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that I understand it completely and thoroughly.
Yeah.
And I can see that it's been weighing on you heavily.
Well, it has, because it sounds crazy to people, obviously. Although I told a couple of people the whole story like I told it to you start to finish, and no one else has said I'm crazy. My therapist said, one thing I forgot to tell you, I had to go get a damn therapist. It was so crazy. So I to try to manage her, I tried to get some advice on relationships. And in April of 2014, he tells me, look, he's real blunt. I'm going to be honest with you. 2 possibilities. One is she's just getting over a divorce and drinking too much, and she'll settle down over time, maybe live happily ever after. Second option, she sounds an awful lot like a sociopath to me. That's an objective person.
Right.
And I said, sociopath? He said, yeah, high functioning, but she doesn't seem to have a conscience. And I said, oh, Jesus, that's what I got myself into, because I was in love with her and I wasn't going to leave at that point. But that's the kind of feedback I've got when I tell people what she's actually like. Okay. I prefer that you guys catch somebody else, obviously.
Right. When's the last time you talked to her or had any conversation?
I could find it for you. It would have been in around August 20th.
Oh, that long ago.
Yeah. She cut off all contact because I didn't tell her I was dating. It was just bizarre. And that was the time, it was about the time of commencement, summer semester commencement. That was another thing as far as narcissism and a crazy person. You know what Wendy was mostly upset about? And she told me this? The fact that she had to cancel her commencement speech because Danny was shot. Her attorney said it's a bad idea to get yourself in front of the media like that. Inside Edition will show up. You can't do it. She was devastated. It's bizarre.
I went back and looked. Apparently you all have somebody, McPherson?
Jay McPherson.
Yeah. What's the relationship? She has something to do with Wendy?
They claim that she was in the room with Wendy in the 9 hours you guys interviewed Wendy.
She came up here. She was not in the room with her.
Wendy told me she was in the room.
Well, okay, let me correct that.
That sounded weird to me.
She came in the room, I think it was over the children. The children had to be picked up.
Gotcha.
And there was two ladies that were up here, and I can't remember if that was McPherson or
Well,
not.
Jane was with her that day, and coincidentally, Jane's one of my doctoral students in our program. So she's getting her PhD in social work. I teach in social work, so I know her professionally.
Right.
Jane is the one I talked to for about 3 hours, maybe 2 weeks after the crime. They told me that Wendy and her circle of friends thought I did this.
Jane told you that?
Jane told me that. She said you had to be there if you were, and she basically made it sound like if you, and she's a confidant of Wendy. See, Wendy has told many people that I stalked her, that I falsely accused her of cheating on me, that I'm this very mean person, all this kind of stuff. And she has friends that are professors in other departments. She's slandered me pretty bad. So I just haven't responded to any of that. But I go to conferences and get weird looks from people. Anyway, Jane is the one that I was so puzzled because I'm a pretty gentle guy. I was always a really good father to those kids, essentially. I didn't understand how anybody could think that, and I don't believe that Wendy could have possibly believed, like, why in the world would I go shoot Danny? Did I want to choke the shit out of her? Yes, but I would never touch a woman, and I haven't been in a physical...
So you said, you just got through saying what I want to choke the shit out of her.
Yeah, her, not Danny.
Right.
There was a few times where I took a time out. I teach anger management classes, you know? I only raised my voice to her that one time, because you couldn't. She would collapse.
Okay.
But Jane knows Wendy as well as anybody. Jane doesn't think any of this. But Wendy's pretty good at fooling people. Although some of this information is publicly available, I should add. Like, she's a Truman Scholar. If you go on the web and look at her statement, she says, "I hate Tallahassee, you're a bunch of country bumpkins." That's basically what she says. You know.
Although I think she told a lot of the locals
what they
that
wanted
she
to.
was satisfied, she wanted to make the best of things, and that she actually...
No, that is what she said. But not when the door closed and it was just me and her in the house. Then it was, I mean, I got tired of listening to it. I think it's a great place. I deliberately moved back here. I could have went anywhere. I mean, so...
But it wasn't for her. And she made that clear to you, is what you're saying.
On a daily basis. You couldn't pull up to the movie theater without hearing about how the movie theater in Miami is better.
Okay.
She was obsessed with it. You know, her and Danny thought they'd be here a semester. They got stuck here. So...
And then and all she'd been wanting to do is get back to South Florida. And she made that quite clear to you.
Right. I mean, it was kind of cold, actually. She basically told me, if it's between you and South Florida, I'm going to South Florida.
Okay.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I heard that the FBI had maybe talked to her brothers. Oh, that's the other thing. Their brother Rob in North New York. He's I don't think he had anything to do with this, but something very weird about this family. There's some emails between us where when he visits the house, he doesn't even talk to the parents. There's just some sick dynamics where Wendy at one point told me that Dad was extremely violent. And I thought, well, this makes sense why you're so gun shy and, you know, hair trigger. And then later I said, well, with your history of family violence, she said, I never said that. So there was a lot of inconsistencies in line, but I don't think Charlie's been up here. If you were, with your experience and instincts, you were to talk to Charlie, I assure you, there's something off about that guy.
What about this FBI thing?
I heard through the grapevine that the FBI talked to Rob up in New York.
That's what Wendy told you?
No, I think that's what Jane McPherson told me.
Okay.
So, and I try not to believe everything I hear because misinformation's everywhere. You know?
Well, if Jane McPherson heard it, she most likely got it from Wendy.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true.
But he's like an outside, he's not really a part of the core family.
They don't have a relationship, basically. Okay. And the impression is he's a guy who wants nothing to do with his family. There's something that happened in that house and he wants nothing to do with it.
Okay.
And I just think there's, I mean, that's the other theory, which will sound super crazy, but the people that have visited the house in Miami, they said to me, does anyone consider maybe the whole family's in on this? I mean, this is I said, people don't do that. I said, well, you go in that house, it's real strange in there. It's real secretive. It's real weird.
Have you met her parents?
I have.
Is there anything that you can tell me about them?
You know what autism is?
Autism,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah. The dad and the brother Rob have this reputation of being like that. They, everyone in that family suffers from a severe lack of empathy for other people. She learned that somewhere. You know, pillars of the community. You get on his website. I mean, years ago I went on it. He was polite to me, but Dad's polite, Mom's kind of rude, actually. I know that Father has been speculated about. They hate Danny in a way. I have a wife. I've been through a divorce. I get life. I've never seen this kind of obsession. Like, their hobby is hating Danny. It was like really strange. I mean, and I fell into this because Wendy could convince you of it, and maybe she convinced the parents. But they were going to put a. You said you looked at some emails, but not others. At one point, Wendy was going to get a restraining order against Danny, which in retrospect is bizarre because he was a good dad. But she had Gary. You know, Gary is a lawyer that he's the one that offered Wendy the job so she could relocate in the summer of 2013.
Gary is mentioned in Donna's email. Can we bring that up? Oh, motherfucker. Gary, where is Gary? Where is Gary? I know it was in this one. We read it. I was going to say last stream, but it was just at the beginning of this 10-hour stream. Gary told us between living down here and having a job that will give your children the lifestyle they deserve, your life now and for sure in the future will be significantly better. Gary told us that he is not going to hire anyone until after your court hearing and after we try to make a financial offer to Jibbers.
He runs a tort firm suing drug companies. He offered her $1 million job, and I wondered about him too. It's not sexual, it's more of a father-daughter thing, but they're close.
Gary.
I don't know his last name.
Where does he work?
He's a lawyer. He works in Miami.
Okay.
He owns a tort firm, and their emails. I mean, she sent this document. She had compiled every email, like between Danny and Wendy, for like a year and a half. And the idea was to make this legal case that Danny is harassing her and stalking her. She always goes to this. She told me Danny was a stalker because he looked out the window one time and saw her walking down the street without the kids, and he goes, "Where are my kids?" I have right of first refusal. If you don't have the kids, I should have the kids. Wendy claimed that was stalking because he said, So anyway, all these emails, and the idea was we're going to persuade some judge that Danny needs to be reined in. I read this document, and at this point I'm a little skeptical because she's screwing everybody else. And I said, this is an indictment of Wendy Adelson's character. You read this thing, you get the impression this woman is a total loon. It was interesting because she thought, from her point of view, it showed what an asshole Danny was. If you were to read this, it's like this person is crazy. So that was when I started to figure that out. But there's that different perception. At first she seems really together, and then just loses her mind. So my worry is that she had something to do with this, and has no conscience. And it's hard for me to believe she could I know you can't give a polygraph. I can't believe she'd pass a polygraph. I can't believe she would stand up to repeated questioning if you guys had any leverage. I understand that this was done in a smarter way. I don't have any leverage. But my experience with her was over time, she just collapses, you know.
Okay. Well, I get I understand that, you know, that you never heard Charlie say anything derogatory about Danny.
Oh, are you kidding me? Yes. Yes.
Did you hear him say anything in a threatening manner?
No. Well, I myself said I'd like to kill Danny Markel. I told you guys that because Wendy told me he was sated. I don't want to make it up. In that hot tub.
Well, so Jeff is having some post-lecture twist top wine outside the university foyer, and he's saying, "I want to kill Danny Markel." He's a dick.
This is what this family talks about. In that hot tub, I don't remember. He definitely, in that hot tub, half the conversation was about what an asshole Danny Markel is. And he was very heated up about it. He's a very intense guy. It was a little different than when I would say it, you know, Bandito's burrito. I was like, someone should kill that guy. I was so sick of his shit. Really, it was Wendy's shit. I was manipulated. The brother, I mean, they were married 9 years. They have 10 years worth of the bullshit to be upset about. And the rant and rave about how he handled the wedding.
How he handled the wedding?
You know, kosher versus not. Remember when he did that at the wedding? What a jerk. I mean, it's like their hobby. It's bizarre.
And I didn't have that written down. When was the hot tub conversation?
Yeah. We know that the rabbi had to leave. We didn't want him there anyway. Listen, we looked at Wedding Planner Weekly and everybody was having shrimp that summer. Actually, I think it was February they got married, wasn't it? Maybe, I think so. But it's Boca Raton, so who gives a fuck? Everybody was having shrimp. It was on the front cover of Wedding Planner Weekly.
Hot tub conversation, that was that right after the March 12th?
Yeah, it would have been like March 17th or 18th. It would have been the Sunday at the end of spring break last year.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck you fucking with me.
Oh, hey, On the Mountain, thank you. Love your humor and thoughtful comments. We love your coffees. Thank you, On the Mountain, for supporting the channel and all you do at our little channel here at True Crime Metrix. Thank you so much, On the Mountain.
But if the question is, did he threaten Danny? No. If the question is, was he pathologically upset with Danny in a way I found disturbing and it put me off and it was different than, say, even Wendy or her mom? Yes. Incredibly intense about it. Incredibly intense. Charlie's so difficult to get along with, he doesn't have one dental office. He works at 5 dental offices, and they can only handle him 1 day a week in each office.
Really?
Yeah. And he seems to know this and strategizing. He's figured out how to make it work for him, but he was a special ed kid, I believe. He was very difficult to get along with. And he is fiercely protective of Wendy.
Okay.
He had suggested seriously that they convert to Islam.
The whole family?
Just Wendy and the kids.
Islam?
Islam or Christianity, one or the other. Just to screw with Danny.
So they're not.
Deb H says, was Isom initially part of the reason Wendy was not arrested when Charlie was? Isom seemed pretty smitten with Wendy. Well, you know, Isom retired in 2017, and Charlie wasn't arrested until 2022, 5 years later. So, no. But, I mean, obviously, it would have been better if Wendy had been arrested following her interview back in 2014. But she went into that interview and hit all the notes, was very lucky to get someone who is clearly a cop with a heart, maybe a little too much to be objective. You know, he seems like a very nice guy, a genuine, caring person. But she hit the notes with, you know, an academic, a woman in distress, you know, I think Isom believed that someone close to Wendy that knew she had been going through this terrible divorce that she really amped up in the interview, did this on her behalf. Right? But Isom cleared Wendy in his mind incredibly early on in the interview. And personally, I mean, I know they were having a very busy morning and everything, the Tallahassee Police Department. But if Isom, if the lead investigator clears someone in their mind so early on, I think it should be policy to get someone brand new in and see if they clear them as well. You know, switch, fresh eyes. Because if Pat Sanford had been interviewing her, I'm not saying he's a better cop, he's just got less of a heart. But, you know, there's plenty of cops. And Wendy got really lucky with getting Uncle Isom, Papa Isom, in the hot seat. And then fucking victim advocate Sarah, 2 years on the job, almost instantly elevates Wendy's status position. Oh, I think I've seen you lecture when I was a student 2 years ago. You know, made her a rock star. Should not have done that. And I understand that she's a victim advocate and not an investigator, and certainly not a general. But, you know, I mean, she had no business being in that room. But Isom put her there. Yeah, Isom cleared Wendy way, way too quickly. And then Jane coming in and all of these allowances. And as Wendy's demeanor evolved and changed, do you remember how much she was laughing throughout that interview? How she would make these fucking quite offensive jokes and comments. You know, can we get the rabbi from his synagogue? His name is Schnoyer Eurichman. That's really his name. Can you believe the rabbi has such a ridiculous, stupid name? And they all laugh. I mean, it's sick. It's sick. The female cop's like, oh, traditional spelling? Ah ha 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 ha.
Not very devout in their
No,
Jewish
they're atheistic Jews.
Pardon?
You know, if Schnoyer Eurichman was in the room with them, they'd probably be all pulling his ringlets and stealing his hat. Keep away, keep away, keep away.
atheistic Jews, Jews that don't really believe in God. They do it culturally, they eat the food. These people don't have ethics or morals. I mean, they don't.
Do it culturally and eat the food. That's
Fucking
not...
A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
Oh, thank you so much, Amy. You are a star. To more coffees, thanks for streaming so long. Boss. You don't need to call me boss. Sir is fine. What was I saying? They do it culturally, they eat the food. That's not how I remember it. They eat nothing but shrimp wrapped in bacon.
Immediately after the homicide.
Okay, we are down to our final 23 minutes, and then I am out of here. I don't care how many people are in stream. What are we? 10 hours and 2 minutes. Jesus Christ! How does he do it? How does he do it?
You came back. I'm with that,
Yeah.
and then you reached out to Wendy, or she contacted you.
10 days later, she texted a mutual friend.
That's so weird, Kazati. Your sentence here, just been to the pet shop with the boy. Because yesterday I was listening to the Pet Shop Boys for the first time in like a decade, right? What was the song? Let's Make Lots of Money. That's the song. And now your sentence that's kind of bizarre. Just been to the pet shop with the boy. And I was listening to the Pet Shop Boys.
And acting as if I would be upset with her.
Right.
And I said, tell her to call me. She did. At 3 a.m. She wasn't sleeping well. And we had a very awkward conversation. Mostly just, I think literally she talked for an hour and a half, and I said probably 30 words. I just listened mostly. It was real. She wasn't sleeping. It was real crazy. But that's where she told me a lot of things that weren't true. I mean, she was, and that could just be a relationship thing. I mean, I couldn't contact you until Jimmy Judkins talked to you,
right.
I believe. And I don't know. That was really strange not to. All my friends were texting with her, and she wasn't writing a lot back, but everyone else she acknowledged. One of my concerns, tell me if I'm paranoid, is Wendy's no dummy. She knows I know all this stuff. Now, she may not remember everything she ever said, but if there's one person, what she told me at one point was, no one knows me better than you. I said, who have you been intimate with in your life? What people have gotten to know you? Because she's a very superficial person. She said, 2 people have ever got to know the real me, you and Danny Markel. So it's been kind of anxiety provoking to get what happened to him. But in that conversation, there was a lot of...
I don't believe either of those things are true, right? I don't think her... I don't think Wendy even knows who she is. You know, that's part of her issue. She knows she's angry. And I just don't think, you know, this upbringing from Donna, you're entitled to everything. And so on. And the thing about graduating high school a virgin, I actually think that might be true. And that she's annoyed about it. You know, it certainly fits with her seriously accelerated sexual experimentation later, making up for lost time. You know, I think it's pretty pretty big step to go into polyamorous, you know, I don't know if it was like orgies or swinging or what, but Daniel Sack was into a lot of stuff. And bi. I mean, that's exploring. And what was I saying? Yeah, no, I think that might be true, possibly. And I think there's a lot in, you know, the podcast that she, I think it's the podcast where she's discussing her it's some like fucking writing course, and she writes a short kind of story of what happened with the murder of her, you know, you've all heard it. And she goes on about her mother, and she is loving, kind, wise, and beautiful. She thinks she is fat. She once got denied membership for Weight Watchers for having not enough excess body mass. Call them up now, Donna. She thinks she is stupid. My mother, who once won the New York Spelling Bee for middle schoolers when she was only 8. God, do you remember how close we were to... what was that number? There was a number that came up. And we were like... It was... April... was 4/28/57 or something. I don't remember where the number was. Anyway. Shit, I'm lost. What was my point? I forgot. Totally forgot what we were talking about.
Of lying.
Okay.
And I thought that was... It wasn't like my feelings were hurt. She said someone get killed. If she was literally a victim, I would just say, take as much time as you need. I don't care. But there was something weird.
Okay. Let me see if this picture's available or not.
Okay.
It may be off.
You don't need to call me boss. Sir is fine. I can be such a dick sometimes, right? Danielle, what are you still doing here? You should be working on the big case. Or whatever it is. Good morning, Spacey Dove. How you doing? Cinderella. Marion. What the fuck was that? What the hell? It was like he was doing the Wendy Pawn impression again, but... What? He's just in the room on his own. His mind is fried. He's definitely got a lot of stuff in that purse, isn't it?
Obviously, if there's something else, you know, we can meet again.
I got one other quick thing for you, actually.
Absolutely.
When he was advancing her with...
I think Isom's getting tired, right? There's a Mississippi mud pie just arrived in the break room, and it's getting divvied up without him being present. So obviously we can speak again, but I've got to go.
Withdrawal schedule from the antidepressants much more rapidly than is safe, and she stopped. She told me this after the fact. She dropped off the med completely on July 14th.
Well, that's the... We determined that's the date that the conversation happened about Charlie and the 15,000.
That's right.
But she doesn't tell you till later on?
I just said, hey, how are the meds? And she goes, oh, I stopped those. I think the first day I was back, which was Monday, July 14th. That was her first day off of them. So she was off of them completely on that day.
Okay, so...
Which, by the way, people have impulse control problems at that point, so that might be why she said that. I mean, it's...
But she's telling you this when?
In August sometime.
Okay. She just stopped cold turkey? Or
I don't know. I just know that supposed to go down 10% a week. She wasn't doing that.
Okay. Okay.
If I think of it.
We gotta find his ringtone.
Stop cold turkey? Or
I don't know. I just know that supposed to go down 10% a week. She wasn't doing that.
Okay.
And back old roads down south, was it?
If I think of anything, I'll get back in. I actually had two quick questions for you, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
This is completely selfish, but I'm concerned about me in this situation. I'm wondering how long it is, in your opinion, before the media, before journalists are poking around looking at this case, and I'm worried about my potential exposure as a professor and as a person.
This is an open case. I don't. They can ask all they want to. They're not getting anything.
Okay. That's what we're seeing.
I mean, I may call you. I mean, you at some day you may be called as some type of witness.
I would do it in a second. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, or 5 or 6 times. In fact, the next fucking 20 years of your life are going to revolve around this case. So, yeah. See you at the courthouse.
I want to make sure that we're upfront about this. I mean, let's say it goes from here to an arrest to a prosecution.
I'm there.
And for some reason, your testimony's needed.
I would say anything I said today under oath. I would.
Okay.
So that's easy.
All right. But as far as anything prior to, anything that you're telling me, if for some reason that was, leaked to the press or anything like that, then I got an arrest to make of somebody else, no matter who it is.
I got you.
Okay.
I got you.
That set your mind at ease?
Well, mostly. The other question is, I was foolish enough to trade emails with Investigator Hale. Now, those, if the case ever does become closed, those are public information, are they not?
They would be considered public information, but they'd have to be, someone would have to request them, and, for that, it would be something specific they would have to request.
I just saw the ones that leaked from Jameis Winston and went, oh crap, is this going to happen to me? Am I going to be, you know what I mean? Because Hollis and I talk about her allegations of stalking in his emails. I'm like, oh great. So
I would not worry about it.
Okay.
I mean, I don't see a concern there. I don't know exactly what you and Hale.
I just sent that email that you showed me, and my header to it was, does this sound like someone who's being stalked? This isn't trying to work this out with you, maybe, or maybe not, but there's no mention of that. So.
I look at that as you were showing a defense for why you would not be.
And then one other email I sent him, I pretty much accused her.
Okay. But I mean, obviously, it's more than that. I mean, yeah, you more than just suspect her at this point. That's what you've been telling me this afternoon, right?
No, that's true. That's
what I've basically gotten from you is.
Oh, Kazati has a question. Do you think Isom was at all reprimanded for his Wendy interview? No, not at all. I know it's hindsight, but would it have been addressed that he was a bit lenient? No, I don't think so. You can't unscramble an egg.
This woman is directly involved.
She is.
Now, I don't think you're saying necessarily that she killed her ex-husband,
no.
But she either had something to do with orchestrating it or had knowledge that it was going to happen. That's the whole point about I have to be back on the 18th, right?
No, give you a thumbs up, and then know what's going to happen. There's something weird about that date. So I don't think she doesn't have the skill to orchestrate it, but Charlie does. So that's correct, and
But you left on Thursday, and you're.
Uh-oh. Man, you've been streaming too long when you outlive your headphones.
Your last conversation with her was on Wednesday.
My last conversation with her was on Tuesday. An hour before that email where she says, look, I need a week.
No, on the email she says she needs a week.
Yeah.
An hour before she sends the email, she says, "Are you still in town on Friday?"
That's exactly right.
And you said, "I don't know, it's still up in the air." Yeah. But you did not. She did not ask you to stay in town.
No, she did. But like the next day, I see Jay McPherson at work, and maybe there's all kinds of possibilities how she would have found out I was leaving. Do you have any suggestions if I know they're doing a dateline on the Frosch guy that killed his wife out in Thomasville, and they only came to town. Any just advice from being an experienced investigator what I should do if I'm approached by the media? Because it's not unimaginable.
Go talk to Investigator Iceland.
Okay.
How simple is that?
That's easy.
Okay. Yeah, don't have to say yes, no, nothing. You're a U.S. citizen. There's nothing that. Yes, they have First Amendment in their favor, but that doesn't mean you have to say a thing.
No, I appreciate that, but I watched Dateline enough that I can just imagine that me being presented with these pseudo suspects. That's how they do it. They show.
Nah. That would be it. I don't think they're going to do that.
I think True Crime Metrix should do an expose on Jeff Lacasse as a pseudo suspect. Can you imagine the voiceover? There was a man. There was a professor, plagued by jealousy, who couldn't take rejection anymore. We could do a real nice, just get some clips of Jeff, freeze frame it at his most sinister looking, and then go film noir on his ass. And we should totally do that. We're writing it down. Film noir expose on Lacasse as a pseudo. How do you spell that? Pseudo suspect. I like it.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
A lot. I mean.
Oh, hey, Jada, thanks so much for the comment. The coffee. There is no comment. The coffee comment. Thank you, Jada. What a strata.
I don't have you listed as anything.
Yeah.
At this point.
Good.
Okay, so no, you don't. You shouldn't have to worry about that. But if anybody approaches you, I've been in contact with the Tallahassee Police Department. If you feel like it's.
Yeah, I got the headphones, Neville darling. It's from JBL's Comfort Range. What are they called? Tune Beam. They beam the tunes directly into my ears. It's great. No, they're really nice, actually.
Necessary to put a specific name, throw my name out.
Okay. It's a pretty juicy story. You can imagine that.
Oh, no, I realize that.
It's a great story.
Oh, believe me, there is a lot of extra crap around this whole thing.
It is a juicy story, isn't it? That's why we're streaming it for 10 fucking hours. And, it's just endless. The public interest in this story is endless.
Thing that is really not making my job any easier.
I'm imagining, yeah.
So, but, as I've had to express to other people, my only concern is finding out who and why this happened.
Give me 10 minutes.
Yeah.
They can talk about that in Hollywood
I know.
For the next century, as far as I'm concerned. But that's my only.
They can talk about it in Hollywood for the next century. Well, I'm in Portugal, so, I guess that's the same as Hollywood.
Concerned who and why this happened.
Okay.
The two things I wanted to get before you left was.
Hey, Christine Schweinsberg. You can buy coffee if you like, if you want, if you're willing and able. You can with the special link in. You want the link? I'll give you the link. It's never too late, Christine. Never too late. Oh, hey, well, that'll do. That's just fine, Christine. Thank you so much for the super chat. Excellent stuff. Great stuff.
The girl, you mentioned her name.
So just wait, please.
The one that y'all are friends with.
You go on the balcony.
I tried to write it down.
Fran Gamori?
Yes.
Yeah.
Franna?
It's Fran, F-R-A-N. It's actually Francine Gamori.
Scene.
C-I-N-E.
Gamori?
G-O-M-O-R-Y. She's no G-O-M-O-R-Y.
Okay.
And she's actually my mentor's wife. She works with me. She's known Wendy since they got here in the Jewish community. She's been down to visit the house a few times since the crime, and when she hung out with Wendy when Wendy visited Tallahassee. And I remember, the Grossmans. That's I think where Wendy stayed when she was here, was with Al and.
Okay. So, what? You have a number for Francine?
Sure, I do.
Who's your mentor?
Tomi Gamori.
Tomi?
Yeah, T-O-M-I. It's Hungarian for Tom.
Eight minutes.
She's 212-6974.
That's an 850?
Uh-huh.
212-6974?
That's her cell phone, yeah.
Okay. Now she's the one that you said went to South Florida, but you also said was basically gave you some information about what she talked to.
Wendy was talking through her for a long time after the crime.
Okay.
So she's exchanged many texts with...
Who were they talking about? Lynn Grossman. Wendy was talking through her for a long time after the crime. What does that even mean?
Fran guided her through the whole divorce. Fran knew Danny. Fran was very skeptical of me when I first started telling her these sorts of things. At this point, because we're very close, they're like family. At this point, she's really worried that I'm onto something here. We all are,
So Francine.
It's Fran.
Okay, Fran.
Good morning.
Would be someone is.
Names, dates, numbers, letters, timelines. I mean, it's just hilarious to me. And I'm sorry, I love the guy, right? I'd love to share a mud pie with him. I'd love to enter a cannoli eating competition and lose against him. It'd be great. I'd love to be in one of those pedalos that's shaped like a swan, just me and Isom on a beautiful lake. But man, he fucking fucks his way through a lot of this, doesn't he? So it's Francine, because of the frustration with Jeff. It's Fran, okay? It's just Fran, okay? It's like, oh, slow down, Jeff. I'm having a little trouble with this timeline. Jeff's like, why? We're going in perfect chronological order. We're in July, okay?
Fran was very skeptical of me when I first started telling her these sorts of things. At this point, because we're very close, they're like family. At this point, she's really worried that I'm onto something here. We all are,
So Francine.
It's Fran.
Okay, Fran.
Good morning.
Would be someone is basically someone that is close to Wendy, also close to you.
Yes.
That you and Francine Fran have confided in each other about the concern over what involvement Wendy.
It's not a public conversation you want to have. So we've talked very in an unguarded way about this stuff. Very frankly, I haven't told her some things. I've never told her that she said Charlie would look into having her killed. I mean, there's some things I've just kept off the table.
Right.
But she knows my concerns, and she came back from those trips very disturbed by what in
the household.
Yeah, just intuition, but yeah.
She's not reached out to us.
I don't know why not.
It's the first time. I think you've referred to Tomi before.
Yeah.
I remember that, but this Francine is not.
You could call her. I don't know.
Well, I got to be careful because.
Do you want me to get her to get? Well, she just talked to me yesterday because she was on Facebook and she got a message from Donna Adelson. She had a picture on her Facebook page of Danny and Wendy and a bunch of people at the table for some Jewish holiday 7 years ago. And Donna said, "Could you please take this picture down? It makes me sad." And Fran was like, that's the most bizarre thing.
It's on Fran's Facebook.
Yeah. So she's like, should I contact the police? And I told her that seemed too casual. And just we're contacting you, but she's willing to talk to you. Should I talk to her and have her call you?
Well,
if she's
but
willing.
then you have to divulge, that obviously, you've had a conversation with me.
No, she knows that. I told her.
Okay. I'm looking out for your interest in that part. Yeah. Yes, I would like.
The way I put it to other people is you just picked my brain because I knew a lot of people when he was involved.
Sure, but I would say that if you could put a bug in her ear and basically say, why don't you call Investigator Isom and give him some of this information that we've been talking about, so it's coming firsthand.
Sure.
And because it's not right for it to come secondhand from me.
Yeah, gotcha. I'll do that.
Second person was you're at a bar mitzvah or bat mitzvah, and the guy that's sitting next to Wendy.
Stephen Tripodi, Tripodi.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever fucking with me.
Tripodi.
Oh, hey, thanks, Christine, for the coffee also. That's wonderful, Christine. Thank you so much.
Stephen with a V?
Phen. His number I have too. And if you want, he's my best friend. I can just have him contact you. He knows all of this.
Give me his number anyway, I know. I try to keep these people straight.
Sure.
This list is getting quite long.
I know.
This is your best friend?
Here, at least, yeah. We known each other by 8 years. He has an Austin number. It's 512-736-8792.
512-736-8792.
He's the one that introduced us.
Okay. To you and...
Okay. And he knew Danny.
And you're still friends?
We are. Actually, actually, it's funny. He teared up the other day. He said, I wish I never introduced you to that one. It's not your fault, Steven.
And that's...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, be careful, all you fucking wannabe matchmakers out there. You never know. I don't think I'm ever going to set anybody up, ever. Because, I mean, what about that friend of Shanann's that set her up with Chris Watts? Don't get involved. Stephen Tripodi's in tears. Fucking.
Hey, he's a local guy now?
He's at FSU. He's a tenured professor at FSU.
Professor of?
Social work.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's either that or law.
Yeah, that's about all of it.
Okay. Yeah, if you could...
Yeah, it's either social studies or a real subject.
Next week, if those... Since it's spring break.
Yeah.
Does she work in that realm too, Fran?
She's a social work professor as well.
If you could get those two folks to call me, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah.
And just give them my phone number, and they can leave a message. I'll get back to them.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you being so responsive. I know you got to be busy, and this is going to be a hell of a case to have.
Well, this is my case. This is my case, and this is I want to see this. I want to see this to the end. And
I appreciate that. the amount of healing you do in this community.
Good luck at your pace with your retirement coming up in 2 years from today's date. I mean, it's not even going to be on trial for fucking 4 years after this. The bump hasn't even happened yet. And, thanks to Jeff, all of those things fell into place after this information. Funny that, isn't it?
In my small community, if we could find out who did this.
Oh, yeah. And I know there's a lot of people frustrated, and everybody wants to know more of the story, and they want to know how come there's not more details coming out, and so on and so forth. Read into it any way you want. I'm not saying anything. That's
good for you.
So.
Yeah, we want details, but you know what we also want, General Isom? Arrests. We want Wendy and Harvey cuffed. And who else? Fucking arrest Ben and Lincoln as well. Just kidding.
You also haven't asked. I mean, I know.
Right. No, I'm fine with that. And
Investigator Hale did tell me at one point, and I think one of the reasons, I don't know if this is helpful or not, but I was pitching him this, and I just couldn't hear me, I felt like. But he said, we have evidence, we're analyzing it.
Yeah.
So that's the one thing that.
Well, you don't have to be a detective, let alone or a rocket scientist or anything else to figure out that there hasn't been an arrest, so everything's still on the table.
Sure.
Sure. And that's as simple as you can get. And Stephen's one that she was saying, and texted you.
Yeah, no doubt, Deb H. Social work is important, but I'm really referencing Professor Markel's kind of, little bit hoity-toity attitude when he was asking Jeff Lacasse what he does. So, are you a lawyer? No? Oh, okay, a doctor? No. Oh, you're a professor? A professor of law? No. Social studies? Oh, that must be, yeah. I've lost interest in engaging in this conversation.
Yeah, he was wondering about that mitzvah. I mean, I don't know how useful it'll be. He's going to say, Wendy's still crazy, Wendy is what he's probably going to say, but he can tell you the joke she was making.
Well, the first thing was it sounded like that she was joking about Danny getting his head blown off.
So, yeah.
But then when I specifically asked you what was said, it more sounded, it was a little bit less innocuous, but saying that she was glad it wasn't Jeff or her kid.
The head blown off thing, maybe that's wrong. He'll tell you. I don't know. Yeah.
That's good. I just want to clarify.
Yeah, that might have stuck in my head and be wrong. It might be simply like Danny getting killed or something like that. So.
Gotcha. Okay, buddy. I think we're done for now.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
I'll walk you downstairs.
Lights out. Okay, hope you enjoyed that, everybody. Quite a few little new nuggets of information from the Jeffrey Lacasse interview. We do make a lot of Adelson content, mostly with commentary. That's pretty much our bag with Donna's trial. Fucking shut up, you pathetic schlepper. Does anyone else love hearing the sound of their own voice as much as I do? Show of hands. No, really. Let me count. Motherfucker. Who is this guy? You see, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, hey, Metrix, you're going to go to bed now, aren't you? Well, no. We're going to go and run our 5 miles. Are you ready to run 5 miles, Soap? Up a hill? Oh, my gosh. Well, if we're going to come to Tallahassee, we got to train. We got to train like fucking Reuben Carter. So I think I'm going to drink a dozen raw eggs out of a pint glass and run my 5 miles. In Paterson, New Jersey, Reuben Carter was falsely tried. Yeah, so that was long, wasn't it? You never know when these 11-hour streams are going to crop up. KJD. What is our record? I think this might be it. We did another really long stream. I think we broke it too, yeah. Yeah. Or maybe it's exactly the same. Personal best. No, many thanks, everybody, for the fantastic comments, the super comments, or super chats, as they're more widely known. But I like to call them super comments, from super viewers on super YouTube, with super stickers and super coffees. Don't forget to give us a super like, a super subscribe to our Super Metrix channel. And we're going to go run our super 5 miles. Fucking hell. How many steps will that be? How many steps? Train like Rocky Rambo. Yeah, we're gonna go and punch a side of beef until the ribs break. You see, imagine a version. Now, we need to get better at AI because I want to recreate the Rocky scene in the butcher shop where instead of a dead cow, it's Wendy Adelson hanging from a hook. That's how Georgia Kappelman trains for trial. TCM, I told you I think my mom, Omas are German. Uma, grandmother. Uma, with a U. But that's okay. Soap is your dog. Yeah, Soap is my dog. And our resident sound controlist. How were the levels on that, Soap? Lenny, dogs, Harley, KJD. Okay, we really gotta go. 10:42. Gotta play those numbers. Yeah, well, I guess we'll be back tonight, with more, we're working our way through Charlie Adelson's trial, right? I mean, we've got to keep working our way through that trial. Pretty soon we'll get back to other things, but, for now, baby, ring that bell. All right. What do we do? We're just gonna play out like regular. There we go. We do that one. We do that one. Coffee badge, chat, and we play. Oh, and the moderators. Thank you, moderators. Thank you, long-standing moderators. All of you are fucking